we went to Greenville. We really went to Lake Kiowee, but we went up there because, you know, when she had the baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee.
All right.
But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
Be seated.
Good morning. I want to remind everyone in the courtroom that the courtroom decorum must be maintained at all times. You're not allowed to react to any testimony, cheer, jeer, nor speak in the courtroom unless it's during the time I said, let's take a stretch break. You can speak at that time, but otherwise we need to maintain order. Anything before the jury comes?
The from state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, a couple of sort of housekeeping matters. One is we expect to rest today. We've got 3 witnesses. I don't know how they could go all day, but Moselle, both the area in the area of the kennels and the house, just to get some understanding of spatial relationships. And so what we would ask is that you ask the jury if they want to do that. I mean, I know I wouldn't, if they don't want to do it, I don't want them to do it. If they want to do it, that'd be fine with me, and it needs to be done in an expeditious way. And obviously, Your Honor's dealt with this before. I don't know what, I mean, we're not going with them, but I don't know who does go with them. No one's obviously going to be able to answer questions. They can see it. And that's, I don't know whether that should take any more than, Roselle's about 30 minutes from here. 40 minutes from here. So that's 40 there, 40 back. An hour on the scene, maybe 3 hours. And I just throw that into the mix, not wanting to get this case closed, but we believe they ought to be given the opportunity to ask to see it if they want to see it. And I don't know whether that's done by majority vote. I don't know how all that's done, but we're asking they be allowed to do that if they want to do it.
Your Honor, I don't know that I've heard of just asking the jury and having them take a vote on that. You know, I am not, the state is not asking for there to be a jury view of the scene. And if anything, I think that that would require additional testimony because the scene is different than it existed on the night of June 7th, 2021. And a big factor, which I think is very relevant to some of the issues here, is that the trees that were planted that separate the kennels and the house are markedly taller and thicker than they were on June 7th. The state is not asking that that there be a jury view, and I don't think the defense is either. And I'm not aware of any procedure where we just kind of throw it into the jury's hands to take a vote. So we would object to that proposal.
Your Honor, if Your Honor wanted to instruct them, they're only there to see the kennels. There's no issues that they should be viewing the house, or because the scene is that has, we concede that that's changed, but the kennels, the spatial, how small the feed room is, the spatial between where, and they've seen the pictures, where the feed room is compared to where Maggie's body was, compared to where the quail pens are, where the doghouse is. I mean, you just can't really appreciate the spatial issues without actually seeing them. And if you want to limit it to just the kennels and them not being allowed to in any way deal with the relationship between the house and the, and we actually do have some photos from that night and the next day. I mean, I think you can put restrictions on it that would assist the jury if they want it. I don't know whether they vote or whether you ask the forelady, or, I mean, I've seen it done where the judge asks the jury, do you want to go to the scene? Now, it's been a while. I can't remember whether it was a vote, but he did ask the jury. It was sometime in the dark ages of the early 80s.
And we certainly would object to putting any sort of vote to the jury at this point in time. I've never heard of any such a thing. Generally, jury views are at the request of a party, and
I'm requesting.
well, again, I don't know that it's necessary in this particular instance, or that it would be a particular help or aid to the jury. And if anything, it may confuse the issues again, because the property has changed since the night of June 7th, 2021.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. Upon request of either side, the court will allow a jury view. I will not ask the jury to decide whether or not they want a view. I think that could invite premature deliberations in the case, or just the mere fact that they would have to discuss that issue, I think would invite premature discussions of relevant facts, what might be relevant facts. If either side wants a jury view, the court will arrange a jury view, and the court will go. The lawyers may go if you want to go. Of course, there are so many lawyers. That's a mammoth team in of itself. And I can advise the jury as part of the going to the scene that the certain things may not be the same as they were 2 years ago, whenever the period of time was. So if the defense wants a jury view, then the court will arrange a jury view.
Your Honor, thank you. And I just bring this to the court's attention. There were literally dozens of people at Moselle last weekend trespassing to get selfies in front of the feed room. I mean, most distasteful kinds of things I've ever seen. So perhaps before they head out there, some of the security could be in place, and so they don't.
Law enforcement security scene, ensure that no one is there.
Well,
Unless, yeah.
John Marvin, his brother, is maintaining that property. He had to call the sheriff's department to come remove him, and it seems they have they're sort of a carnival attitude about this case than what we have to deal with. So I don't want the jury influenced by, crazy paparazzi. I don't think there's really any.
No one can be there. The scene will be secure, and no one will be there during a jury view. Now, do you want a jury view? Does the defense want a jury view?
I do. I just want to ensure that the security is not caught unawares about what a circus is going to be outside the property. And they've got the authority to close off the road. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not telling them how to do their job, but I am suggesting these are things that we became aware of over the weekend.
All right. We'll arrange for a jury view with law enforcement. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Hey, you may bring the jury. All right, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, welcome back once again, day number 25. The defense's case, you may proceed.
Court, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Jonathan Eisenstadt to the stand, please. And Your Honor, while he's coming around, Dr. Eisenstadt, the pathologist, we're going to be, first of all, showing some pretty graphic photos on the computer and the Elmo. And secondly, we're going to be talking about some pretty graphic details. So we will be offering exhibits. We should, we don't have to do it out of the gate, but certainly 10 minutes into this testimony, we're going to be showing some pictures and discussing matters that are going to be pretty graphic. So a number of these exhibits, not all of them, but 90% of them are going to move to introduce under seal. Some of them are already introduced under seal. And we've warned the family that if it gets too graphic, they can leave. So if Your Honor sees some of the Murdaughs get up walking out, that would be because it's, again, extremely graphic. So,
Good morning. Good morning. Raise your right hand. Stand by the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic. Please state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Eisenstadt, E-I-S-E-N-S-T-A-T.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical doctor who specializes in forensic pathology.
And where do you practice medicine?
In the state of Georgia.
Could you tell the jury, please, what forensic pathology is?
Sure. Forensic pathology is a subset of pathology which really deals with investigating the cause and the manner of someone's death.
Okay, and let's get a little bit of your history. So if, and I'm looking at this, you went to the same medical school as Dr. Reamer?
I did.
And then after, I think you went to University of California at Davis undergraduate?
That's correct. I grew up in California.
Graduated from there in 93. You went to the Sackler School of Medicine, as did Dr. Reamer, and you graduated in 98.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a residency where?
Well, when I came out of medical school, I initially wanted to be a surgeon. So I started out in general surgery in Staten Island, New York, and quickly realized it was not the profession I wanted. Beautiful profession, but not for me. So I transferred into a pathology program. This is all up in New York, out in Long Island. And to become a forensic pathologist, you first have to do what's called anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology. If you've ever had anything taken out of your body, surgery or blood or anything, that goes to the pathology department. We look at it, we diagnose it, we tell your doctor, and your doctor will tell you what the diagnosis is. After doing all of that training, I did a year of pediatric pathology at New York University to study diseases of childhood. After that, I did a year of forensic pathology fellowship in the Office of Chief Medical Examiner in New York City, and then stayed on one more year in New York City as a medical examiner or forensic pathologist while doing more training in forensic neuro and cardiac pathology.
And that would have been in 2000, well, that would have been through 2004.
Correct. My forensic pathology training started in 2004 to 2005. And then from 2005 to 2006, I did my forensic neuro and forensic cardiac training.
So would that have been with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the city of? Who would that have been with?
With the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in New York City.
Okay, and how long did you do that?
Well, the forensic pathology was 1 year. The forensic neuro and cardiac was another year. So that's 2 total.
Okay. At some point, did you leave New York?
Yes. After I completed those forensic subspecialties, I was offered a job at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in Atlanta. I accepted the job and moved to Atlanta in July of 2006.
Did the Georgia, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have their own medical examiner?
Yes, so the state of Georgia, there are, Metro Atlanta has its own medical examiner offices. So there's Fulton County, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. So 4 of the 159 counties in the state of Georgia has their own medical examiner.
Per county or total?
Per county.
Okay.
So 1 for each of those counties.
Okay.
And then the GBI, for short, covers the other 155 counties in the state. And when I first started there were, I believe, 5 or 6 offices. And then over time, it sort of shrunk down to 3 offices. And I was at the headquarters office in Atlanta.
So when you initially started with a medical examiner's office in Georgia, who did you start with?
So I was with the GBI as my full-time job.
Right.
But I did do some moonlighting pretty much at the Fulton County office, the Cobb County office, and the DeKalb County office.
So those 3 counties they comprise the metropolitan area of what city?
Of Atlanta.
Okay. So, and is that a rather large metropolitan area?
Yes, that's why each one of those counties have their own freestanding medical examiner office.
But you did part-time work for all 3?
Yes, and I actually still do now for Fulton County and then hopefully soon one of the other counties.
Okay. So, tell me about your work with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and how did that differ from what you were doing for these other counties?
So at the GBI, that was my full-time job.
What did you do? What was your job?
Oh, my job was as one of the workhorse pathologists doing, when I first started, I believe it was about 250 autopsies each year. And then as time went on, the caseloads increased. And so I would say I was doing anywhere between 250 to maybe 350 autopsies per year. I would be testifying in court. We had residents that would rotate. So the hospital pathology residents would rotate in our office. We would lecture. And then that went until 2014 when I was promoted to deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay. Now, the autopsies you were doing, and would you generate reports for each one of those? Absolutely. And were these, you indicated early in your career, you were doing general pathology. That is, if you had a polyp taken out during your colonoscopy, you would be doing those.
Yes, that's a requirement to be able to take the forensic pathology fellowship and boards.
So at this stage in your career, when you're doing autopsies, typically, how did those folks expire?
So those are sudden, unexpected deaths, whether they are we don't know what happened. You know, a 45-year-old individual found dead in their residence. No one knows why they died. We would get those cases. But then obviously all of the traumatic and non-natural deaths would be investigated by the medical examiner. So anything from car accidents to gunshot wounds, stab wounds, fights and somebody died, things of that sort.
Okay. So you did autopsies on people who died of under traumatic circumstances?
Absolutely.
Including gunshots?
Yes.
And now you just indicated promoted to deputy chief medical examiner for the GBI. How did that change your duties?
So that added a little bit of administrative duties. Thus, I sort of dropped back a little bit in the number of cases. So I probably at that time, I would be doing about 200 autopsies. That was just for 1 year until 2015. So maybe about 100 autopsies, but now I was overseeing other doctors, investigators. And then we have a unit at the GBI, which is called the Child Abuse Investigative Support Center. And so we would actually do, I oversaw it, but I wasn't the doctor in it. So I know that sounds a little weird, but the person who did most of the work in that was a doctor and an investigator. But as I moved up, that sort of became under the umbrella of what I would oversee.
Were those child deaths or?
They were living consults and deaths. So district attorneys or CFR the Child Protective Services from around the state may come and ask, hey, is this an accidental injury? Could the child have fallen off a bike, or is this abuse?
And did you review those cases?
Oh, a few of them, but really the vast majority was done by one of the other doctors.
Were you still reviewing death cases?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if somebody did an autopsy on somebody who died of trauma, would you review their findings and the evidence?
Well, I was doing plenty of autopsies still myself. And what we had started doing was we would do rounds on all of the bodies that were in the morgue in the morning. And so we would discuss them all. It really wasn't, and then in the afternoon, we would revisit all of those in a meeting and discuss, hey, does this look, if we're focusing on gunshots, do you think this is a contact, a close range, a distant range? If we're not sure about the directionality, we would discuss that. That wasn't specifically me, that was all the doctors. But then when I became chief, all of that became, the scheduling and the meetings would become my responsibility.
So, and after you were the deputy, what happened?
So then in November of 2015, I became the chief medical examiner for the state.
For the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you continuing to do autopsies?
I did because I wanted to, I didn't want to lose my skills. So I did continue doing autopsies. At that time, I dropped down to about 100 autopsies that I personally performed per year. But I was now involved in more policy writing, administrative duties, going down to the legislature and lecturing, it was during the opioid epidemic. So there were a lot of things going on. But if there was a case that was very difficult, it's written in the policy of the GBI medical examiner's office that the chief medical examiner was the final arbiter of those cases.
Okay. Now, you did that, you said, until January 22.
That's correct.
Which would have been last year.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been doing other things during that period of time in addition to being chief medical examiner?
Well, yes, I was doing some consulting work. I would do that at night and on the weekends, unless I, was in deposition, then I'd take personal leave to go do that. But those were the two main things I was doing.
Did you form a private consulting firm in 2008?
I did. Not in 2008. I started my first consulting case was in 2008. It was a cardiac death in New York, and the ME's office in New York referred the attorney to me. But I don't believe I started my actual, business probably until about 2013 or 14.
Okay, I misread this. So tell us what that is called and what you do.
So that's called Islandton forensic pathology. It's nothing fancy. And really what I do is an attorney or a family may call me, ask me to review a case or to perform a private autopsy. And if I have the time, I'll accept that. I'll look over the documents. I may do an autopsy if that's what the family's requested. And then if it's an autopsy, I'll tell the family what my findings were. And, I recently had one where I referred the family I told them to go to their cardiologist and get tested because I believe the person had a genetic disease that could be transmitted to their offspring. If it's just a record review, I'll review the records and I will tell the attorney what my opinions are. If my opinions support what they are hoping, then I may hear back from them. If my opinions don't, I probably don't ever hear back from them.
So did you have permission from the GBI to do that?
I did. While I was at the GBI, every single consult case that I did, I got written approval by my superior, who was the deputy director of the agency.
Now, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology, especially in gunshot wounds, in any state or federal courts?
Yes. So throughout the state of Georgia, obviously, as far as gunshot wounds in other states, I've been qualified as an expert in forensic pathology in a number of states.
How many states have you been qualified to testify in as forensic pathologist?
Oh,
Just,
probably in the area of 20, 25.
okay. And you've been qualified in the state of Georgia by both state and federal courts to testify about gunshot wounds specifically.
Yes, sir.
And have you done autopsies on people who are the victims of a shotgun wound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have any idea on how many occasions you've done that?
Oh, I'm sure myself, I've probably done, 75 to 100 or something to that effect, and then been involved in many more.
Okay. Tell me what the National Association of Medical Examiners is.
So that's actually the primary national organization that, every profession has their own national organization. And for us, for short, we call it NAME. NAME is really the main national organization for forensic pathologists. And they write position papers. We have annual meetings. There's a journal that comes through that organization. So it's the prime organization for forensic pathologists.
And do you enjoy any position with NAME?
I do.
What position or positions?
So I'm currently on the board of directors, and I sit on a few committees for NAME.
Okay. Now, you're licensed in the state of Georgia and New York?
Not New York anymore. When I left New York, I let my license lapse because I had a feeling I wasn't going back for quite a while. So currently I'm licensed in Georgia.
Are you board certified
Yes, sir.
in forensic pathology?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a number of different articles and books, and you teach at what schools?
So I was teaching at Augusta University, and that's the medical school that the Forensic Pathology Fellowship Training Program that I started at GBI, they were the sponsoring agency. But I've lectured at St. Louis University at their master's course in death investigation. I've lectured all over the state of Georgia to law enforcement, to coroners.
How about Emory School of Medicine?
Yes, well, at Emory, we had residents and fellows that would rotate through the medical examiner's office in Fulton County, as well as actually GBI. So we would teach them as well.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move to have Dr. Eisenstadt qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
He's so qualified.
Okay, let me talk to you. Well, let's get to this before they get to it. Are you being paid for your testimony? When I say paid for your testimony, are you being compensated to evaluate and testify?
Yes, I'm being compensated for my work.
And how much are you being paid?
So up until this point, I've been paid $3,000. And then I have another invoice that will come out after trial, which will probably be a number of thousands of dollars. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, you compensated by the hour or by the task or what?
No, by the hour. So when I review documents, I charge $600 an hour. And then for testimony, I charge per day, so 24 hours, and that's $5,500 per the day.
Okay. So, and is that unusual for doctors who testify, consultant testify, or is that the normal practice?
In my field of forensic pathology, I've been told I actually undercharge, but there's some that charge less than me, there's some that charge more than me.
Okay, I've got a number of topics I want to talk to you about today, but some testimony we had last week. I was going to say earlier this week. The weeks are beginning to mush together.
Comments?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm an old guy. I forget things. I'm not sure what week it was. I apologize to the court and the state for my faulty memory.
Yes, may proceed.
So sometime, I believe last week, we heard from the coroner of Colleton County. Did you watch that testimony or hear that testimony?
Not the coroner. I saw Dr. Reimers, the medical examiners, but I did not see the coroners.
Okay, tell the jury, please, if a medical examiner or coroner comes on the scene of a suspected homicide, how would one, as a physician or medical examiner, how would one determine time of death? What procedure would you follow?
Oh, well, whether it be a homicide or not, any death scene, you want to try to get an idea. It's not an exact science, but you want to try to get an idea of what the body temperature is as compared to the ambient temperature.
Why?
Why? Because it can give you an idea of how long the body has been there. But there's a lot of factors. So the way that I always taught the investigators and coroners is if you walk into a room or you walk into an environment where there's a dead body, the first thing you do is put a thermometer down. Don't look at the thermostat on the wall. Don't look at the computer to see what it says. Put the thermostat down, look in the area, start your investigation. Come back and look at the thermometer. That will be your ambient temperature.
Ambient temperature means what?
The temperature of the air in that area.
Okay.
And obviously you want to put it near where the body is. And then you take the thermometer and you do a rectal temperature. You put it in the rectum, but you leave it there and you start doing more of your scene investigation. Then you come back, you take it out, and then you have the closest to what we can get for a core body temperature. And you document those two. And then there's other things you look at. You look at blood settling, and you look at what's called rigidity, so stiffening of the muscles.
So why would you want a core temperature and an ambient temperature? What do you do with that?
Well, then you can, the body will equilibrate.
Well, what?
Will sort of even out with the ambient, so the outside temperature, between 1 to 1.5 degrees per hour. I will say it's not an exact science, because obviously if, right now I'm sure my body temperature is a little higher because I'm on the stand. So I may not be 98.6 degrees right now, which is normal.
And if you were to die right now, it would not be appropriate. I'm not saying you should die right now, but so your temperature's up a little bit. Does that mean that you would start at in your calculations at a higher temperature? What would you do?
Right. So that's the problem is that, let's say I'm 99.5 right now. So that's 1 degree higher. That already moved. We're starting to move that time frame out to it could have an hour faultiness to what you're going to do. So it's 100 degrees outside. My core body temperature is 99 degrees. So we have 1 degree difference. So you may say it's been about an hour, but unfortunately television shows have made it seem like you can say it happened at this time. But in all honesty, you can't, but by far the best methodology is to do a core body temperature.
And an ambient temperature.
And an ambient temperature, yes.
So tell me what you would learn by sticking your hand under the armpit of a deceased.
You wouldn't learn anything.
Really?
Well, you may learn that the arm can't come down because of rigidity, but as far as temperature, you have your own body temperature. You have, you're sticking it in an armpit, which is exposed to the ambient temperature. So that it's just not a valid method to try to make a determination of time of death.
Just a guess.
It's a guess, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, we're going to be dealing with some sealed material. Is that TV off over there? What now? This? Right, so I'm just trying to make sure. I want to make sure this dirt you see. Okay. So at our request, we're Mr. Murdaugh's lawyers, did you examine materials in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me first of all ask you if you examined these two documents. Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness defendant's exhibit 177 and 178.
So 178, yes.
And tell us what that is.
That is the Medical University of South Carolina's autopsy file. So it's more than just the report. It's essentially the file for the medical examiner.
Okay. And you examined this.
Yes, sir, I did.
Go ahead. What's the next one?
So 177 I did examine, and this is the MUSC file for Maggie.
This being 177.
Yes, sir.
So Maggie's 177 and Paul is 178.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we would offer these into evidence.
Your Honor, the state would object to these documents coming into evidence.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your case.
Your Honor, Dr. Reamer testified to her reports. These are reports by Dr. Reamer. These are not reports generated by Dr. Eisenstadt. He has reviewed those reports. He can testify to the substance of those reports, but we would object to the reports themselves coming in as evidence.
Says the defense.
Your Honor, these are business records that are kept in the ordinary course of business according to Dr. Reamer. There's certainly nothing in here other than her findings, basically. So we'd object. I mean, these are what Dr. Reamer relied on. These documents, certainly under the business records exception, they would be admissible. I don't quite understand why the state would not want this jury to be able to see. I'm sorry.
The state has objected, so the argument is not why they would not want them.
Business records exception, I'm sorry.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I can't rule without seeing what they are. Submitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doc, we'll come back to these a little bit. I'm primarily interested in her determinations and some sketches she did that are in there, okay? So you examined her, her report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And could I have the Elmo, please? Can I have those reports? Let's talk about Maggie to begin with, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to put this on the Elmo. Can you tell me what this is, please?
That's a standard body diagram for a female.
And you reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's put this on the Elmo. And could I have the easel? What? Oh, you can? Okay, so this would be the body sketches. Maggie. Could I have the female? What page is that on? I have no idea. What do you see on your screen?
I see the female body diagram from the autopsy of Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay, so let's, you know, if you could put it in that doorway up there. Sure. Allow the jury to see a bit better. Push it back. There you go. So let's put this on it. Okay, so by way of, let's walk through the wounds on Maggie, okay?
Okay.
So look at the sketch in front of you and walk the jury through. If you need to come down here with a pointer, or can you do it from up there, whatever is more convenient for you.
There's a lot of writing, so it may be easier for me to point it out. I don't know if this is a touch screen or not.
We had a pointer. We still have a pointer. She has a pointer, but that's okay to do that. Okay, so what I want you to do is step down here, please. And I'd like you to stand so that those jurors over there can see. So you probably need to stand over there.
Sure.
Okay, so how about walk them? Yeah, okay. Walk them through the wounds on Maggie Murdaugh.
So I think the easiest would be to go from bottom up.
Okay.
So we have, these are all rifle wounds. They're all caused by a rifle. We have an entrance wound on the left thigh, and the entrance wound on the left thigh has on the diagram little dots, which is stippling, which makes it an intermediate range rifle wound.
What does that mean, intermediate range?
We're talking up to 1 to 3 feet. The end of the barrel to the actual skin where the bullet goes through.
Okay.
And I agree with what's Dr. Reamer put here. That's the medial left thigh. Now we flip the body over and we have the, on the diagram, so this is now the left side, and we have the corresponding exit wound on the back of the left thigh. So I agree with the range of fire, the directionality, that it's an intermediate range rifle wound.
So you and Dr. Reamer agree?
Yes, we agree on this one.
Okay, next.
Moving up, we can go here to the torso. So we have another entrance rifle wound on the upper right torso. I obviously can't see the inside in this, but as per the autopsy, it goes through a number of organs, goes across, and comes out the bottom left back of the torso. And I agree with that, with her finding on that as well.
Let me interrupt you one second.
Yes, sir.
Prior to your agreement or disagreement, did you look at the autopsy photos?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you look at her report and her notes?
Absolutely.
Anything else you looked at?
I looked at some scene photos, and I believe that was it.
Okay, but you're relying on her photos.
Yes, the most important for me is the autopsy report, the autopsy diagram, and the autopsy photos.
Okay, I'm sorry, go to the next one.
Okay, so we've talked about one gunshot wound, a rifle wound, 2 rifle wounds. Now we have a rifle wound on the left wrist and forearm. We have an entrance on the back of the left wrist, which is the dorsal surface, and this is the ventral or volar surface. And the exit is on the volar left forearm. I agree with that as well. I'm sorry, I also looked at x-rays. That was
Okay.
part of the photos. On the x-ray, there are some little fragments of, you can tell it's a rifle round in the left wrist.
And it went through?
It went through, yes,
And entrance on which side?
on the back of the left wrist.
Okay, next.
So we've now talked about 3 of them. Now we have 2. I'll start with the first one, which I agree with her findings, and then the second one is where I have, there's a discrepancy. So if we now look at rifle wound E, which is the one that's here on the back of the head,
Yes.
the directionality is correct, and I can explain why I believe the one on the left breast, the directionality was wrong. But we have a almost tangential, meaning that it doesn't go super deep into the brain. It comes here, but a rifle has a lot of kinetic energy and so it has a lot of force to it, and it can cause severe disruption. And it's coming along here, goes through the brain, and when this one goes through the brain, it causes an injury to the brain stem. That would make her die immediately. So this one came here, and then, which is the entrance on the back right of the head.
And that's labeled what?
That's labeled E.
Okay,
And then you can see on the x-ray, there's a little fragment or a few little fragments in the head. And so a rifle round will fragment. We call it a lead snowstorm. It sort of on x-ray looks like a snowstorm, a bunch of little white pieces. It breaks up. Pieces of projectile come through down into the back and continue down into the right chest. So this is, now remember, we're talking about directionality. This is top, this is bottom. And so on the body, it's going downwards, but obviously we have a moving situation. So if she's like this, it may have been coming straight, but on the body, the directionality is downwards. And there are some up arrows here on the injuries to the upper back. I don't know why, because in her report, they go down. So that's all part of gunshot or rifle wound E. That's actually the lethal rifle wound, immediately lethal. And now I'll focus on A, C, and then the abrasion or the graze wound of the abdomen. And this is where I differ in opinion of directionality.
so you agree with her on everything except this one?
On Maggie, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if we look at the autopsy photos, that's going to be extremely important.
We will in a minute.
Okay. So we do have a wound on the left breast. We do have a wound on the left chin, and we do have this abrasion under the left breast. And sometimes there are characteristics that we look for to try to give us directionality of these superficial gunshot or rifle wounds. And what you're looking for when it's a tangential wound is you're looking for skin tags. So
Tell me what a skin tag is.
sure. So if you think about it, if a bullet is coming and it hits the skin, and you can see how it's pushing the skin like this, so you're going to get these tears in the skin. And the tears in the skin are going to be in the direction that the bullet's coming. But if you let that go, between those two tears is a triangular piece of tissue left, right? So we have a tear over here, we have a tear over here, and then you let it go and you have a skin tag. You have a piece of tissue pointing in the direction that the bullet came from. And so when I look at the picture of the rifle wound to the back of the head, you can see all of those skin tags are pointing up this way, so the bullet came here. When I look at the left breast and I look at the wound to the left side of the head, or excuse me, the left chin or jaw, I see skin tags pointing this way. So that would make this rifle wound come from here. It would be superficial, but remember we have all of that kinetic energy. So that's why we get the splitting of the skin, the fracture of the chin, then it comes down through the breast, and then it grazes the upper left chest. And it sort of makes sense when you think about it. If a person is leaning forward and you've got one going down this way, you've got another one going essentially in the same exact direction. So there's the scientific aspect by looking at the actual outline or the actual look of the wound. And then you also have two wounds from a rifle that are right next to each other going in the same direction.
And you indicate that both of the directions of both of those, one that goes down this way to the and severs the brainstem, and then the other one that goes down and through her breast. I mean, unless somebody were very, very tall, is there an explanation on how those wounds would have come about?
Yes. So, I mean, really, we know it's coming from the top of the head downwards, right? So unless someone is standing in an elevated position, or someone is lying down on their stomach, and then you have a sniper who's on the ground going this way, really, and we see this in people who are going to open the door because someone's knocking on the door and a gunshot comes through. If you're leaning, as I was saying earlier, if you're leaning forward, let's say the first shot here gives her significant pain. I agree with Dr. Reamer on that. And she's leaning over like this, then if I don't want to hit you, I'm sorry. I have a gunshot coming like this. Now I look at it, the body lying flat on the table, you can see how it goes straight down. So the explanation that I think is probably most feasible here is that she's leaning forward, most likely probably in pain from the abdominal wound.
And the second shot?
Same thing.
So she's leaning forward, one back here, and where does the second shot come?
The second shot goes right next to the left ear, and on the autopsy photos, you can see a ring of a contusion or a bruise, and it looks very, very similar to her earring that was found there. And again, that's from the energy would push the earring up. The bullet comes down, goes through the breast and out.
So that shot blew her earlobe off, or blew?
Pretty much, yes.
And the ring goes, they find at the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's walk through the photos, and if you'll stay right where you are, and then I'm going to maybe have you draw something up there. I haven't quite decided yet. Could I have Defendant's Exhibit 169, please? And I remind everyone we should be covered for this. Nope. I'm sorry, 159, not your fault. Right, and again, I apologize for the graphic nature, but this is what you do every day, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell us what this depicts.
So this depicts Maggie's body on the autopsy table. And when we're doing our measurements on a body, that's how we're looking at the body, lying on her back or on the person's back on the autopsy table. And we're looking at the left side. Here is that wound with the left ear and the left chin. And here's her left breast. And then right above this wound here, we have that semicircle, which is consistent with the earring.
So this is the shot you would disagree with Dr. Reamer about.
Yes, this is the only shot I disagree with.
And her explanation of this was what? I mean, what was it was going up?
Yeah, she stated that it was going upwards.
It would have entered the breast and then gone up?
Right.
And the reason you disagree with that is?
Well, number one, there's skin tags. When we look closer at the breast and we look closer at the left side of the chin, skin tags are pointing upwards, showing that that's where the bullet came from. And the other is, there's also a part of our job where just sort of common sense, and it just seems very odd that when you have one going this way, you have to be in a very bizarre position to be able to get it to go up. But from the scientific standpoint, it's how the wound looks.
And you believe those wounds are caused by bullets fired in succession?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Could we go to, Defendant's Exhibit 160. What does this depict?
So this is the left side of her jaw, and it's pulled forward, but you can see up here, I'll use my finger. You see the skin tag is pointing this way, right? The laceration is coming down here. And if I were to flip this back up, these skin tags point up as well.
Point out a skin tag again.
This is a great example of a skin tag that is like this.
Could you blow that up a little bit for me, please? Right around right below the ear. Yeah, right in there. That's perfect. Okay, show me the skin tag.
Okay, well, if we were to, you see here that this is sort of in a triangular shape, and if I flipped it back up, it would fit right into here.
Right.
And so the skin tag is pointing upwards in the directionality of where the bullet comes. It'll be easier to see on the breast, actually.
Okay, so could we go to this one?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Defendant's Exhibit 161. Okay, tell me, is that the area you want? Does that help?
Yes, but I think before we blow it up, I think what's important is for orientation purposes, you can see that her head is up here. So this would be up, this would be down.
Okay.
And now if we need to blow that up, you can see the skin tags are pointing up. The lacerations, the splitting in the skin is pointing down. So that indicates an up to down directionality.
Okay. And could we see State's Exhibit 498? Tell me what this depicts.
This is a beautiful depiction. I don't mean to use that word. I'm sorry.
Beautiful. Is not.
I didn't mean that. That's from a forensic pathologist. It's a classic book example of the lacerations coming and pointing downwards. The skin tags are pointing upwards. So skin tag, skin tag, skin tag, all pointing up where the bullet's coming from. The lacerations are pointing down, which is the direction the bullet's going in.
Now, did you and Dr. Reamer agree or disagree on this?
We agreed on this.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, it appears her head was shaved. Why is that?
Right. So any gunshot wound to the head, if you're trying to make a determination of entrance or exit, or trying to get a better idea of what it looks like, you also want to look for if there's any gunshot residue. you shave that area. So most of the time is to look at the actual outline of it. Sometimes it's to preserve evidence for further testing.
Okay, could I have 168, please? And what is this an X-ray of?
So this is an X-ray of her head and neck, and it might be hard to see, but we have right here in the center, we have a fragment of possibly jacketing or a fragment of a projectile right here in the midline with a few smaller pieces. We have nothing over on the left side where this injury is. So nothing went in here and stayed. All of the projectiles, and then we'll continue down to the chest. It's one rifle that went down, and then you'll see that lead snowstorm, which is consistent with it going back in to the back and down to the chest.
Okay, and could you go to 169, please?
So you can see here how it continues down into the right chest, and it sort of looks like a snowstorm. That's a rifle round.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and take a stand, please. So your job is to look at the photos and determine whether or not the original pathologist was correct or incorrect. That's what we hired you to do, right?
Well, really what you asked me to do was look at the autopsy report, look at the photos, and give my opinion on the gunshot wounds. That was it. I wasn't even asked to say, I wasn't even asked, is she right or wrong? You just asked me to look at them and give you my opinion.
And how many bullets holes do we have here? How many shots?
Well, we have 5 shots.
And of the 5, you agree with her on 4
Yes, sir.
and disagree with her on 1.
Correct.
Okay. So let's move on for just a moment, and let's look at, we'll go to Paul's autopsy report, and we'll go to his sketch. Let me get this material away. Okay, let me put this, jumble things up. So let's have you step down again with your pointer, please. It's right here. Your Honor, making an approach. Thank you. So how about detail what she indicates are the wounds to Paul? And we'll start at, I guess, at the bottom and go up.
Sure.
Okay.
So there's 2 shotgun wounds to Paul. One is on the chest and one is on the head.
Okay, let's talk about the chest wound first.
Sure. So the chest wound is also an intermediate range, so 1 to 3 feet. Shotgun wound that goes across the chest, does not enter into the chest cavity, and leaves near the armpit, and then the pellets themselves disperse, and some of them go through the arm. I agree with her on that, both on the range of fire and the directionality.
Okay. So the other shot resulted in his head exploding.
Correct.
Okay. Explain to the jury what she said and then what you believe, and we'll talk about why the difference is in just a minute. Okay?
Sure. So in her autopsy report, she stated that she believed the entrance was coming from the left side, went up, and then it exited the top of the head. To me, this is a contact range shotgun wound to the top of the head that caused extreme pressure buildup in the head from it being contact, leading to these types of fractures, and that the pellets, so the shotgun wound comes in, the wadding will start to open up. All of that pressure basically for lack of a better term, will explode what's there because the pressure needs to get out somehow. And then the head would have been down like this, and the pellets lodged here and went into the left shoulder. And then you can see that the pellets are going down into the tissues of the left shoulder.
So you believe the wound that resulted in his head exploding was where? Where would the shotgun have been?
Well, it would have been to the top back of his head.
And how far away from the head?
Oh, no, it would have been pressed against the head.
So it'd be a contact wound to the back of the head.
Correct.
And that would result in, and we're going to talk about this in a little more detail in a minute. But if it was in the back of the head, tell me how we have a hole here and then a wound here. How does that work?
Well, you're shooting, it's different than shooting into a space where it can expand. It's not up against a firm surface. So shooting into the abdomen is different. The pressure will still go in if it's a contact to the abdomen, but the abdomen can stretch, the pressure and the gas can disperse because it's sort of an open space with skin that can stretch out and back. The skull really only has one hole at the very bottom. So if I were to take a shotgun and press it against this pile of paper here, and I were to shoot it, this paper would blow up because the pressure has nowhere to go. So it's got to blow everything up that's right there. If I were to take that shotgun and shoot it from here, the pressure is open. It's open to the free atmosphere, right? So it's going to come out of the barrel and it's going to spread out. It'll go a little distance, and that's why we get soot in close range shotgun wounds. It'll go a little distance, but then it'll disperse. So if I were here and I were to shoot down at this paper, the paper is going to get a whole bunch of holes in it, but it's not going to completely explode.
And this is birdshot, correct?
In the head, it's birdshot.
In the chest, it was?
It appears that it was buckshot.
Okay. Now, so her opinion was, and tell me the path.
So unfortunately, the top of the head wasn't shaved, so I can't tell you the exact entrance, but it absolutely is a contact range shotgun wound to the head. And from the way it was described by Dr. Reamer, what she described as the exit wound was that it was near the top of the head and a little bit back on the right. So probably right about here.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a bit. If you take the witness stand again, please. Defense Exhibit 116. Okay, so, yeah, if you can blow that up a little bit. This is in evidence. Where did this exhibit come from? Is there a book?
Yes, this is from the main textbook on gunshot wounds by Vincent DeMeo.
And it has been described as the Bible gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go. And that's, I think we asked Dr. Reamer about this book and she agreed, right?
Yes, sir.
And this sketch or these pictures are from that book.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this depicts a shotgun shell being fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury, please, this is the initial firing, correct?
The very top image, correct.
And what is that coming out?
What's coming out are actually flames and gas. So sometimes you'll see a little bit of burning because the gunpowder is ignited. So you have a little bit of flame and then gas.
Now, if they had shaved Paul's head, which they did not, correct?
Correct.
Would they have seen some evidence of that gas and flame coming out?
I would say most likely, yes. You don't always see it. But yeah, most likely there would be some soot or what we call searing, burning.
Okay, the next one down, B, what is that showing us?
So now what we're seeing is at the front, you can see all the pellets that are still sort of in a cylindrical form because the wadding itself has not completely opened up yet. So, you know, the pellets are all, you have a plastic tube in essence, and then the pellets are all at the top, and then there's a piece of wadding, so like a plastic disc or something, and then underneath it, you have the gunpowder. The gunpowder gets ignited, the heat builds up the pressure, it pushes out the plastic tube through the barrel of the weapon, and that's when, that first image, you see that. The second image, you see that we still have all of the shot, or the pellets are still within the plastic tube. And so that's going to go for a little distance. Behind it, we see the cloud of gas. We see the pressure from the cloud of gas. And this is still very early on in the shot.
Okay, and what's the next, C? What does that depict?
Right, so now we're a little bit further out, a little bit later after the weapon's been fired. We still see that the pellets are in sort of a cylindrical form, and you can see that the cloud of gas is getting bigger, right? The reason the cloud of gas is getting bigger here is because it's going to go where? Via the path of least resistance. So it's going out into the atmosphere. This is not pressed against anything. This is just if I were shooting in the air and the gas is coming out.
And the last one, D?
A little further on, you can now see the pellets are just starting to separate. And we see this big cloud of gas. So the pressure is dispersing outwards into the atmosphere.
And if we had another shot 3 feet down or 4 feet down, what would be happening with those pellets?
So now you're starting to get individual pellets that are, the pellets would be opening up. So they wouldn't still be in that cylinder. If we're talking 3-4 feet or further. So on the skin, we would start seeing a little outline of individual holes from individual pellets. It's not like they all have separated yet, but we would see some.
10 feet, would they be separated?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and so you see a pattern of shot,
Correct.
individual pellets.
Correct.
Okay, so let's follow this back. If, let's go with her scenario first.
Okay.
And the testimony, I think, has been 3 feet. The muzzle of the shotgun was 3 feet from, and let me maybe put one of these in. Let's see which one of these is what we want. Okay, let me have State's Exhibit 478, please. Now, the wound in the center of his chest, you and she agree on directionality. It came out under his arm. Pellets penetrated his arm and then went on, I think we've heard, out the back window.
Right. So directionality and range of fire, I agree with her on that one.
Okay, so when you look at the wound in his shoulder and his neck, and of course, his head, tell us where Dr. Reamer got it wrong.
Well, I think she has it reversed. And the reason being is now that you've seen where all the pressure would go, if the entrance wound is here on the left shoulder, and we're saying that we're at least 3 to 4 feet away from there because we have no soot, we have no stippling on the skin, then by the time it gets to the left side of the chin or over here at the angle of the mandible, the jaw, we've lost a lot of energy. And so, yes, you can get some pellets still going up into the head, but you're not going to have the top of the head completely blown off. And if you look at the photograph here, you can see, for all of us, it curves over and goes around because the top of our skull's there. If you look here, it goes flat. He's missing the top of his skull. That would not have happened from a 3 to 4 foot, 3 feet or further shotgun wound coming in on the left side.
And the wound on his shoulder, let's look at that real quick. Shoulder, please. That's a pretty big wound, is it not?
It is, and there's pellets that are going down into the tissue.
And what is the evidence of that?
Well, there's photographs that are taken looking down into the wound, and you can see pellets there, and there are x-rays that are taken that you can see there's pellets down into the left shoulder.
Okay, if you go to Defendant's Exhibit 162. Okay, step down here, please.
Yes, sir. May I?
Your Honor, may you step down? Thank you. You stand over there with the pointer. Show the jury, please, the individual pellets.
Oh, well, this is probably the easiest one to see. Round and silver. I'm going to have to come around for a moment. I'm sorry. There's one here. There's one here. It's not projecting well, but I know that I saw a few down here, but then on x-ray, it'll become more apparent.
Okay, well, let me do this. Let's go ahead and put the x-ray up while we're talking about this, which would be which one of these you want to start on?
We can do this
Okay.
since we're talking about.
Hold on 1 second. Any objection? Your Honor, I would offer into evidence Defense Exhibit 112 and ask it be put under seal.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right. Tell us what exhibit you got. Do you have that? 112? I know this is shocking, Your Honor. We have some technical issues here. This is, I don't know what happened to big poster boards. I just. Got it? No? Yes. No, this is 112. I mean, it's going to take some time. Let's just put it on the Elmo and go from there. We're interested in this area. And I'm going to have one more. Okay, tell the jury, please, what we're looking at here.
Sure. So any case that comes to a medical examiner's office that has any type of penetrating injury, the medical examiner will do x-rays to see if there's anything left in the body, and then also for safety reasons. But what we're looking at here is, this is the spine. These are the ribs. So we're looking at the chest, the left shoulder, because we're coming out here to the left arm, and all of these dots are the pellets from the shotgun wound. And what we can see here is that these pellets are coming down all the way. So this is the first rib right here. First rib is about right here. So we have pellets all the way down to this level.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with a shot being fired from his left, apparently going upward to the
Right.
brain?
That wouldn't be consistent, and the reason being is then it would have to, the pellets would have to go up, curve, and come down, while the rest of them are continuing this way.
Okay. So could I have this one next?
Sure.
Okay. Defense Exhibit 111. I can do Elmo. I can. You got it. Okay, good. Okay, this should be up on the screen now. Can you, we're talking about the lower right hand, or
The left side of the body.
left side of the
The
body.
R stands for right, so the x-ray is being taken like this, right side, and this is the left side.
Okay, so could you blow up the lower or right corner, please? There you go. Now, what does this depict?
So this is showing here on the left side of the jaw, and we see all of these pellets that are here. So the jaw is right here, and you can see these pellets are in the left side of the jaw, in the neck, and they're going down into the upper left chest.
So, and you believe that the directionality on these is down?
Well, from the totality of the evidence, I believe, yes, they're downwards.
Okay. And,
But this x-ray has other findings, I think, that are important for that opinion.
okay,
And I mean, you can see the severity of the fractures of the skull. The skull should, actually, I think it was better if we were back. The severity, the skull should obviously come all the way around, right?
Mhm.
There's no skull here. That's probably the area where the shotgun was pressed against the head. And we've got all of these fractures. In medical terms, we call it multiple comminuted fractures. This is, I mean, textbook for a contact range shotgun wound to the head, to the top of the head, not down here.
and, okay, so in your opinion, if it had happened the way Dr. Reamer said, you would not have the directionality of those pellets in the shoulder down, correct? And you would not have that kind of devastation to the skull. Wouldn't be enough energy.
That's correct. You may have some what we call linear fractures, so little lines of fractures, but you wouldn't have the top of the skull completely gone.
So explain to me, not being a hunter, how does the gas, you've got gas coming first, pellets coming second, right?
Yes, sir.
So how do you get the gas going in and the pellets continuing on?
Well, the pellets are projected by the gas causing pressure to push out the shot and then the pellets within it. So, think about a rocket that's going up into space, right? So you see all of the cloud underneath the rocket, and the rocket will continue going up, but the cloud goes out because that's the area of least resistance. But the rocket will still continue. So that's pretty much the same mechanism. The shot cup is going to be pushed out. The energy from all of that gas needs to go somewhere. And when it's being pressed up against a firm surface like a skull, that pressure is going to build up. It's going to go through the hole that's caused by the entrance wound, and it's got nowhere else to go. So it is, and of course this is all happening in milliseconds, but all of that gas is expanding the inside of the skull, and the least resistance is right here at that opening now. So it's going to cause that area to basically pop out.
And some of the pellets would go through, most of the pellets would go through.
Oh, the pellets will continue through. there may be, the brain is not here, right? And so there's probably pellets within the brain, but we don't have an x-ray of the brain.
They didn't x-ray the brain.
Correct.
So, and the skull, I mean, the brain would leave the cavity, or in this case, did it leave the cavity?
Yes, it did.
And under what kind of force?
I can't give you an exact, number. The forces are usually in what are called newtons, but it's the buildup of that pressure in the skull. It's even in that textbook. Brains being eviscerated in shotgun cases are from contact wounds.
So if you're the person holding the gun to the skull, does any of that energy go up the barrel of the gun?
Well, yes, once that, like I said, it builds up in the head and then it comes back up. So that's what causes the brain to be pushed out. There's going to be pellets that will come out. There'll be other bodily fluids that will come out and will go up along. It'll basically be what we call back spatter or back motion.
But in a violent way.
Yes.
And the person holding that gun, would they be subject to being covered in that material
Yes, they would.
in a very forceful way?
Yes.
Okay, so let me show you a couple other pictures. That's this photo, right?
That's that one.
Yeah, okay. Would you put Defense Exhibit 113, please? It's just X-rays. I believe this is an evidence. Okay. Tell us what that depicts.
So now we've moved over to the side, to the left, more of the left shoulder and showing some of the left arm. And again, you see how the pellets are sort of dispersed and they're coming down. This is your shoulder blade, your scapula. And so it's even down to the level of the collarbone here and the shoulder blade.
Is that consistent with a shot coming up and across the shoulder and into the neck, or is it consistent with something coming down?
Well, again, with the totality of everything, this is absolutely going down.
Okay. Now, let me see. State's Exhibit 487. I'm sorry. Tell us what we learned from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brain or top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound? A contact entrance wound?
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
So when this goes, back up for just a second. The first shot, I believe you agree to the chest that your Dr. Reamer is correct.
I do.
This shot, which would be on the top right back, can you tell, or would you have an opinion as to his posture at the time of that shot?
Well, it's sort of similar to what we were talking about with Maggie, unless somebody is in an elevated position where they're high enough where it can come down like this. He's most likely bent over.
Further than that? about that? I mean,
That's hard for me to say. I mean, his head's over like this because we have the smaller wound, the bigger wound as it's expanding out here. And the directionality goes like that. I can't tell you how far down he was actually bent over.
and why would he be bent over?
Well, the second you get this shot, you're immediately deceased.
No, I'm talking about before the shot.
Right. And so and we know that he fell forward. He has abrasions to his face. So that indicates to me that the belly shot was first.
When you say the belly shot.
I'm
Chest.
sorry, the shot that comes across the chest, not the belly. And that would be extremely painful. So that would cause, he may be bent over from the pain and then came this shot.
Would that first shot affect his ability to breathe at all?
It would.
In what way?
Well, Dr. Reamer documented what's called pulmonary contusion, so bruising of the lung. And it's hard on a postmortem x-ray to see if you have what's called a pneumothorax, so air that's around the lung. So it'll be difficult for him to breathe.
Could you take that down, Doug, please? Okay, so you believe that he was in pain as he bent over and then somebody shot him in the top of the head.
Well, yes, this is a painful injury.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about just a couple more things.
Should I go back up?
Yes, please. Well, yeah, go back up. Can I have Defendant's Exhibit 189, please? Okay, tell us what this is, please.
So this is, I'm sorry.
Have you seen this before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And is it from the same book as the gunshot, the shotgun?
Yes, it's from the DeMayo gunshot wound book.
And what does it depict? I mean, I'm not telling you specifically what it depicts, but what does it depict?
What the appearance on the body would be at different ranges for shotgun wounds.
Okay. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state objects, this is hearsay, this is a book page from a book by somebody else, not the witness who's testifying.
Your Honor, she has not objected to two other, her witness and this witness relating to the same book, different page. It's a learned treatise, and it's the Bible of gunshot wounds for, both Dr. Reamer and this witness have testified. It's something they all rely on. I can have them sketch it out, or we can just put this in.
Says the state.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. So, Doctor, this is page 189. What is it?
So this is a photocopy from a page of the gunshot wound book that gives a pictorial diagram of what different range of fires would look like on the skin of a shotgun wound victim.
Anything else from the state or the defense?
Your Honor, under 803 hearsay, number 18, learned treatises to the extent called to the attention of an expert witness upon cross-examination or relied by and directed statements contained in published treatises, periodicals, or pamphlets on a subject of history, medicine, or other science or art, establishes a reliable authority by the testimony admission of the witness or by other expert testimony or by judicial notice, if admitted, may be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. I'm sorry. So I'll withdraw it as an exhibit, and I'll have him do a drawing.
All right. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes.
Deploys, a shot cup comes out. You see this? You keep hearing them use the term wadding. As wadding travels down range, these little leaflets on the side, they deploy, okay? And if you look at any of these, you can see it in slow motion on YouTube. These deployed, it looks like a flower petal, and it falls away. Didn't have time to fall away. That gives you a sense of how quick this happened. That means that the wadding traveled forward like this. The pellets, which are contained in here, were delivered through the wound, and they stayed intact, not completely intact, but you could still make out the fact that they were a collective. Shotguns are meant to spread. This round didn't have time to spread. That means it was in close proximity. This goes back to the idea of shaving the hair. What Eisenstadt had said, and what's a good practice, is as this weapon initiates, little flame comes out of the end. Remember, we're talking about gunpowder igniting, and it would have seared that outer skin. You'd even see it on the internal table of the skull. This was not done. Remember, Reamer said the brain had been ejected out of the body. They didn't do an x-ray on the brain, Jesse.
Right.
So that's very important as well. You have to shave this area, see the soot deposition. You also collect the hair and look for any gunpowder on the hair. I don't know that that was done as well.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what, more questions. We're going to get into it. We're going to take a break. When we come back, let's see where this goes next. Stay with us. So again, we can't jump live back into the Alex Murdaugh trial. They're currently taking a short break. Gives us an opportunity to review some of the testimony that we heard earlier on today from Dr. Eisenstadt, this expert that was called by the defense, putting into question exactly what the jury heard about the injury sustained by Maggie and Paul. I'll give you a little sample of what he said earlier today.
Tell us what we learned from this.
Well, for lack of a better term, we have no brainers, top of skull. It's completely gone with multiple fractures.
And was his hair shaved?
No, sir, it was not.
Would that have been the normal practice, the prudent practice, the required practice?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen it shaved to help determine an entrance versus an exit.
Okay. But with this autopsy photo, you can't really tell. What would you expect if it was an entrance wound, a contact entrance wound?
Right. Well, I can tell with this photograph that it is a contact entrance wound due to the severity of the injury. But what would have been nice is if the hair was shaved, I'd be looking for gunpowder residue. I'd be looking for burning on the skin itself, on the brain itself, and on the skull itself.
All right, let's break it down. Right now, we are joined by our other boots on the ground, Gigi McKelvey, who is inside that South Carolina courtroom today. Gigi, it's good to see you. Good morning. So this is interesting testimony, right? And from an outside perspective, who's somebody who's just following the trial, just picked it up today, they might not understand the significance of what forensic pathologist Dr. Jonathan Eisenstadt is testifying to. What is the significance?
The significance is he is disputing the findings of the pathologist who did the actual autopsies of the trajectory of that second fatal head wound that Paul sustained. So with the original pathologist, she believed that the bullet entered in the top of the shoulder, exited, went through the jaw, kind of through the neck area, and then out the back of the head. He thinks that this is a downward trajectory for that second headshot due to the fact that the pellets are in a downward trajectory going towards the chest. So that's very different than coming in from the side as opposed to kind of straight down is what I'm getting.
Yeah, and I think that's significant. We know that the defense is kind of go towards the end of their case already, right? They have a few more witnesses that they want to call. But we learned a little bit more details about the jury going on a field trip as well, right?
Yeah, the jury's going to go to Moselle. They're going to get to see it firsthand. I think the distance between the kennels and the house and where Maggie was found in relation to Paul, probably a really good visual for them to see it themselves, to gauge that time frame as well, which is also a big part of the state's case in kind of disputing that he didn't make the 911 call immediately. Things like that have been brought in. He moved Paul before or after. Would he have had time in 20 seconds, essentially? I think that's important.
And the distance between the kennels,
distances too.
Right? And the distance between the kennels and the house. Because that became a big point, Gigi, with him testifying. Can you walk us through why that's important, that distance?
Right, yeah, because it's a lot of steps. And right after the murders, I think around 9:05 or so, he takes over 200 steps. According to the data on his phone. So we know he went down to the kennels on the golf cart initially, but did he potentially just go down to do the shootings and then walk back to the house? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I wish they would take that walk and count it off, put that baby to bed.
Well, yeah, and we know that there was like the 300 steps or the almost 300 steps that were recorded when his phone picked back up when he was in the house. All right, walk me through what we can expect. Well, before we even do that, walk me through what the jury is doing today. So this is a jury, right, Gigi, that has seen a lot already. I know it is very tough to gauge what jurors are thinking or how they're feeling, but any indication you can tell us about what's going on with them? I mean, do they look fatigued? Do they look interested? I mean, this has been a long trial.
They look rested from the weekend. Everybody's very attentive. I haven't seen anybody disinterested, just very stoic. It's all hard to sit there and look at these graphic crime scene photos of two people. So just it's mood appropriate as far as their reactions, just very intently listening and looking at the pictures. And so, yeah, I do think everybody seems a bit more rested today, though. It seems really obvious.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, that's always a good thing. And now let's talk about what's going to be happening for the rest of the week. Walk me through a timeline because, again, do we have an understanding of how many more witnesses the defense is going to call, who they might be, who the prosecution might call on redirect, and then when we might see closings and deliberations?
Well, I think the defense definitely has 2 to 3 more, maybe 4 to call. I've heard some family is going to testify. Not sure if that will be the sister or John Marvin. They're both on the defense witness list. And then for the state, they have a couple of rebuttal witnesses. I kind of think Dr. Kinsey may come back up to give his opinion on this witness's testimony. His was very different as far as the trajectory and how the brain hit the door. And 3 times actually, and landed at the feet, which would be a little, I don't know if a downward trajectory could cause that, but his was based on the upward. So I think Dr. Kinsey for rebuttal, they said it shouldn't be lengthy. So we could be finished maybe by tomorrow afternoon, and then closings Wednesday is what they talked about on Friday. So we're getting down to it. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe this goes quicker than we think, and this is all over with on Friday.
I don't know. I think this is a really tough
I don't
case.
think so. It's wishful thinking on my part, Jesse.
Hey, listen, I mean, you could be 100% right. I just feel that given the gravity of this case and given how much details and how much conflicting evidence, I've been wrestling with it for the past several weeks. We've all been wrestling with it. You have 12 people sitting in that room trying to agree about this. I think it's going to be very tough, but we'll wait and see. Gigi McKelvey, thank you.
With no notes.
Oh, that's right.
With no notes.
By the way, before I let you go, Gigi, they're going to get a copy of that timeline, right? The one that was put over that was presented by the prosecution.
Yeah, they'll get all the exhibits that were entered in. So they do have a lot to pour through. Maybe 2 days, a little short on my part, but that's kind of what we all were debating this morning.
I'm going to say it's going to go into the following week, but hey, I've been wrong before. Gigi McKelvey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let me bring back in Joe Richardson. Let me bring back in Joseph Scott Morgan. Joseph, I'll start with you. What are your main takeaways from Dr. Eisenstadt, who, as we mentioned before, you know him, you know his work. He is an important witness for the prosecution because trying to establish holes in the, he's an important witness for the defense because he's striking holes in the prosecution's case. What are you taking away from his testimony?
First off, this guy's a great teacher. You got to keep that in mind, because
one great teacher, mentioning it about another great teacher. So there you go.
No, I'm just saying, thank you. I'm just saying, Dr. Eisenstadt, he's doing a fantastic job connecting with the jury. He's staying away from a lot of technical terms and kind of bringing it home to them, so that folks on the jury who are not scientists, at least that I know of, certainly not forensic scientists, can begin to understand some of these more complex constructs, as they're applied in real time. This is a very dynamic event, Jesse, that night out there in that shed, adjacent to the shed, and certainly out in the yard with Maggie. And it takes someone like this to kind of lead the jury through it. And defense has done a good job of, I know leading is a bad word to use in court, but you know what I'm saying, kind of directing their witness as the direction. And he understands his limitations here relative to this. And this is not a contentious kind of event. Now we'll see what happens when prosecution crosses, but he agrees with the state's forensic pathologist on most points. However, the key point is we begin to look at these injuries that Paul sustained.
Right.
And does it raise enough there for reasonable doubt?
Well, now, Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you. With the end of Alex Murdaugh's testimony last week, he faced cross-examination. He was faced admissions that he made on the stand. Do you think his testimony ended up helping him more than it hurt him?
If you could ask me as soon as the jury came back, I would be in better shape. But to be perfectly honest with you, I really expected it to be a train wreck, and I don't think that it was a train wreck. I think that if a jury is inclined, somebody on the jury is inclined to believe that he loves his family enough where he wouldn't do this to them, and that there are possibilities that other things could have happened. There's a lot going on with his family. The son had some threats, those types of things. They were in a lot of trouble in a lot of ways. I don't think that it's less likely that somebody hangs the jury because of his testimony versus how I felt before he got on. So in that case, maybe it's a roundabout way of saying that I don't think that they're worse off. I'm surprised that I'm saying that because I'm certain that they advised him not to get on the stand. I am certain.
Yeah.
But he might be still hanging in there.
Yeah, I don't think they advised him to take the stand and admit to all of his financial crimes. Or maybe that's an accurate way of saying it, but admitting to lying and stealing to his clients and the law firm. We know he faces separate charges on those misdeeds. So let's take a break. When we come back, we'll see if we can jump live. Either way, got a lot to talk about in this case.
Be seated.
May bring the jury.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you, and may proceed. The last exhibit has been withdrawn.
So let me have you do something. We attempted a moment ago to use a page out of a book, and I think we're going to have you sketch this out. So here's oh, here we go. How about step down, please, with permission of the court?
Yeah.
How about stand on that side there? And do you remember what that page looked in the book?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want you to do is, if you can't put that in, to replicate that to the jury and tell them what it means.
Sure.
Okay, do you want to take them one at a time?
Yes, I will.
Okay, great, thank you.
So talking about shotgun wounds to the body and trying to figure out what the range of fire is. A perfect circle, which I'm not a great artist, but let's just say that's a perfect circle. That means that the end of the barrel, right, nice circle, is pressed up against the skin. Now, this would be down here on the abdomen where you have leeway, it would end up being a perfect circle. If you have it up where it's going up against something firm, then you would have the circle, but you'd have the splitting from that buildup of pressure. So this is a contact range. If we have some burning around it, contact range or close range. If we have soot around it, we're close range. Now, from the first picture that we looked at, all those pellets coming, and then they start to slowly open up. So now what we've got is sort of looks like a cloud, right? We call it scalloped margins. So now we're moving out a little bit further. We are, in that area of maybe 2 to 3 feet or so. And then as we continue moving further and further, we get the scallop margins, but then we get holes, and it doesn't have to be perfectly around it, but we get holes from the individual pellets that have now moved out. And so if we start seeing individual pellets, we're saying usually the end of the weapon is 4 feet or further. And then to be more specific, is it 4 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet? Then you have to test fire.
Okay, so so as the muzzle gets closer to the wound, there either is no spreading of the pellets as in a contact wound, but the further away the pellets begin to expand, and the further away you get more of an individualized pellet pattern.
That's correct. It's like when it comes out, it comes out and it goes triangular. So it gets bigger, and as it goes triangular, it's almost like playing pool. And you take the cue ball and you hit the pool balls, the billiards, and they start to open up.
Okay, if you put up, is Defense Exhibit 162 in evidence? Okay, well, let me show it. You need to write on this. While she's doing that, let me push this out of the way. Sure, it's gonna be blocked. Is everything off over there? Please. What? Offer this into evidence, Your Honor. Without objection, and ask it be sealed.
It says state. Submit it without objection.
Put it up on the screen, please. Okay, now, here we see, and if there's measurements here, a rather large wound on his shoulder, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a smaller wound in his chin.
Yes, sir.
What does that tell you about the directionality?
Well, it's not just that. It's also that we have no surrounding individual pellet holes. To me, looking at this is not going left to right. I can understand the thought that maybe it was like a tangential graze, but then the pellets wouldn't have gone down and they would have opened up onto the left chin. So again, using the totality of the evidence, these are pellets that are coming down from the top. They're starting to open up. They go through here and they have to go through another bone. So they're going to open up further and disperse through the left shoulder.
So, and maybe this is too simplistic, do shotgun wounds, do they, and of course, if you just testified, they expand, right? The pattern.
You'll get a different pattern, and for a certain distance, the actual hole will expand, but then you lose that hole and it becomes just individual small holes.
So you've got a smaller hole in his chin and a larger hole in his shoulder. Does that indicate anything? I mean, am I being too simplistic? Smaller means it's expanding at that point?
Right. Not to be offensive, I think it is a little too simplistic because we also have to look at what's around the wound. But yes, again, the totality of everything, this is definitely coming downwards from right to left. The only way I could see larger wound on the left shoulder, smaller wound on the left chin is if you consider this a graze wound. But again, using the totality of everything, the size of this wound, the location of the pellets going down into the shoulder, this is not going left to right.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this. If the wound is in the head, and why isn't the brain macerated? Why isn't the brain shredded by those pellets? Why does the brain exit the skull, as we saw a minute ago, without being shot to pieces?
Because again, you're having the shot shell,
Take it down. I'm
you know,
sorry.
that's okay. Everything is still within that shot shell as it goes in. The pressure is just going to form around it and push it out. Sometimes you'll see, in my experience, a complete intact brain that may have some holes here and there. Sometimes you'll see a brain that is split in half, and sometimes you will see completely macerated. But from what I saw in the photograph and reading Dr. Reamer's autopsy report, she does state that the brain was received in another bag and that it was, I don't remember the exact words, but that it was severely traumatized.
But no, there's no x-rays of that brain.
There's no x-rays of the brain. I'm sure there are pellets within the brain.
And were there any shots? Do you see any actual autopsy photos of the brain? I mean, just the brain.
No, I saw scene photos, but I did not see autopsy photos of just the brain.
Okay. So you would not necessarily, well, let me back off for just a second. You have actually done autopsies on contact wounds by a shotgun to the head.
Oh, yes.
And what you're telling us is based on that experience?
Well, experience, training, the textbooks. I mean, articles aren't written about it because it's fairly common knowledge.
Okay. And let me do a little housekeeping. I got a number of photos I want to show you that may be used, or were they used by you in you reaching your opinion, okay?
Okay.
Can you come over here so I can? Your Honor, I intend on showing this Defendant's Exhibit 169, 168, 161, 160, and 159 to determine whether or not he relied on these to come to the conclusions he's come to. I don't think there's any need to publish them to the jury at this point. And I believe the state consents to their admission.
No, okay.
If I might proceed. Would you look at these photos, please?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Are those photographs, autopsy photographs or x-rays that you relied on in reaching the opinions you've expressed to this jury today?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we'd offer these into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
For the record, we're offering Defendant's Exhibit 160, 161, 168, 169, and 159 and 160. I think I already said 160. Give those to you. And again, all under seal, please. So just a couple more questions. 162 is already in evidence, right? Okay. So let me hand that back to you before I do that. So the opinions you've given here today, you've given to a degree of medical certainty more probably than not.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you're not an expert on the vectors of this shot, either one of any of these shots, except you talked about a probability on Maggie on the two shots that go down, right?
Right. I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. So I'm an expert on the directionality within the body that projectiles go, entrance, exit, the direction within the body. As far as, and I think this is what you're asking, as far as crime scene and reconstructing things of that sort, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but you have given an opinion. I want to make sure that we all understand what you've said. You've given an opinion that Dr. Reamer was wrong on the shot that blew Paul's brain out of his skull and it landed on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe it was a shot in the back right of the skull.
Yes, sir.
And you believe that it was going through his skull, out his neck, and into his arm.
Into the left side, yes, sir.
Left side. And we found a number of x-rays showing the pellets. We've seen forensic evidence that you, in the normal course of your work, rely on to draw opinions, right?
That's correct.
And you've done that thousands of times.
Yes, sir.
And let me make sure that the jury understands this. When you're submitted materials like we submitted to you in cases, you report, are you paid to give an opinion, a specific opinion?
No, I wouldn't accept a case if someone said this is what we want.
Okay. And you come to conclusions based on the materials given to you?
Absolutely.
And that's your conclusion here today?
The conclusions that I've stated, yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. So you've indicated and testified that would be blood, brains, pieces of skull, other material would blow out the direction of the hole, and the muzzle of the gun would have been pressed against the skull, correct?
The muzzle of the end of the barrel of the shotgun would be pressed against the skin firm enough that there'd be pressure onto the skull. And then you would have blowback as the skull opened up.
And that blowback would follow the barrel of the gun?
Well, it would come back up the barrel of the gun, but it would also distribute.
Right. And what about the barrel of the gun? Would there be biological material jammed into that?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there would be brains, blood, skull, whatever, jammed back up the barrel of the shotgun.
Right. What we say is biologic material.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Good has.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Dr. Eisenstadt.
Good morning.
Now, when you first started your testimony, you talked a little bit about time of death.
Yes,
Is it the pathologist's job to determine the time of death?
depends on the jurisdiction, but pathologists are trained in talking about what's consistent or what's not consistent. But I believe, like in Georgia, I believe here in South Carolina, the coroner, in the majority of counties, the coroner goes to the scene and does the investigation. So I don't know how it works here, but there's no doubt that part of a forensic pathologist's training and knowledge is determining cause of death from information given, time of death from information given to them.
And it's not customary for a pathologist to actually go out to the crime scene, is it?
Oh, I'd say more often than not, the pathologist does not go out.
All right, and now in this case, because this appeared to be homicides, the county coroner would be the one to have requested an autopsy. Is that right?
That's my understanding. I definitely in Georgia, it's my understanding here, yes.
And Dr. Reamer performed the autopsy here,
Yes, ma'am,
and she performed an independent autopsy.
she did.
Did you perform an autopsy of either of the victims in this case?
I did not.
And you relied on, I think you testified that Dr. Reamer's report, x-rays, crime scene photos, and autopsy photos in determining your opinion.
That's correct.
And you were hired, right?
Yes, I was.
And you were here on Friday, weren't you?
I was.
So that would mean you've made over $10,000 in evaluating or taking part in this case.
At the end of the day, that's correct.
Did you do a report?
I was not asked to do a report, no.
Wouldn't you agree that a report would have been helpful to explain the scientific methods or investigation that you used to come to your conclusions?
Oh, different jurisdictions do it differently. So I have no idea how it's done here, but I mean, my report would have been exactly the same as my testimony. So I guess it would be on paper instead of, verbally.
Well, you saw Dr. Reamer's report, and that was actually entered into evidence, right?
Yes, I did.
All right, you spoke a little bit about Maggie and
Yes, that's
her
correct.
autopsy. And I believe you said in your testimony that Maggie's shooter could be taller than Maggie. Is that right?
Oh, no, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
No, what we were talking about was if Maggie's gunshot or rifle wounds to the top of her head and to the side of her head were with her standing up, that would have to be somebody at an elevated position. So I didn't give an opinion that the shooter had to be taller because we talked about how she could be bent over.
But an elevated position could mean the shooter was taller, right?
Oh, but it could be that the shooter was taller, but that would still have to be somebody at an extremely elevated position shooting down. I'll leave it at that.
And you said that determining trajectory is not something that you do.
At the scene, that's correct. On the body, that's what I do all the time.
All right, let's move on to Paul. Would you agree that when a gun is shot, a lot of energy and momentum is generated, and that momentum and energy tears through a person's body?
Depending on the range of fire, the type of ammunition, yes, I agree with that.
And when pellets are shot, they spread out.
Eventually, yes.
So if Paul was shot in the back of the head and those pellets start spreading out, did they come back together when they exited this way?
No, but that's where we're talking about the same thing as range of fire. So those pellets, if you go from the top of the head down to here, this is about 6 inches. So we have about 6 inches. We have maybe a foot, right? From here to here. Those pellets can still be together and starting to spread out. So no, they're not going to go out and come back together. Some, that's why I was talking about that billiard ball effect. Some, if you hit that cue ball, the side ones are going to pop out and the middle ones will still be together. So no, they won't go out and come back, but I have no issue with 1 foot from here to here and having still a whole cluster of pellets going through.
But the pellets would be closer together when they first enter the body.
For a certain distance, yes.
And we also talked about soot or stippling. Now, in Dr. Reamer's report, she does note that there was soot and stippling for certain injuries, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not note that for the injury to the shoulder and head.
Agreed.
Okay. And wasn't the top of Paul's skull missing?
Yes, it was.
And Paul's face, it wasn't blown off, was it?
It was not.
His brains weren't splattered all over the floor?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by that, but his brain left his head and ended up being on the floor. There were some smaller pieces in other areas and then a large piece in one area.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as tapes 24 under seal. Okay, I don't know if you can tell from this picture.
I can.
Can you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that brain look macerated or splattered everywhere?
No, but that brain has been extruded from the head. And there are, when you do a zoom in on it, unfortunately no x-ray, but when you zoom in on it, you can tell that there's injury to the brain. But the brain, yes, I agree, it's not macerated.
And there were pellets on the floor of that feed room.
That's my understanding.
I'm going to show you tapes 26 and 43. You see that as the door to the feed room?
I do.
And tapes 43. Is that blood spatter on top of the door?
That looks like blood spatter at the top of the door, yes.
And no blood spatter out there on the sidewalk from his brain being blown out from his head and his face being left intact, right?
Right, the brain would come out the top of the head.
And it's on the top of that door.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
And the blood spatter is on the top of the door.
Right, that's blowback. That's from here, the pressure pushing it backwards.
And did you see any crime scene photos of the feed room where there were some containers on a shelf?
I did.
So the containers on the shelf, I believe, would be to the right side on this picture.
Looking at the picture, I believe, yes, inside on the right, there's some shelves with a number of items on it.
And was there kind of a demarcation line showing blood going to the top of the feed room?
Oh, I don't recall. In all honesty, you're starting to get into an area that's not my area of expertise.
Into trajectory, is that right?
Outside of the body, yes.
And did you determine the manner of death for these victims?
I did.
What was that?
For both of them, it was homicide.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Excused, thank you.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense calls Tim Palmbach to the stand, please.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the mic if you have to. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Timothy Palmbach, Palmbach.
Mr. Palmbach, will you tell the jury where you're from and what do you do?
I'm from Connecticut. I've been up in that state for the majority of my life. Most of my career has been in the Connecticut State Police, and I actually started out in a row position. Then I was transferred into a major crime unit, and from there, I spent a good deal of my time in the lab. I retired as a major from the lab in 2004, and at that time, I was head of the whole division of scientific services for the state of Connecticut. I then went back to the school, which was my alma mater, which was University of New Haven, to teach. I took the chair of forensic science position, which is a large forensic science program with both graduate and undergraduate students. And I managed that program as well as teaching. In addition to that, I was doing some degree of consultation, expert consultation, but not much just because of the volume of work that I had. In August of last year, the university offered me an early retirement incentive package, which I gladly accepted. And so now I just teach part-time, assist with a couple of grants that I had, and have a little bit more time to do consulting.
When you were with the Connecticut Forensic Science Division, who did you work under? Who did you train under?
Dr. Henry Seeley.
And who is Dr. Lee?
Within the field, he is one of the original founding fathers and very, very well regarded as holistically as a forensic scientist, but very much so as a crime scene reconstruction expert.
And you mentioned, in addition to teaching and your prior work in the field, you currently do consulting as well?
Yes, I do.
Before we get to that, do you hold any certifications in your field of specialty?
So certifications, I have memberships. It's more of a membership organization than a certification.
Sure. So what's the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Sure. American Academy of Forensic Science is like the American Medical Academy or American Bar Association. It's kind of the large entity that all the professionals belong to. You have to be a practicing practitioner in good faith in order to do that. And then you go, it ranks from an associate member to a member, and eventually, if you meet the criteria, you can be a fellow. So I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And what is the International Association for Identification?
So the IAI, or International Association of Identification, they tend to have membership and certification in areas like fingerprint examination, as well as crime scene analysis.
And you're a member of that?
I am.
Association? And are you a member of the International Association of Blood Spatter Analysis?
I am, and the name is exactly that. So the membership there are individuals who've had the requisite level of training, experience. I believe they even make you or demonstrate you qualified in court before, and then they'll grant you membership in that organization.
What seems self-explanatory to you, but maybe not everyone in the courtroom. What is blood spatter analysis? And it's spatter, not splatter, correct?
It is spatter, correct.
All right.
Well, the basic course would be 40 hours, and I don't think they want to hear the basic course. And I don't mean that flippantly. There's a fair amount to it. The simple way to explain it is we're looking at energy and force applied to sources of blood or other mechanisms and activities applied to blood, and then determining the patterns that result from that. And once we understand that, that's much what the training is in a lab, an environment. You create these patterns, you study the patterns so you understand them. Then it's going to a scene, seeing these patterns, properly interpreting them, and drawing conclusions from them. So that's the short version of what it is.
And I believe you're also a member of the Massachusetts Forensic Science Oversight Board. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
That's a governor's board that they bring in experts from around the country of different specialties. And we look at practices and protocols within the forensic science community within the state of forensic science. So it's essentially an advisory board.
I believe you also have a law degree.
I do, sir.
Why would you do that?
That's a good question. I haven't practiced law. It was back in at the time, right, early 90s. There was a lot of stuff going on related to new technologies, DNA being the biggest of all of them. And what was happening for lab directors, and I was an assistant lab director at that time, is we spent more time in the court or writing papers in support of new testing and not knowing anything about it. So many of us, myself included, said, if this is going to be a big part of our job, we have to go back and learn it. So that's what motivated me to go back and do it.
And then currently, professionally, are you the executive director of the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science at UNH?
I was, but I gladly, when I went to emeritus status, gave that position up and got a little bit of time back. But I had been for 19 years prior to that.
And have you, as part of your consulting work, have you been qualified as an expert in state and federal courts in various states?
I have.
Do you know what states?
All right. Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Alabama. Yeah, I think so. North Carolina for sure. I think I got it.
And what are your areas of expertise that for which you've been qualified and that you wish to be qualified in this court?
In the big genre, it's crime scene reconstruction and analysis, and sub-disciplines underneath that independently are blood stain pattern interpretation and shooting incident reconstruction.
One of the cases, I believe, with State v. Michael Peterson. Were you an expert in that case?
I was, sir.
And was that the stair step case?
I think it's known as the staircase case. Yeah.
All right. Have you ever not been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction in any court, state or federal?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Mr. Pombach as an expert witness in the area of crime scene reconstruction, blood stain analysis, and shooting incident reconstruction.
Says the state.
Is it blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis or splatter analysis?
The field is referred to as blood stain analysis. Blood spatter would be a subcomponent of the greater field. Yeah.
No objection.
He's admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pombach, were you hired by Mr. Harpootlian and I on behalf of the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, in this case?
I was.
And what were you hired to do?
To review the case, look at the forensics evidence, the pattern evidence, crime scene documentation, lab analysis, autopsies, and related investigative reports that dealt with the scene activity and the physical evidence.
And what are you charging for your time?
I am.
How much do you charge?
I do it as a block rating just simply because I don't want to keep track of hours. So my initial retainer fee was $5,000. I will have another finalizing fee as I complete here. Last night I scratched it out. I believe it's going to be $8,000 more plus travel expenses.
And did you come down here Friday and did not get to testify and spent the weekend in the Low Country?
Yeah, I showed up Thursday actually, but yeah, I've been here for a bit.
All right. What have you reviewed in this case? What materials have you been provided?
Again, lots of photographs, crime scene photographs, evidence photographs, autopsy photographs, autopsy records, data, x-rays, various lab reports, investigative reports, diagrams created by investigating personnel, and reports that were related to those diagrams.
Now, when you, upon your initial review of the autopsy reports, did you make any suggestions to us?
Oh, yeah, once I agreed to take the case, that material was submitted and I began to just review it. And that's what I usually do, is read through it and see, get a sense of what makes sense. One of the areas I was very concerned with right away was looking at the shotgun wound to Paul. And based on all my training and experience, what we visualize in the head is absolutely consistent with a contact wound. Reading through the report, it didn't say that. It was written obviously as an exit wound with the contact being down in the left shoulder and the left face. I think within a day, I called back to Attorney Harpool and yourself and said, this doesn't look right to me. It's inconsistent with my interpretation of the results. And my best advice for you would hire a forensic pathologist to review the case.
And were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt testified?
I was.
And before coming to town to Walterboro Thursday, Friday, had you ever met Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Had you ever worked with Dr. Eisenstadt before?
No.
Did you talk to Dr. Eisenstadt at any point in time before you arrived here in South Carolina for this case?
No.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to go to Moselle?
I did.
And when was that?
Friday morning.
Okay. Was that your first physical trip to Moselle?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll get to some of the things that you located. Generally, overall, I want to first address the shooting of Paul. As you reviewed everything and tried to reconstruct the crime scene, can you give the jury an overall picture of Paul's murder? How did it occur? Sure.
I believe it began with Paul, his right shoulder to the open feed door. This is inside the feed room, and he's facing straight ahead, and he's upright, and his arms are more or less at his side. And the first shot comes in a very oblique angled shot into his chest, travels through his chest, exits the side of his chest into his left arm, exits his left arm, and then continues on and exits through a window pane in the feed shed, which is the opposite side from the doorway.
Roughly, where would the shooter have been on the first shot into Paul?
Where would the shooter have been?
Yes, sir.
Okay, they're definitely going to be outside the door, and how close they are to the door is subject to a lot of different factors. So first of all, what's reported is a small amount of gunshot residue in that area, not a lot of it. And in fact, as I looked at it, yeah, I could see some of the particulate matter adjacent to the medial side of the injury, but I couldn't see much more gunshot residue beyond that. Now, in fairness, when you have an article of clothing and you're shooting through the article of clothing, the majority of the gunshot, if not all of it, depending upon the distance, will stay on the outside of the clothing. In this case, it was black clothing, blood-filled clothing, and you wouldn't be able to see that unless you did some enhancements or use something we call like a modified Grace reagent test.
Well, let me stop you there. Did you see any indication that SLED did any GSR testing of the clothing?
I did not.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
A GSR pattern testing of the clothing.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. However, I'm not going to dispute what I read, that there was a minor bit of stippling there. But a minor bit of stippling there with a shotgun is going to give you a necessary minimum distance of 2 to 3 feet from the wound to the end of the barrel. The other factor you have to take into consideration is both of the shot shells that have been associated with the shooting of Paul were found within the feed room. Now, while the shotgun's never been recovered and we really don't know the action and how it worked, it is a reasonable assumption that it's a semi-automatic variety, and that therefore, as an individual pulls a trigger, it'll eject to the right out of the port. So in order for the two casings to be within the feed room, the probability is that at least the receiver part, the ejection area, has got to just be inside the doorway minimally in order for the casings to stay inside of there.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there. You said it was a semi-automatic firearm. Why do you say that?
Well, we don't know. I mean, we clearly don't know because we don't have the weapon. Options could be a single shot. That doesn't make much sense. You'd have to shoot and stop and reload and shoot again. It could alternatively be a double barrel. But in my review of the firearms report from the state lab, they indicated that their examination of those two shot cartridge cases were that they came from the same weapon, that they were co-aligning them to one weapon. In the case of a double barrel, you have separate breech face areas, you have separate firing pins, and you're not going to get the two casings to look exactly alike. So that more or less took the probability of a double barrel shotgun away. And I think the logical inference is it's a semi-automatic. It could also be a pump-based action, but again, that's an additional stipulation.
Sure. Is there any indication that Paul had an opportunity to defend himself? Were there any defensive indications?
So I frankly think he was startled by that shot. His right shoulder was at the door. I mean, if he knew somebody was coming and or saw somebody coming, he would be facing the door or trying to run, which he wouldn't have anywhere to go. But he was essentially facing this way, and the door is this way. I don't think he even perceived it until he was shot the first time. And you asked the question, did I see any defensive injuries or any indication of defensive actions on him or in the feed room? The answer is no.
What type of defensive indications have you seen in the past that would indicate that there was a struggle of some sort?
Well, I think obviously your hands always kind of come up, and his hands would be going up in the direction of the shooter and the weapon. So the orientation of his body would have changed. His hands coming up means that he likely, they could have been injured. Certainly there could be gunshot residue distribution on them. There could be,
Sure.
That'd be the main difference.
Okay. And and what was the ammunition in the first shot into Paul?
That was buckshot. So it's 9 about 38 caliber pellets.
And I think you mentioned that the spent shell was found inside the feed room. Is that right?
Right.
All right. Let's move on to the second shot of Paul. Can you reconstruct that generally, and then we'll get to some photographs?
Sure. Based on the general morphology of what happened to the head, this explosive nature, it's taught that way. We've learned it that way, and through personal experience, you never see that except when you have a high energy source contact wound. The reason I say a high energy source contact wound, if you took a little 22 caliber revolver and held it to the head, you will not see what we saw here. Simple reason being is it's not creating anywhere near the volume of what we're talking about, these gases, this high voluminous gases that you get with a shotgun or a rifle. Effectively, why? Well, the barrel of the shotgun is going to be longer, it's wider, and so that you have this whole big area within the barrel that's being pressurized. And that just creates an exponentially a whole lot more gaseous material than you would have seen in a handgun. So seeing that head in the condition it was, that is a contact wound from a high energy source weapon, which would understandably be a shotgun or a high powered rifle.
Now, I don't want to repeat what the jury just heard, but were you sitting here in the courtroom when Dr. Eisenstadt, explained the
Sure.
mechanism of the head to the shot?
I heard that, yep.
Shot to the head, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And is that, do you agree or disagree?
Yeah,
with
no,
his
fully
assessment?
agree, completely agree.
We'll get to this shortly, but there's on the door, as it swung open, at the top, there's hair, it looks like Paul's, and there's blood at the top. Is that inconsistent with your assessment of how the shot happened?
No, actually, it's completely consistent with that.
Well, explain that, please.
So what happens is the barrel is in alignment and tightly against the head. And again, the shot goes into the head. The gaseous material begins to build. And again, milliseconds is right, very, very quickly. It's beginning to swell and build. At the same time, the wadding is starting to move down toward the exit area and come out. And then the head finally goes from the pressure. It can't go. And as it goes, the pressurized gases are going to find the quickest area to escape, and then they're going to redirect in that format. That ends up being the entrance hole. So you kind of get like a shift in action here, and all of the energy now is kind of recategorized, and it's now pushing up toward the corner of the ceiling and the door.
Now, have you seen Dr. Kinsey's photograph of the door? And it's a crime scene photo, and there's a little ding in the door.
I have seen that.
Did you go out and inspect that on Friday?
I did, because you could clearly see a little ding, and I totally agree that could have been a pellet impact, but it was taken at that time. It was taken at a little bit of an angle, and I felt it would be better if I get up and get 90-degree and closer view and examine it myself, and I did.
And while you were there, did you also see any other pellets in the feed room that you attribute to the shooting of Paul in the head?
So first of all, in close examination of the impact on the door, I do believe that's from a pellet, and actually the dimensional size of it is consistent with the diameter of a number 2 steel shot pellet. And it is also, it was elongated, so you could see that it was coming from the bottom up. Quite near there, probably only a foot away, on the header, the trim header of the door, there was another one of these steel pellets. Again, the right diameter actually embedded in the wood. It's still there today. Going back, and I'll be honest, I did not see that in the photograph. I'm going back and looking at the photographs. I confirmed, yeah, it actually was present the day of the shooting.
So, Mr. Palmbach, how is it that a shot going down into the head could lead to pellets causing indentations in the door and getting stuck in the header of the door?
An explosion really is the best way to do it, but it's not just this kind of an explosion. It is like the military would call it, a chafe charge, where you focus the explosion in a narrow pathway, and that creates a much larger damage area. And that's what happened here. You expanded the skull plate, and it pushed back through, first of all, pushed back through the actual entrance hole in the skull. And as that happened, then the skull breaks and pulls out, but there's now a very large energy moving this way, and it's drawing with it things as heavy and large as the entire brain, but it's also grabbing blood, it's grabbing tissue, it's grabbing skin, it's grabbing hair, it's grabbing the bone fragments, and it's grabbing part of the steel shot that's still in the skull cavity, and it's pushing it at a pretty reasonable velocity up and toward that corner of the door and the ceiling.
And we'll get to photos, but there appears to be the wadding that in the middle of the feed room on the floor. In your opinion, where did that come from?
It came out from inside the brain. That obviously made it through the brain. It was in the brain. And again, remember, the wad, it has these little fingers that tend to open and flare out like that. As a matter of fact, you look at it in the photograph, you can see that it was flanged. The fingers were folded back. So it kind of breaking power, right? It's not going to go through the rest of the brain and out the side of the face and into the shoulder as easily as a pellets will. So it stopped more or less in the brain, and then it got caught up in this explosive force. I'm assuming it just went up it could have gone up into the shooter. It could have gone up into the door. Could have gone up the ceiling, and wherever any one of those areas could have happened and fallen down on the floor where we find it.
And I want to talk about the shooter. How close would the shooter have been in relation to the shot into Paul's head?
Well, so this is contact. So he's got to be close enough to get the barrel in contact, firm contact with his head. We don't know what that gun is. I don't know is it an 18-inch barrel length, a 26-inch barrel length? We don't know that. Obviously, that's going to change the difference. But and the shot is somewhat overhead downward. So all of that is bringing this shooter much closer to Paul than when he took the first shot with Paul standing upright.
So we see indentations from a pellet in the door. We see a pellet stuck in the threshold of the door. What's happening to the shooter in this, in your reconstruction of a contact shot to the back of the head? What's happening to the shooter at that point?
He's getting hit with large amounts of brain material, blood, skin, hair, bone fragments, and I believe very likely some of the pellets.
And what would be the force of that hitting the shooter?
Substantial. And the reason we know that is one, we've seen what's happened to the skull, how badly damaged it was. And secondarily, we have two of the pellets. One is actually denting this metal door and another one is embedding in the wood above it. That, I can't quantify that force, but that's substantial force. And that's the kind of energy that's taking all of the brain, all the fluid, all the tissue and all the hair and all the broken skull places and sending it. Principally, it's going to follow right along the barrel pathway, around it for sure, but that it's going to go in the same direction, essentially, that the barrel had been placed.
Would you expect to see any type injuries to the shooter?
That's quite possible. I mean, for sure, they're literally covered in all of that material, for sure. But given the size of the bones, the amount of the bone, and now pellets coming back at them, if any of them hit him, it's going to be an injury, of whether it's substantial or just a stinging injury. Yeah, I think that's possible, actually probable.
And how much biological material and blood is going to be on the shooter's clothing and on the shooter's person?
A lot on the upper body and head.
I mean, if the shooter has thick hair, something a lot different than what I have, would you expect it to be matted in the shooter's hair?
Certainly. I mean, you're going to be covered on any surface, but yeah, I guess the thicker the hair is, the probably more will retain in there.
And we have pictures of the room showing blood in various places throughout the room, right? And is that consistent with?
Exactly. So you have this core high velocity, kind of high volume pattern going up to the corner. But you also, this hole in the side of the head it's like this, it's very large. And so once that's open, there's still a lot of energy right there. And there's blood and tissue right there. You're also then going to just literally blow volumes of that. And that's what we're seeing throughout the room. That's why you're seeing it, on shelves and on the door trims and on this wall and on this wall over here. With the exception, if you really look at it, there are some areas that they have a void appearance, which to us would indicate there was something there that absorbed the blood that should have been there. And in this case, it would be the shooter's position.
And again, we're going to get to some photos and walk through that a little bit more. But I want you to now address just sort of an overview. Dr. Kinsey's, I guess, reconstruction based on Dr. Reamer's autopsy, where the shot is being made from a different angle. Do you think that's possible in this case?
Oh, I don't think at all it's possible that was the shot came the way that Dr. Reamer articulated. I think probably Dr. Kinsey, and I don't blame him, relied on that information that was provided to him by Dr. Reamer. And he began to conduct his analysis based on that information, which was wrong.
But as to the angle of the gun, do the angles work out where you could take this shot from the outside?
So you have to look at the shot distribution evidence. We'll talk about gunpowder residence. We'll look at where blood spatter is located, and then we'll look at where we see, this pellet and other projected spatter coming back. None of that is consistent with the lower trajectory upward shot that Dr. Kinsey articulated, and all of it is consistent with an overhand contact shot to the back of Paul's head.
Okay, well, let's start walking through these photos. And we'll start with Defendant's Exhibit 162, which is an evidence. And please cover your screens. This is under seal, and it's, can you pull it up, Doug? Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And what is it?
This is showing the left side of Paul's face and the left shoulder and the injury in that area.
Now, Can you explain the significance of the size of the two different wounds, one in the side of the jaw and one in the shoulder?
Yes, the shoulder is much larger and much more diffuse and spread out. The side of the neck is a bit more circular and certainly smaller. And then if you look at the shoulder injury, again, it's substantively larger, and you can see, damage, a lot of tissue damage in that area. And you can even, from this photograph, visualize easily one of the pellets that's still present, more or less up on top of that area.
Sure. Now, as a shotgun, pellets even enter the body, do they continue to spread out or exit the body and spread out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Again, it's all about distance. In order, your spread, the distribution of spread is a factor of distance travel.
And we're not going to pull up the other autopsy photo, but do we in fact see that under Paul's arm? This individual pellets as it exits under his armpit.
Sure. And then you actually can see the effect of spread over distance, because by the time those pellets hit the window behind there, which is 5, 6, 7 feet, now you start to see the spread of the shot.
Okay. Show you 191. Excuse me. Go ahead and get these in. What's that? I think they're in, but we just want. Okay. I'm going to show you, Mr. Palmbach finished exhibit 190, 191, and ask if you relied upon these in your analysis.
I did.
Your Honor, we move exhibits 190, 191 in evidence under seal at this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Fair admitted.
Doug, if you could pull up 190, please. Now, will you tell us, Mr. Palmbach, what this photo depicts and how it relates to your analysis?
Well, this is showing the final resting position of Paul, and this is obviously after both of the shots and where he's located. Obviously you can see the brain is located on to the left of him against his left leg, and there's a substantial amount of a spatter in this area. Around and transfer and pooling by his feet in the doorway. And you see that his feet are more or less if you were standing on the outside, it would be more or less on the right side of the doorway. And then the rest of his body angles a little bit more toward the left from that once he's outside.
Does this photo inform your opinion as to where Paul was probably standing or kneeling at the time he received the fatal blow to his head?
Well, this photo in conjunction with several other photos in that area, but yes, it does inform me his motion between the two shots.
And let's go to 190. Excuse me, 191, also under seal. And again, is this same, just from a different angle?
It's from the other side, yeah. And so you're now looking more at the left side. And again, you can see the large brain mass, somewhat near his left knee area. But you can also see a fairly large piece by his of brain material by his left ankle. And then there's more, maybe 18 inches away from his body, kind of adjacent with his belt or hip area. There's also what appears to be a large fragment of skull on the ground, maybe a foot off the cement pad.
All right. I'm going to show you three more photos. Yeah. I'm going to show you one thing Then it's exhibit 192, 192 and 165. I'd ask if you relied upon those. Reaching your conclusions.
I did.
And what are they?
They're views principally of the floor area within the feed room.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, we move defendants 165 and 192 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Doug, if you'll pull up 165, please. And what do we see here, Mr. Palmbach?
Again, it's looking downward at the feed room, so you can see this from the area of the stoop, and then heading back into the kind of the feed bag, and you'll see that yellow placard number 1. And what I can deduce from that, let's focus with the placard area number 1 and the blood stain that's on the floor in that area. That is classified as we call a vertical drip pattern. And that occurs when blood from above comes down. I believe that what that blood is attributed to is the chest wound. And so, the shot came into the chest. Of course, the chest entrance is going to start bleeding, but as long as Paul is upright, you really just gravity's going to kind of just flow that down, his shirt, and that'll kind of catch it. It's not, we won't see that on the floor for a period. But the shot then came out of his chest into his arm and out of his arm. So you've got, 17 or 18 different holes here. There's lots of opportunity for this to bleed. And in fact, it did. And you can see the blood running down his arm. And so I think what you're seeing in those accumulations of droplets on the ground is the positioning now post that first shot of his left arm bleeding. And then you can begin to see some movement away from that toward the door.
All right, Doug, go back to, thank you. So did we see the wadding there by the number 1?
Correct.
And is that the wadding from the headshot?
Yes, it is.
And, all right, back up, Doug, and go to the threshold, the entry of can you enlarge that? Yes, thank you. Can you tell us what this is?
So there's a couple things going here. One, it might be. Can I come down a point?
Yes, please.
It might just be easier. Your Honor, is that okay?
Go regular size, and then don't make that so tight. But cut it in half. There you go. Thank you. You probably want to stand over here,
This side,
Tim, so you don't block these rooms.
Yep. Okay. First of all, again, these areas here are the vertical drip patterns that I was alluding to. And again, you can see them beginning to move in this direction. And you'll even see a couple of the larger droplets here, again, moving toward the door. Again, these are coming from Paul as he's moving away more or less kind of from the center part of the room toward the doorway. But an area I think that's really worth paying attention is this area of the floor here, and then this little bit of trim here. And this is a second impact area. This is not directly related to what we're seeing up on the ceiling, although it is related to the overall event of him receiving that headshot. And I believe what we're seeing here is after I think he's moved sufficiently that he's now moving toward that doorway, and the door jamb right here. And in this area here is where he's going to receive this shot. And as he receives this shot here, it's going to exit from his lower face and it's going to hit the shoulder. As it's coming out of the lower face, it's coming with a volume of blood and tissue. And then that's going to get slammed basically right into the shoulder where the shots are. And that's going to create another projection, independent. And that's going to line up for us that his head is located right in, about a foot or so off the ground and pretty close proximity to the edge of this trim board. And you can see the resulting spatter in this area, which all supports that impact site and is consistent with that being the projection of the shot out of his head through his lower side of his face and into his shoulder.
So are you saying that the blood spatter on the floor there that you just pointed out is from the exit wound from the chin and back into the shoulder?
Right.
Now, let's see. Doug, if you don't mind pulling up Defense 192, please. Just another similar photo. Are you sure that's 192? Yeah, there we go. Does that depict the same?
It's the same basic area. I mean, we can highlight here, again, there are larger pieces of brain-like matter or tissue, bone fragments here, and here, and there's even more that are beyond placard number 1.
Now, Dr. Kinsey, and relying upon Dr. Reamer, where does he have Paul being shot? On this side or on the other side, or do you know?
Well, with his claim of it coming from the left shoulder and the left side of the face, he'll always have to be, the weapon will always have to be lower than that area and to the left side of the victim, of Paul.
Well, from the spatter on the floor here, in your opinion, where's Paul physically located at the time of the shot?
He's right here. He is right up against that doorway.
And where's the shooter?
Shooter cannot be there because Paul is there. The shooter's going to be in the same doorway area, probably even, maybe 1 foot there and 1 foot in, but adjacent to the open door, the opposite side of the door.
Do you see what's referred to as a voiding area on that door?
Yes.
All right, let's look at State's Exhibit 26, which is already in evidence.
Well, and
Please pull it. Okay.
and if
Hold up. Don't move on yet, though. Well,
I say we could actually see on the floor there.
okay, Doug, go back to 192, I believe is what we were looking at.
So if you look at the area immediately.
Let's stop right there. What's a voiding area?
So a voiding area is an area where we would expect, looking at all the other areas around it, to see blood stain. So in other words, in this case, you really have blood projecting everywhere, just because of the voluminous explosion of the head. And so if we look at an area that seems like it has less blood than the immediate adjacent areas, then the best explanation for that is something was there to block it and capture. That is to say that blood didn't make it to the floor and didn't make it to the door because it's physically on the body of the shooter, and that's now gone. It's left the seat.
So point out the voiding area that you see.
Again, with the shooter standing in this area here, which is the door side of the door jamb, right? There is much less blood. Now, again, there is some here, but if I'm standing here and blood is being projected all the way up and showering all the way down, in addition to this big stream of it's coming this way, then of course droplets can still kind of make their way up and come down and come here and around, just not as many. My presence here is going to absorb a lot of those droplets, but not all of those droplets. And so we see much less of that blood here. And if you look at the face of the door, the lower half of the door, there's much less than there is above it. Again, will you see some droplets on it? Yes, but actually most of those droplets, when you really look at them, have a downward trajectory, which is, again, very consistent with them coming up and over and downward. So it's by volume, there's less blood there than we're seeing in the immediate adjacent areas. And the scientifically defensible explanation for that, the reasonable explanation for that, is that we have a voiding effect taking place.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 26, Doug. If you could sort of blow up the door, please.
Yeah, you almost don't have to. You can.
Okay. Well, it doesn't really help when you do that.
Yeah, if you go back to the original, I think it helps. So literally across the whole top of the door, but most particularly in the upper left corner, right by the hinge side, the upper top, you see large amounts of blood transfer. You see what looks like a contact transfer of material. And as we blow up on that area, we'll see bits of what looked like brain debris. We'll see lots and lots of hair in that area. This is also the area where we saw that pellet impact. So this is following the barrel back up for the shooter. This is the area right in alignment with this that you're seeing up here on the upper part of the door. And that's where there is a very substantial amount.
Does that indicate it went above the shooter?
Well, as I was saying, if that volume is there and that much is coming back, then logically, why are we seeing such diminished below that? Why is that? Yes, there's blood there, but the volume difference between that is substantial. And that can be explained by, again, the fact that is a shooter location and much of the blood, not all of it, but much of it is being transferred onto their clothing.
And
or face or hands or them or the gun.
How off the ground does Paul have to be for that much blood to go up that high?
Well, I think that the best, we have some pretty good data as to where Paul's head was because of that secondary impact location that I showed you. The exit portion of his head has got to be in that general vicinity. Obviously, the 8 or 10 inches up is where the entrance part of it is. But that does give us a pretty good approximation of where Paul's head was when that shot occurred.
So 2 feet off the ground? 3 feet?
Not even.
Not even. Okay. Is there enough force to send his hair to the top of the door?
Well, clearly there was, because we see it. I mean, yes.
Okay. All right. I have a few more door photos. Finish 193 and do you have any objections? I'm going to show you while you're down here to finish 193. And is that a photo that you rely upon?
It is,
in your
yes.
analysis?
It is.
And Your Honor, we moved finish 193 in evidence without objection and under seal at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
Thank you. Doug, can you pull up 193? And you just hold it right there. Can you tell us what that is?
So now that we're looking at a little closer view of just the top of the door, again, you can see the extent of the blood spatter in this area of the door, and then also the adjacent area of the door trim. Of note isn't also that it's there and there's lots of it, but lots of it is quite small. And in the blood stain analysis field, what makes blood droplets smaller is by increased energy. So as we start seeing an accumulation of droplets, which we do on the trim up here and also on this door here, that means that they are subjected to much more energy and then virtually the other droplets we're seeing around the room. And that's because these are the ones that are coming directly back under the explosive power coming out of the entrance hole and moving up, much of it into the shooter, some of it up and over and into the ceiling and the top of the door.
Doug, can you blow up the well, hang on. Do you see the pellet in the threshold of the door on this?
Yes, it's going to be in this area right here.
Can you find it and blow it up, Doug? I think you missed another.
Well, yeah, he got the other pellet. Yeah, he got the actual pellet, and that is the actual pellet. And then I was pointing, which is here, I believe, is right here. Yep. And that's the actual physical pellet that was observed in the door.
So this photo is from the crime scene.
Correct.
Right. And when you went out Friday, did you see that exact pellet?
I did.
And tell the jury again, in your opinion, how that pellet got there?
It has been projected back along the axis again of the barrel of the gun because of this high voluminous material that's now escaped and is pushing back out the entrance hole and it's moving all this material with a lot of energy, a lot of velocity back up in this corner.
Now, Mr. Palmbach, if the shooter was on the outside and angling toward Paul's shoulder and up through his head and out the top of his ceiling, would you expect pellet and the markings on the door to be in that area?
Well, for starters, I wouldn't expect the patterns. In the scenario where the top of the head is going to be the terminal point of the gunshot, in other words, of the theory that it started in the left shoulder, went to the left cheek, went into the head, I do not believe that you'd even have a fracture of the skull. You wouldn't even have an exit wound. That those pellets, because of two reasons, mostly, it's not contact. All that gaseous material is not going up into the cranial ball. It's just going freeform. So you don't get any of the explosive value. And secondarily, the number 2 pellets are much lighter. Their mass is less. And so they're not going to have the energy that's necessary, particularly after moving through the shoulder, through the face, and up through the brain to penetrate and break out of the skull. I think you wouldn't even see any of them outside of the skull. You certainly would not see that rearward projection or blast of blood and hair and bone and pellets that we did see.
I'm going to show you exhibit 181, 183, 188, and 186. And can you identify these are those photos you took on Friday?
They are.
Yeah. We would move 181, 183, 186, and 188 into evidence at this time without objection.
No objection.
Just work quickly through these. Exhibit 181. Well, let's don't do this. Let's go to 188, Doug, and tell me what 188 is.
So this is an overall photo of that same area of the door that I took on Friday, and you can see the impact dent right here in that upper corner. Same relative position as you saw it in the crime scene photos.
Can you also see the pellet lodged in the?
Yes. Yep. And the actual pellet is up here on the door trim, and again, it's in the same relative position as observed in the crime scene photos.
Okay. And then guess let's look at 181 and just briefly point out 181, Doug. Thank you.
So this is a close-up view, 90-degree on, of that pellet up in the into the door trim, and what it's demonstrating is a couple things. One, that it is a steel pellet. You can see the coloration. You can also see that the diameter fits the general profile diameter of a number 2 pellet. A number 2 pellet is 0.15 inches or 3.8 millimeters. And so if you, unfortunately, this particular protractor and ruler had it backwards, so you have to kind of protract down, but that is very consistent with that 3.8 millimeter. Okay. So this is just to demonstrate that it's actually embedded into the wood, and it's the right kind of structure and size of what the number 2 pellet would be.
And 186, please, Doug. 186.
Yep.
Just tell us what that is, Mr. Palmbach.
So that's a close-up. That's actually a close-up of that impression on the metal door that we saw, and you can see that it's kind of oblong in shape, and it's more round and fatter here toward the bottom. And again, and the resist ruler, by the way, is running parallel to the floor, and the floor is below it, and then it tapers off angularly this way, which shows the direction of that pallet is actually coming in an upward direction. It's not coming straight on.
Lastly, I'm going to show you on this set 180, defendant's 182. Can you identify that?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It's a picture of me on the external part of the doorway, just showing what the relative positioning would have to be to hold the shotgun in roughly the positioning that Dr. Kinsey was alluding to.
All right, and Your Honor, we would move to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 182 into evidence, plea without objection.
No objection.
Can you pull up 182, please?
So as you can see, I'm crouched very tightly against the right doorway. It's about as far over as I could go, and still, I was trying to, how far can I go over and still manage, a firearm in this kind of relative position here. Right out of the gate, what you realize is my body is physically in the position where Paul is passing through. And we previously identified this area right here, like right in my right shin area, about a foot off the floor, and here where I'm seeing the impact spatter associated with the exit out of the lower face and into his shoulder. So Paul is moving through here, and his head's at about this location, very close to this door, and then outside of the door where we finally found him. And it's in that location that from the other side, the shotgun comes down into his head. The other thing that I wanted to show in this photograph, and it should be noted that you see a shelf here on the right, that's a change from the original scene. Not that shelf is the same, the best I can determine, but they cut out the rest of it. So, it actually went down the whole length of that wall. There was a refrigerator on it and other objects. And if you look at the distance between the edge of that shelf, it's 4 inches or so. It's not possible that the shooter could have gotten in the room and there's just not enough room for them to be on the left side of Paul. So they would have to be outside reaching in with the shotgun in order for that to happen. But in my attempt to do that, I was in the wrong location. And I think a couple of critical things about that is, again, we do not know the length of the gun because we don't have it. So I don't know how long it is. But we can make a general assumption this would be pretty short. It would be probably longer than that, but because there was no observed, nobody talked about seeing any gunshot residue, even on the shoulder of Paul, then you've got to have, again, a minimum, and that area was fairly well exposed at 2 to 3 feet minimum, where the barrel would have to be. So if the barrel was placed inside on the floor, in an upward, again, so it's got to come across the shoulder, upward and out the back. It's this kind of a trajectory. You can't even have the shoulder until about 2 feet from there, and then the side of the head here, and Paul's head here. None of that creates a pattern consistent with anything that we see. Now, that would account for a lack of gunshot residue if that was true. But what it definitely would have changed is the pellets coming out of here now would have definitely begun to spread, and you would have seen pellets all across the side of his left side of his face, which you didn't. And then finally, if you look at this angle here, again, imagine door here, gun in this thing, then even if, and I think there's no evidence of it, but even if the shot could go through Paul's head and create an exit pathway, then that would project whatever pellets and bone matter that way. Whereas if you move the shooter to the other side and we shoot into Paul downward this way, then all of this material comes back at the shooter, but also it's going this way into that upper corner, which is where we see the pellet defects and the heavy blood and the hair.
I was going to, okay, you'll take a seat. That'd be great. Thank you. You can take that down. Mr. Palmbach, let's talk a little bit about the reconstruction of murder of Maggie Murdaugh. Did you assess the crime scene as it relates to her?
I did.
And what your observations?
Well, generally, there's a couple really key observations. One, all of her wounds were facing the direction of the shooter. So at all times during this, her shooting, she's facing the shooter. Now, she is moving for sure. There is some degree of movement, from where the initial shooting most likely occurred, which is, we can't give you an accurate estimation for that. We can give you a really good estimation where it ended, and that's where we find her. And I'll talk about which wounds were associated with that in a minute. But you have her facing the attacker the entire time. At no point did she turn or blade or anything other than face him, and moved a little bit in the area, although not much. And then the shooter, based on the overall distribution of the shell casings, also moved, again, somewhat, moving, toward where the ultimate location where we find Maggie.
I'm going to show you two photos. Defense Exhibit 163 and 164, and ask if you relied upon those.
I did.
Defense Exhibit 163 and 64 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
If you don't mind pulling out 163, Doug. Thank you. And jury's seen this, but just give us an overview of what this is.
Well, so Maggie is underneath the blanket there, and she's in a face down position there.
Just leave it like that. Don't
Her head is more toward us, and her feet are pointing more toward, I think what's been identified as a doghouse.
Right.
You'll see placards in the foreground, 3 and 4, which are two of the blackout 300 casings. You'll see a placard 12, which is over on the grass, more in alignment. We're heading more toward Maggie's head area. And that was a large piece of what appears to be brain-like material. And while you can't see the numbering, there are additional placards to the left, immediately to the left side. Well, they're on Maggie's right side, but as we view the photograph, they're to the left of where she's currently located. So this just gives us some general orientation of approximate locations of the shooter, and certainly where at least the fatal shot to Maggie was taken.
Right. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 149. And the other two we'd move to those be under seal and 149 under seal. Is this, rely upon this in reaching your conclusions?
I did.
Your Honor, we moved, Exhibit 194, not 149. 194 in the evidence under seal at this time.
No objection.
Submitted.
And if you don't mind pulling up, Doug, well, before I do that, let's go to 164, and which is a closer up area around the side by side, as they call it. What's the significance of this photo?
Again, I think this is an area in which Maggie would pass by during this incident. It's also an area that's being highlighted now where what appears to be a damaged loop earring, which is consistent in shape and design and structure to the one that's still in her right ear. This one would have come out of her left ear at the time of that impact, shot to her left ear, and more or less just been blown over this direction.
And the jury that has seen the autopsy photo of the injury to her left ear, is this do you believe this earring is a byproduct of that injury?
I do.
Okay. And then just briefly, I'm going to pull up 194 and ask if you can just generally, I think you were hair on her body. What significance is that? And if you'll blow up her legs.
Right.
Doug, please.
So, when you find a body, you always have to wonder, is that really the position that the body remained in? Or, through medical, maybe the defendant did, or the accused or the shooter did something to the body. More likely in a medical evaluation, they did something to it. We always just want to know, are we looking at it in the right orientation? Did somebody flip it over and whatnot? And so I think it was valuable in this case, to have seen that injury in the back of her head, the massive amount of hair that came off of that. And then if you look close up on the back of her legs, you'll see just dozens and dozens of hairs laying on top of her legs, which would be a good indicator that she didn't get moved. That we can count on this being the final position, unaltered position of Maggie.
Doug, can you go back to 163? Oh, you mentioned a marker 12 a moment ago in 163. And again, what do you understand 12 to be?
It's physiological material. I mean, it looks structurally like brain material, but it's tissue.
In your opinion, would the shooter of Maggie have any blood spatter, blood, biological material on him or her?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible because as we're seeing here, that you have a projection of brain material backwards toward the direction of where the shooter would have been located. We also have a couple of the shots, the left thigh shot and the abdomen shot, which have been identified as having stippling around them. By virtue of being stippling, that does make it an intermediate distance, and that's going to move the shooter in anywhere from, I would agree. I think Dr. Einstein said a foot to 3 feet is probably a good approximation.
Okay. Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not, whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I do have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Okay. So we'll also go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door. And of course, you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they can instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period, engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So it is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happened fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some degree of time to recover. And lastly, I think there is just more or less in the anybody who deals with firearms, a logical argument here. Why would one shooter bring two long rifles, two long weapons to the event? You can't handle and shoot two of them. So you either got to put one down, use one, and then swap out and grab the other one. Or I suppose you could have one on a sling, but that's quite awkward, and it's slipping around and it's banging around in an environment we know is very, very tight. Finally, if one of the weapons is the Blackout 300, well, that comes with a high magazine capacity. My research of that showed that the Paul Murdaugh State Armory upper, which we don't know, we have no idea what gun this is because it hasn't been identified. But if the state, I think, has alluded to that, if that's the case, then a weapon that had that Paul Murdaugh State Armory in a 300 Blackout, a person could purchase a 10-round capacity clip, a 20-round capacity clip, or a 30-round capacity clip. Where I live in Connecticut, we are really restrictive on what kind of weapons we can have and what kind of clips we could have. We'd have to, even if we could have an AR, which is very restrictive, we'd have to get a 10-round clip. Other than that, it wouldn't make sense for anybody to buy a 10-round clip when you could buy a 20 or 30. But having said that, if it was a 10-round clip, there were only 8 shots fired. You still had 2 more to go, and you could have more than not easily reloaded. So to me, there's structurally difficult for the same shooter to have 2 long arms and no practical reason for that to happen. Add that to what I believe happened to the shooter who fired first with the shotgun, and I think it tips in favor of the probability of 2 shooters.
Mr. Palmbach, this person who shot Paul, was he or she standing in the feed room at least 1 foot?
Yes.
Was there an opportunity to do a footprint analysis to illuminate more clearly the existence of footprints there?
For sure. I mean, all of us, several, I can speak for myself, and I believe others have opined about this, including some of the analysts in the case. There are what appear to be partial footprints in blood in the feed room and on the cement around it. And while I'm not a footwear pattern expert, I can generally recognize what appears to be footwear or partial footwear impressions. I would agree with that. But in order to go beyond it's a general pattern to something more specific, that generally what you do, and I've done this countless times, is you spray enhancement reagents on them. And you spray a reagent, we generally call them blood pattern enhancement reagent, or you can even use a straight protein spray. Amidio black would be an example of one of those. And by spraying those reagents in the area, it reacts with the presence of blood or proteins, and it brings up the transformation. It gives you a lot more clarity, a lot more detail, and you can tell an awful lot more about a particular footwear pattern. Absolutely should have been done in this case. And I also believe, second to that, you had a lot of dirt in the immediate area that should have had at least partial footwear impressions. And I saw no indication of any attempt to either look for it, photograph it, properly photograph it, or analyze it.
And thank you. One moment, Your Honor. And Mr. Palmbach, did you see any fingerprint analysis or attempts to obtain fingerprints from the feed room area?
I did not.
Could you have used reagents like you described to enhance fingerprints? Or is that a whole different methodology?
Well, if you thought that the fingerprints could contain blood, which maybe they easily could have, then yes, you could also use those reagents to enhance partially or fully bloody fingerprints. But I think you could also use basic fingerprint processing techniques on the door and any surface in the area. Since we know this is a very confined area and the shooter has to be in that general area and the possibility of touching something is there. But I think it would have been wise to look for that.
Thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions the state may have.
By the state.
Is it Dr. Palmbach?
No, ma'am. I'm not a doctor.
Okay, I want to get it right. Now, you said you were hired by the defense to investigate and come up with your own conclusions here. And you just got the chance to go out to Moselle, was it last Friday?
That's correct.
And so between last Friday and today, you've had the chance to determine all of these things you've testified about.
No, before I arrived here, everything else was predetermined and I had done all the work in the analysis. What I didn't know or didn't perceive was these two pellets and the fact that the energy was able to project two pellets upward. That was the only new information.
And you form your opinion by reviewing reports and things that were provided to you by the defense.
Correct.
Do you know if you reviewed the entire case file?
No, I wouldn't know that.
You just reviewed materials that were provided to you?
Correct.
Did you prepare any kind of report?
I did not.
You did not.
Correct.
But you did review reports made by Dr. Kenny Kinsey and a pathologist and other witnesses for the state.
I did.
All right, let's talk about the feed room a little bit. You testified a lot about that. Now, you said the shooter stepped in the feed room, could have stepped in the feed room to shoot Paul in the back of the head.
Correct.
And when he would have shot Paul, he would have been covered in blood.
As a result of the backspatter from the headshot, yes.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
And in the picture of the feed room, were there any other bloody footprints clearly apparent?
Any other?
Yes,
Other than what?
other than Paul's footprints.
Well, all I've seen is partial footprints that have been observed in the feed room. I've yet to read a report that said conclusively they were Paul's.
I'm going to show you states 27. And there has been testimony that those footprints we're looking at, people on the Paul Murdaugh. Were there any other clearly visible footprints that you can see in that picture from a bloody shooter?
So first of all, and again, I am not a footwear examiner, so I'm not going to make a determination about whether or not it definitively is Paul Murdaugh's shoe. All of the reports I've read generated by the state, the ones that I've seen, would say that they didn't exclude it, but that also does not mean that it's Paul's. Now, I'm not disagreeing that it doesn't maybe have some characteristics in similar, but I don't know that they're even at a point where that has been fully identified as Paul's.
So you haven't seen the report that identified those as Paul's footprints?
Definitively identified as Paul's? No, I did not.
You only saw the reports the defense wanted you to see.
I got the reports that were supplied to me, yes.
Now about the damage to the door, we saw this picture where there's blood in the corner of the door frame. And that was the defense's exhibit. Defense exhibit 165.
You're accurate. If he didn't pull the triggers himself, he definitely was involved in getting it set up.
And I think we were emphasizing the blood in the right corner, the bottom of the door frame there?
Yes.
Were there any defects from pellets in the door frame down there?
Not that I saw.
There's defects from the top of the door, right?
That is correct.
And you referred to Paul being shot in the back of the head, kind of like an explosion.
Correct.
And I'm not a physicist or anything here, but when you fire a shotgun, things are going in a direction that the gun is fired, right?
Correct.
So there wouldn't be just like a boom explosion like from a bomb when you fire a shotgun.
Actually, that's more exactly what it would be like, yes.
So you're saying a shotgun,
The
when
pressure
you
in the
fire
head.
it, the impact is all around like a bomb instead of in the direction the gun is fired?
Only when you confine it. And again, and that's why it makes the classical determination of a contact wound in something like the cranium. It's not, you shoot a person anywhere else, you will not trap the gaseous material and allow the pressure to build up within eventually. Yeah, it does look like a bomb going off. That only happens in a cranial vault.
So if there was an explosion of this type, wouldn't Paul's whole head be blown off?
I'd say the fact that his entire brain came out and a large portion of his skull is missing, that's pretty dynamic. I don't know how much more you want.
But his brain wasn't destroyed, was it?
There were pieces of his brain throughout the room, and including out on the ground.
Most of his brain was intact, right?
The majority of the structure was physically together, but
They have
whether it was
recreated
injured,
him
absolutely not.
in a Frankenstein type situation.
I believe you testified that his brain was a mass on the ground.
Yes.
But it have still been appetizing to zombies. Let's get into some details here that we
And
all
his
need to know
face
about.
wasn't destroyed either from this explosion, was it?
No, because again, if the energy source is going to find the easiest egress, and that is where the entrance hole came. So that's why none of that explosive value did not go down with the shot, which is the kind of the logical inference that all should come this way or his left. But in this capacity, because this is in this seal vault, this is this large hole there, then you get kind of a shift, and all of this now starts pushing back that way, following the exit point out the entrance hole.
And you're talking about pushing up, but the shooter was firing down?
Physics.
The explosive release of the gas trapped in the cranial will push back upward in the direction of where the barrel was. Absolutely. Some of the projectile and energy has gone through the brain, exited the left side of the face and into the shoulder, and created exactly that pattern that you were pointing to a minute ago on the door jam.
So all these pellets that were being pushed downward when they were shot, we don't have any defects downward, just upward.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and Google, can someone's head explode? They have what's called EHS, exploding head syndrome.
You may step down.
Which is actually a thing, but has nothing to do with your head actually exploding. So I'm just
We'll
going to.
break for lunch now till 2:45. So 2:45. Jury is excused.
So yeah, it is. They're talking about, is it possible to make your brain explode? Jeez, man, it's crazy that the morbid nature of some of the questions. If you just Google some things, the stuff that pops up is pretty wild. But yeah, he's not wrong. What he's talking about is the amount of pressure in your head, right? And once you poke a hole in that, it blows out. There's not enough outside pressure to keep it all in. You know, it's not like a submarine, right? Like, you know,
2:45. Do you have another witness?
poke a hole in a submarine, all the outside pressure
All right.
pushes it
We'll
in.
be in recess
Well,
till
in a head, all the pressure on the inside pushing out, right? So, yeah, Jenny Lynn, I think that'd be a safe assumption. They had closed casket funerals for Maggie and Paul. Hey guys, I'm glad everyone's here with us today. I know that I haven't been on screen much for the duration of the day thus far, but I've been with you. I've just been trying to get a lot of things tied up. I'm going to be out of state. I'm going to be out of the area for about a week, starting next week. I'm going to be heading out this weekend, and I'll be gone for about a week, but we're going to be running this show.
Speaking of Paul, with that biologic
Hopefully, I'll be able to
material,
get
it would
down
be
to South
impossible.
Carolina on my way to where I'm
I don't know
going
that that's
and
impossible.
check in
In
with
fact, I
the
would
verdict.
say that
So,
it's not impossible. We see that on a pretty
yeah, Jenny
regular
Lynn, where you
basis in
been?
the courtroom. So he made some good points as you would expect from a defense expert, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to do what the defense needs him to do.
And Rich, what are your
Agreed.
thoughts about the
Agreed.
defense
Do you guys feel like the
witnesses
prosecution
kind
has
of
made enough of a case
contradicting one another?
to
I
give
mean,
it
one
completely,
defense witness we
like,
heard earlier
undeniably
testified to
verdict
finding the
revealed
victim's
guilty verdict?
death by looking under the armpit. But just this morning, Jonathan Eisenstadt said that that is not an effective method. What do you make of what we've heard from these defense witnesses thus far?
Well, I don't have any problem with the defense walking back Dr. Armpit, as I call him. I thought that was absurd testimony at the time, ridiculous, because that was right after the prosecution had finished with this 4,820 data point driven timeline. And the defense brought in this guy, this former coroner, to talk about taking a temperature on somebody's armpit. And it was a very weak response. And I don't mind them walking that back at all. I don't mind witnesses who disagree about some things. I think that actually gives them more credibility, that they don't agree with everything. And overall, I think the witnesses today were pretty good for the defense. Now, they're limited, right? They're hired
I would hope it's
guns.
complete by
They're
Friday,
not
yeah.
from the area. They didn't do the investigation. They didn't do the work. They weren't even shown all the evidence. So the degree to which the jury is going to rely on them remains to be seen, but they testified well. They sounded credible and they made some interesting points.
Well, it's interesting
Buster
you
and
point
Alex,
out
okay.
because Mr. Palmbach is from Connecticut and was just paid, I believe.
What are your thoughts in the comments? Your
$14,000
theories as to if there were two gunmen, who do you think the two
on
gunmen
this
were?
case. So it'll be interesting to see who is going to be up next on that witness stand. We do have to take another quick break here, but don't go anywhere because it is lunch Q&A time soon, which means we take all of
Which
your
I'm opening up to
questions
all of
here
you guys as
on
well.
Law and Crime.
We'll keep them muted for a moment here because I definitely want to hear your thoughts right now as to what is the what's the take? What do you guys feel is going on with the case right now? First question I had, didn't get a lot of answers though, was do you feel that prosecution has done a thorough enough job of proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Alex Murdaugh is actually guilty of this multiple homicide? That's it. Throw it in the comments if you feel yes or no. And then if this two gunman theory, which I think most of us have felt from the jump, is at play, who's the other gunman? My thought is it's Cousin Eddie. I think Cousin Eddie's 100% involved. He's been involved in the misdeeds from the beginning. He's been 100% on game from the jump. I definitely feel like he's not going to just sign out at this point. He's going to go ahead and double down, probably for the biggest payout. I mean, if you could hire a guy to shoot you in the face for an attempted murder-suicide plot, I mean, Cousin Eddie obviously isn't above anything. He probably is. He's the dude that would poke a dead animal in the brain just to see if it would twitch. Like, hey, man, look at it move right there, man. I ain't playing with you. Look at that thing go. So the thought of him shooting someone in the face, it doesn't make me, I don't bat an eye at that. You know what I mean? Cousin Eddie's actually, and so they say he's in a different county holding, and he has the, he's in protective custody as well. So, I mean, yeah, I think everyone's kind of agreeing that Cousin Eddie. Also, what are your thoughts about the new warrant for the illicit substance that was, the contraband that was passed to? I know we've talked about that already today, but I'm curious what your thoughts are on that one. The actual where is it right here? Says on, the new warrant was issued that charged Alex with possession of jailhouse contraband. Well, it's misdemeanor, and we don't know what the contraband was exactly. And we're talking about there being some chapstick and whatnot. I think he got some of that Colombian Bam Bam slipped on into him. Cousin Eddie for sure. It was a book. Let's not overthink this. I think that it was a book full of. It had a file in it. It probably had a parachute so that he could jump out of the helicopter when it gets him from the prison. And inside of that, it probably had, I don't know, could have had a hammock, I don't know, to make his sleeping more comfortable. I think that book was full of tons of stuff, Desiree. I'm just going to say it right now. I think the book was more of a Santa Sack type situation, a Narnia-esque wardrobe, if you will. And inside of that book was an endless realm of possibilities for Alex Murdaugh to just, play with. So also maybe an alibi that was more believable than I was taking a nap. So either way, chapstick is contraband. Anything's contraband. Plastic bottle, paper clips, doesn't matter. If it's not given to you by the jail or provided by the jail, or purchased off commissary, or all of those things, then yeah, it's contraband. So if it doesn't belong there, then yes. Yeah, add that to the sleep paralysis I have. It's totally fun. I'm not sure, Mo, what happened to sleep paralysis, but I think yeah, he's gonna be or approved by the jail. Yeah, piece of gum, whatever, some caramel chocolates, whatever maybe some chewing tobacco. Who knows? He's but all this, guys. We want to see. What's crazy is the family, right? So Maggie's family, Paul's family, that weren't involved in the actual murders are the ones you want to see justice for in this case, right? If Alex Murdaugh was involved, which I think he was, then it's not like he's sitting by waiting to see if these murderers are captured, right? You don't see a lot of that. You don't look at that man and think, man, he's just like, I would be furious every time. Anytime things came up, like, yeah, well, they're still out there. And what are you doing to catch them? What are you doing to catch them? What are you doing? How can I help you? What can we do? How can we? Let me give you a list of people that I think it might be. Let me give you a list of people that have called. Let me give you a list of people that have threatened Paul, because right off the bat, you saw that when he was getting the first interview with the police, while the police were there, when they finally showed up, the guns leaning against the car. He's like, Paul, I had so many threats. I know it had to be that. It had to be that. Like, you're already coming up with the who's and what's when you just looked at your brains of your son sitting next to his body. I'm just saying.
Before we get there, I do want to bring us
Do
back
some
to some
Q&A with,
earlier testimony
LNC
from
here.
today that we are going to talk about all day long, and that is from the blood spatter expert, Mr. Palmbach, who said now that he believes that there were two shooters at the crime scene. So let's take a listen to that testimony right now.
Mr. Palmbach, do you have an opinion based upon more probably than not, than whether there was one or two shooters who murdered Maggie and Paul on the night of June 7th?
I did have an opinion on that.
And what's your opinion?
My opinion is the totality of the evidence is more suggestive of a two-shooter scenario.
And please explain the basis of your opinion.
Or Paul knew exactly what he was doing, and he set that up to look the way.
We'll go back to Paul. In Paul's scenario, we know where the shooter of the shotgun had to be, and that would have been orientated really directly over Paul's head. And we also got a chance to see what was the effect of this dynamic explosion in the contact. And you can see outside and even in throughout the feet area in multiple and many large pieces of skull. We also saw large amounts of tissue that were projected all the way up onto the ceiling and the door. You see hair all the way up into the door. And of course, you see blood literally everywhere within there. And finally, you see the pellets. Some of the pellets are on that same pathway, and they had enough inertia to either or dent the door and put themselves up and stick into the casing. All of that activity was in direct alignment with the shooter. And so I think minimally, that shooter is getting covered with this material, getting more or less the shock wave of that effect, and more than likely getting hit with at least something that could have done injury, a bone fragment and or a pellet fragment. Therefore, I think that particular shooter, for a brief period of time, is kind of out of this. It's not as if they could instantaneously suffer that, drop the shotgun, run to wherever the the blackout rifle is, pick that up, and then in any kind of a reasonable time period engage in a meaningful assault, an effective assault, able to shoot straight and make hits. So that, I think, is one of the major indicators of concern. I think the other things to consider is that all of this is very temporal. It's very close. I know when I looked at the photographs versus being there, I'm like, it is much closer together than it looks like in the photo. So It is happening very close. With Paul, as I articulated, I believe he was shot first. I believe he had no idea it was coming. And he took the shot to the chest and very soon thereafter, the one in the back of his head. Anybody in the near proximity to that, if Maggie had been anywhere in that area walking around down there, she would have heard that. And her response would have been in the direction of the shooter or the activity, or run or do something different. So I think that the temporal location suggests that these things more probable than not happen fairly quickly, and that the individual who shot first with the shotgun minimally was stunned, probably blood and material in his eyes, and maybe have been injured, and would have taken some.
All right. Well, we already know that his expert testimony is coming from the defense. So what they're saying is he would have been covered in blood. He would have been blinded by brain matter and blood. And Mo, thank you for those stars. It all goes into the story that Paul or Alex Murdaugh changed his clothes, and that's what happened. But one of the things that we did come up with here within the last couple weeks, we have the body cam footage from the scene of the crime. So which was redacted by the court, shows police arriving at Alex Murdaugh's home in Moselle after his wife and son were shot. So I'm going to pull that up here. We're going to take a look at that one because it's something that I haven't really taken a look at much. So let me go ahead and I'll keep a close eye on the court though, but this is something I want to check out. Well, it's for about 5 to 6 minutes, but I'd be curious to see, because you get a chance to look at the whole scope of the property, which I think is important. With the jurors planning on doing a field trip to the property, I think it's important to kind of, for us as well, to get to look at how it all breaks down. And if I make my way down to South Carolina for the verdict and meet up with some folks down there here towards the end of this week, which would be kind of an amazing, it might actually work out. That being said, we're going to hopefully get a chance to see it firsthand. So, but between then and now, let me go ahead and pull this up and I'll give you guys a look at what happened with the, this is the body cam footage of the scene when the police arrived after Alex Murdaugh called, 911. So turn this up and get it going.
717 scene is secured at a Whiskey Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Sir, I want to let you know, because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir. This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I went and got, this is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck.
See right here, right off the bat.
Months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
He's been getting like punched. I know that's what it is.
Okay. When did you get home? Right when you called, or did you go to the house first? Where is the house?
I came to the house first. My mom has late stages Alzheimer's, and my dad is in the hospital.
Okay.
I left. I don't know.
So
what
he's
time.
throwing out story
Go back on
right
my
off the
phone
bat,
and tell you
man.
The exact times. Did you check?
Okay. Did I check what?
Did you check them?
We got medical guys that are that's what they're gonna do. Okay.
Did you check, man? Come on.
Can they hurry?
They are. Yes, sir. That gentleman that was out here already, he's one of the battalion chiefs. Okay. How did you pull up? You from back there?
I went to the house and they weren't home, which was odd. I tried to call.
Okay.
And then I knew they had been down here before I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
And so that is loaded.
Okay.
You might want to unload it. But
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one?
You believe that's it?
Do you normally?
Stop. Come on. There was way too much thought on that. Way too much. And I'm going to back that up real quick. Simple question. You know where your guns are, right? You don't lose your guns. I'm just going to say that. But this,
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
That pause right there, 100% making up a story, 100% looking for something to say that'll fit. I believe. Oh, I didn't know that was in there. If they actually look in his truck, that's exactly what he was doing right there.
Believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Oh, come on,
occasionally
man.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
Occasionally. One more time, guys. One more time. Sorry, because this for me, yeah.
Is this the only firearm with you? This is the only one, or is there any more in the truck?
I believe that's it.
You think that's the only one? Okay.
I'm 99%.
Do you normally
certain that's
have
right.
any other firearms in your vehicle?
I don't, but
Okay.
occasionally there's a pistol in there.
Okay.
I don't, but occasionally. Yeah, Pam, you're not wrong. I bet just
Just
sloppy
wait right here
gun
for me
ownership,
for a second, okay?
if that's even the case. Just the sloppy as hell with the gun ownership, you know? Yeah, they're acting like they just, I don't know where my guns are. Stop asking me dumb questions. They lost a blackout 300 apparently at a house party. That's when here's the thing. He got super calm the second that he was getting ready to tell lie. He's out there just snot bubbles. You know, he's out. Just check the pulse, man. Come on, please check the pulse. And the second they're like, hey, is this the only gun that you have? Do you have any other weapons in the vehicle? He just immediately was like, what? I believe that to be that moment. I'm like, here's the thing. Let's just go ahead and as we watch this, and I'll let it play through. We had a couple more minutes here. Be practical about what we're looking at here, right? I mean, it's way too easy for us to like diagnose murder this. Like, well, it could have been. I'm going to let it play through and I'm going to shut up, right? We got 6 more minutes. We'll just let it play through. We'll shut up. We'll touch on it after. But just look at it from first impressions, because 99.9% of the time, that's usually what it is, unless there's something like whatever you vibe on. So we're just going to go ahead and play it through and I'm going to shut up, okay? And I know I say that a lot, but I mean, I will shut up.
653 outside. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, well, I've already spoken with Captain Deal. He's got crime scene. He's contacted them. He's also going to give us the assistance of a couple of field agents. Roger that. No.
Even checking, they're dead. They are dead, aren't they?
Just turn on those.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
Randy. Maggie's all dead. Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them or talked to them or anything like that?
I'm so fat. Brendan, you're not fat. It's the shirt. Look at Nate.
Sorry about that, guys.
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul for 2 hours this afternoon in the pickup truck.
That's your son, Paul?
Yeah, where's the blood on his knees, all over his feet?
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm very sorry.
I don't buy it.
Gotta call her parents.
What's her name?
Her name is Maggie Murdaugh. Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh. How you doing?
What's her birthday?
9/15/68.
Okay, and what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
And what's his birthday?
Jason, do you have anybody
4.
coming through town that could stop and pick up that tent? I see lighting off in the distance.
What are they covering them up?
I got some getting dressed now, Sheriff. I'll have somebody stop and grab it.
Tell them they don't have to do that. They don't need to. Preserve what we can.
653. Where's it at? I'm in town.
I should try to be Delta 8 because he's going to be the only one that's got access.
What's Paul's birthday?
Got me.
April 14th, 1999, sir.
Put it up as wide as you can. That's fine. You said 99?
Sir?
He was born in 99?
He's born April 14th, 1999.
Okay. What's your first name, sir?
My name is Alex Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
You familiar with the location?
No. Hey, Cody, come around the truck and then go to the building. Come around the truck and then.
There's a set of prints also behind the trailer there.
Yes.
I don't know if it's from
What's that?
ours or not, but there's a set of footprints behind the trailer there too.
Okay.
That's all the kind of stuff I said around this whole year, so we can step over anything.
653, 8's going to be the last one in and grabbing the tent.
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first and whether or not we're going to handle that part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
The rest of them, maybe
Okay.
from earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 are mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Billy's right.
Hey, stay here. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
So that is one of the the body cam footage from when the police arrived on the scene. They do have, and I'll pull that up for us right now, more footage of that happening, of the body cam. I'm going to check in with the folks over at LNC real quick, and then I'll pull up some more footage for us to take a look at. And I want to hear your thoughts on, just from seeing that, how do you feel, based off first impressions from your gut, where are you coming from? How do you feel that looks for Alex Murdaugh?
Any sense of relief from him in the courtroom today?
Yeah, I didn't see as much head bobbing towards the end of it, but I did see some towards the beginning and the middle. And I talked to a relative who said that he was crying on the stand today, but it seems like maybe towards the end he got his composure. One thing about the Moselle trip, I just wanted to add, it also gives the jury a sense of just how far apart those bodies were, because we have this 20-second window of when he pulled up and called 911. And from every witness that's been out there, they've said it's really not a big distance. I think that'll help on that jury view as well.
Agreed.
Interesting. Our next question comes from Hugo Stiglitz from YouTube. Rich, I'll throw this one to you. Well paid, this guy, Timothy Palmbach, reactive witness. Why not bring him out earlier in the trial? Rich, I don't know about you, but the whole thing about experts and what they're paid, I mean, we know experts are paid. Obviously, the state's trying to say, well, they paid you for this opinion. The earlier expert says, no, I don't do that. Dr. Eisenstadt. So what's your what is your opinion on this whole thing about experts and the large amounts of money they are paid to testify?
Well, I'm with you, Anjanette. I think juries are pretty sophisticated about this now. They understand expert witnesses are paid. That's the only reason they would do the work and testify in the case. And they're never going to make a determination on credibility based on that alone. And by the way, these experts weren't paid huge amounts of money. I mean, I think this guy got like $13,000, which is not the kind of life-changing payment that you would make up an expert opinion for.
I know people that do a lot more for a lot less.
$13,000, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of money. But when you're talking about experts, you're talking about physicians, and they're in a field, they have a specialty, it may not be really that much money. And I know that sounds absurd, but it's the truth. Our next question comes from Randall Alderman from YouTube. Sarah, this one's for you. How would there be body matter on the upper part of the shed, which the defense is saying is caused by blowback, basically, when they're saying the shot came from above? How would someone be above Paul? Did you track that? Did you follow that, Sarah? What's your opinion?
I thought it was really interesting because not only are some of the defense witnesses, in my opinion, almost canceling each other out. I mean, what they're saying, the first expert was talking about that, the shooter was 5'2". Now it seems like the shooter is now extremely tall. I can't see how that matter was going to be in all of those places, and be so alarming to stun the shooter that they would be unable to continue, to shoot Maggie. It seemed a bit confusing, and it also, it was interesting how, obviously it makes sense why the defense they called the coroner, with Mr. Armpit test. It makes sense why they would push back on that. But another expert that they hired to testify just a few days ago, it seems to be discounting what that expert was saying, which doesn't really track for me.
So here's my thing about why they called the coroner, Mr. Harvey. I think they were trying to show that, look, this guy determined time of death by putting his fingers in their armpits. That's not how you do this. The doctor today, Dr. Eisenstadt, said you should do a rectal thermometer test, but first put a thermometer out, leave it out in the room to get the ambient temperature. So he said that's the proper way to do a cause of death. So I think the defense is saying, like, they don't know what time they died exactly. They estimated this based on armpits. That was my feeling. Also, remember Dr. Reimer said, yeah, they did. It's on the death certificate. He said he put on there an estimate. He said his estimate was 9 p.m. That's what Harvey said.
That's what the coroner said. But looking at the state's not relying on that. The state is relying on some of this technology.
They're relying on the cell phone data. But what I think that the defense called them to show, look, this time of death, this is what they put on an official document. They put 9 o'clock based on armpits. I think that's why the defense called him. I don't think the defense called him because they believe he's right. That's my opinion. And then they called somebody today to say they didn't do it right. That's my opinion on why they did that.
Yeah, he was very specific about how he rolled him over by his belt loop.
Does it appear Alec had pulled the hose out and sprayed himself off? The hose was left out and ground was wet. Gigi, if I recall correctly, the hose was not left out. It was wound up, but Dale Davis said that it was all sloppy. It was like he would never put the hose up that way.
Yeah, and I mean, you have 3 people out there. You have Maggie, Paul, and Alec at some point. So they didn't get fingerprints, obviously. It's just one of those things you'll never know if any of those 3 touched that hose. And on second thought, based on the testimony today, the shooter would have a lot of biological material all over them, almost to the point of injury, to the point of injury.
I'm going to post in the comments here if you guys want to check out the video of
right down there
the
by
interview with
the hose pipe. If
who
somebody's
tended to the dogs that was
rinsing
talking
off
about that.
biological
In the
material, it
comments
seems
there.
like you'd find it on the ground right there below the hose pipe, unless it stretched
But they didn't
out.
check
went
drains and
behind
stuff.
there,
Though.
but
That's
still.
the thing. They weren't checking.
I think this last witness had some good points, actually. And about the back spatter, if you think about doing a cannonball into a pool, a lot of times that splash goes behind you. I don't know. I just sat here and thought of that. Throw that in.
Morbid ass thought.
That's
Think about a
interesting.
bullet
Yeah, that's an interesting way
cannonballing
to
into
think
someone's
about
brain
it.
cavity.
Let's get to some other questions.
All could have used the
Sagar O'Corner
oh,
from
yeah.
Twitter asked, was AM tested for GSR the night of the murders? I'll handle that one. Yes, they took GSR samples from his hands. Norma Womack from Twitter, does the state have the resources to hire experts as we have seen today from the defense? Yes, they do, because they hired Dr. Kinsey. And we've seen in many cases where the state will hire its own experts when they're not relying upon
Get it
people who
together,
actually work
Susan.
for the state. All right, we are taking your questions. Keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and on YouTube, and we'll get to them as soon as we get back. We have to take this break.
All right, we're gonna let them take a break. I'm gonna pull up some more. So that was a clip that I showed you guys of the body cam footage that we saw, and I'm gonna go ahead and give us some more of that body cam footage because I'm curious to see how this scene unfolds. So let's check it out.
Hey, stay there. Got a whole bunch of stuff right there. I don't want to disturb.
That's why I'm trying to get the door here so we can kind of get around that way.
Your best way is probably going to be back through those rocks because we can't get any tracks off those rocks anymore.
We'll go back around the other way, but just came.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. You have names, anything for them?
Yes.
And if you would please share the stream for anyone watching right now. I'd love to get up to 50 shares would be ideal. I'm setting that goal. So if we can get to 50 shares, I would greatly appreciate it. Share it out to groups that you may know of, friends, family, whoever it might be. 50 shares is what we're going for.
What unit's 23 on those up? House 7 unit on scene. Are you behind the house?
There's several of us out here. There's a long dirt driveway right next to the
Again, this
mailbox.
is the body cam footage from the night of the
4147.
murder.
See all our lights down here.
Murders.
This shed.
Thank you, Amber.
You ain't come through Brick Hollow.
All right, we need 18 more shares. So over there is like the bird coop over on the left there, I believe. They got the Alex is doing a lot of walking around in an area. I know he's apparently on the phone, but anyone in the comments, feel free to pull up what the
Miscellaneous expenses.
tax worries. We weren't able to get this.
The Tax Act you filed for.
It is what it is.
Delta 8653.
Yeah, it looked like a towel. I think they're going to look back in the front of his Suburban right now. At some point. I know they look in it.
Yeah. I think his brother. He said he was calling somebody. So.
He said what?
He said he was calling somebody.
Yeah,
Sure he was. There's a couple of shell casings right there.
yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple that were in the gravel. It might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
Yes. I wasn't until he told me the names. Last
Fill you
name
in later.
Murdaugh.
The name, the family name comes with a certain treating. You know what I mean?
Anything else you need? I don't think there's gonna be anything from any of it.
What is that?
Did I tell you?
You said for Evo to do?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Hey, watch your step. Huh? There are. Okay.
X-ray one's gonna be Road.
Sir Gregor. Right.
The gentleman in the white
Freaking
shirt,
mountain on the
husband
detective
of
squad.
her, father of him. That is Paul Murdaugh.
Yeah.
That's his mother. Paul Murdaugh was that guy in the boating accident from a while back, if you remember.
Yeah.
He almost wants to smile, man. Look at him. He's like, yeah, I know who this is. I know what's up. He looks like he knows what the hell's going on. Look at that guy.
He did have a firearm whenever I pulled up. It's a shotgun. It's been secured in my vehicle.
If only the dogs could talk, man. Yeah, if the dogs could talk.
717, when you get a chance, can you give dispatch phone call?
You will have to give me just a few minutes, but yes, I will.
It's interesting that they don't have a team immediately. Yeah, the big cop thinks Alex.
Who's the most expendable that can start a log? Let's put it that way.
This is. Can you start a crime scene log, please?
A log started. Sled's on the way. Let's push. Can we run the tape?
2007 Verdi
there to there?
Yes.
From that last pole right there to that last
Get a
pole.
piece of paper, start writing names and times. You don't have any kind of paper? Here,
He doesn't want to do notes. I don't even have a pen. Actually, I have a carpal tunnel.
Yep. Sure.
Who's expendable and can do the shit work?
I do see some.
See, why would they have people in the woods though? You know, like if they just found two dead bodies that had been murdered, you'd be like, all right, cool, shut down the highways. Let's go ahead and put in some roadblocks. I mean, they're out in the country. They're rural. They're way out. They're out there. You know what I mean? Like if you look at the map, they could shut the area down, get their own dogs out to, to start doing their whatever dogs do, the sniff and bark thing, have them smell the dirt. And apparently that's how they track everything in the world.
Money. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. Yeah, I think we got it.
5-3, all the responding units to Moselle Road, stop at the road. No one else come down the dirt road. Stop at the road.
Here, 77, probably doing that 66 on 95. Copy.
And we will be doing a quick cut and repost here.
Back that way, I guess. Where the house is, I guess.
I was going to think about doing it on lunch, but we'll probably wait until later in the day.
Affirmative. Do we have anything else? Negative. Copy.
Yeah, I wonder if they ever looked at Cousin Eddie's call, Yeah, or a helicopter even. Yeah. Why is there not? Oh. Do some Star Wars. You guys want to do that? Have a competition so you can, if I'm going to shamelessly put myself out there. I appreciate all the contributions, guys. They help make this all happen. So thank you very much.
I have a notepad. It's just I'm
Yes.
using the back side of all the paper. So all the front side of the paper has names and information on it.
Well, you can borrow mine for a minute. It's perfectly fine, Cody.
Spectrum is bringing you
I like
seamless
that they're,
connectivity across all your devices with our best
He's
deal
got
ever.
issues with his writing tablet. Sorry, guys. We're running with that.
Don't have fucking paper. I have paper for calls.
Do you not have any crime scene log sheets? Hey, it's 717. I was asked to give you guys a call.
Have any of those.
Hi.
He just walked away. He's like,
Okay.
I'm not trying to get slapped right now. So
Okay.
the bargain effect. What's up? Cindy, good looking out on the stars. Yeah, we still have about 40 minutes on lunch. They
I
take
will
about an hour and
inquire
a
and
half.
I'll get back to you.
So while the lunch is in effect with the courtroom, we're taking a look at the body cam footage the night of the arrest at the Moselle property.
Okay.
While they were doing the initial investigation of the crime scene. On the left there
I'll
is where
find out and give you
Paul
a call
was
back.
found. Up there to the left, right here is under the blur is Paul's body. And to make it very clear, there is no blood and or like deceased individuals visual in any of these videos. They're all been redacted. So everything is clean for us to watch.
Yep. I'll
Kathy
find out. We're gonna give you a call back.
Beach, thank you very much. Dara Higgins, thank you so much. As always, y'all are amazing.
That's right. I'm gonna grab a couple. I got some right here, Jake.
Hey, you want us to close that in?
Was that?
You want us to close it in?
Yeah.
Those dogs are pretty chill, man.
There's a guy over here. I don't know if you want me to what the other guy knows, whoever Eric is. Or just a caller. There's a guy over here that's wanting to talk.
Wonder where the dogs are now.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know an Alex over
Alex. Alex.
there. Okay.
Okay.
There's a guy over here that wants to talk to him.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you wanted me to tell him that or if you wanted me to just chill for a minute. Or if you wanted me to escort him over.
He does not need to walk over there.
No, I mean, a long way.
He does not need to go over there.
So you can stay there then.
He didn't mean that at all. Oh, poor Dudley Pruitt over here.
I don't have the caller and the caller's brother's name on here because I don't know their names yet, but I can get it. But I didn't.
I already wrote it in there.
All right. I don't know where you were at. I was just found the first empty page I can find.
Female victim, male caller.
And then the other guy, though, I mean, he hasn't came inside the tape yet.
Then don't have to worry about him. Just make sure you get the here.
So me and you and all of us got here.
Oh my God.
Is that what you're about to say?
Yes.
Pruitt here seems like he's pretty new to the game. You know what I mean? He's young on the hustle because he's asking a lot of questions, and you can tell this officer is just like, dude, just write it down. You don't have paper, you don't have a notebook, you don't have, nothing. You don't have notes in your phone. Do something, man. He's like, here, you can borrow mine. I don't know how they write on those little things, man. Like that whole I can't do it.
I came on scene at 22:26.
22:26.
Yes.
Yep.
And whoever U21 is with fire rescue, just write U21, fire rescue U21.
He's learning the ropes, though, right?
And then
That was the same time as you?
he came on scene.
But a total noob. Total noob. You think the dogs were drugged, Marianne? That's interesting.
Medic 18 at 22:27.
See, it's not like what you assume for like a murder scene where they have like the dude dunks under the rope, you know, he's got his
scene 2230.
suit on,
Same
puts
time
his
as
headphones in, snaps his gloves, you know, starts. Okay, I'm thinking Boondock Saints.
653 on
You
scene.
get what
at
I'm saying?
2239.
I mean, like, come in and really just kind of like isolate and move around and smell some grass, you know, that kind of thing. That's what you expect to see happening.
That's
But
all
really,
I
it's just a
have
bunch of policemen
as far as times on this goes.
walking around shining their flashlights on stuff. Like, I personally, the second I'd see something like this, I would check the perimeter more than anything. I'd be checking the wood line. I would be, you know, calling for a shutdown of the highway. I'd be doing all sorts of stuff just to make sure that like you might be able to control or contain, you know what I mean? But I think right now they're like nothing they can do right now other than have a bunch of people walk around and look at the ground. Like all of that's still the crime scene. You know what I mean? The bodies are right there. Like all of this, someone could have been hiding behind one of those wheeled vehicles right there, or you know, behind a golf cart, or you know, they could have been sitting in a golf cart. Who knows, man? There's no. I don't see any. I mean, I know they're waiting for SLED to get there. I guess that's where the investigation team would really come in. But there could be an active shooter. But yeah, Denise, you get it. 2 active shooters running around with guns that have just blown 2 people away. That could be just chilling in the bushes, like right over there, that little glimmering light. Who knows? You know, that are like, oh my God, they got here quicker than we expected. You know, or Alex gave them the guns, and was like, you need to get out of here now. Or they said, now that you've seen us kill your family, shut your mouth, or you're next. So's your sister. So's your mom. You know, so's your oldest son. Yeah. So. Yeah. And there was a ton of people that he had over. Like, you know, he had the whole family come over. Which, if that is his tactic,
Meanwhile, on Paramount Mountain.
All right, let's do this roll call. It's freezing up here. Where is?
So yeah, there are going to be a couple quick ads that are going to show up just because that's just how that works. But either way, we're still looking at these videos here, the crime scene videos of the murder scene. So let's jump back in. Aaron, yeah. But maybe that was a really clever tactic. You know what I mean? I'm just going to muddy up this whole murder scene. Like there's going to be a ton of police. You know, he's probably like, yeah, call everybody, get everybody down here, check the bodies, move around dirt, do as much as you can. And then he's going to they had like 18 people in the house, you know, the night of the murders. I know that I would want very minimal amount of people around me. When my father died, you know, just me and family, you know what I mean? Any of the, you know, uncles, grandparents, friends that have passed, you know, it's a minimal group of people you have around you. I wouldn't want, you know, my entire family line and everyone else that's considered a cousin or, you know, whatever else, you know.
We're going to discuss it later and find out. Okay.
Yeah, Faye, he definitely was known, you know. Mayberry, right? You know, they said right off the bat, he's like, do you know who this is? He's like, well, I didn't until I heard his name, but now I know who he is. And this is where Paul was shot right here. So what they're looking down at right there, the blur is Paul's body. That's the shed that he was standing in or in front of, as it works out. You can see the broken window in the very back over there. You know, so it's, yeah, there's.
Well, the dad's over there. Actually, hold on. The people just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's right. It shouldn't be about 550 law enforcement. There is law enforcement.
Dang, she does. Said his brains are laying on the ground. I don't know. I don't see a lot of blood there, actually. You know, you think the sheet would be covered in it.
300 blackout under there.
Not unless it's the shortest 300 blackouts ever been made. I don't think he put that phone back.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he may have done. He did have a shotgun with him, and I have secured that in my vehicle.
Yeah, but it's an awful shot. This is one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but that's.
I mean, as morbid as it is, I kind of want to see the whole thing, you know?
Yep. So I've got multiple gunshots out of that window too.
Yeah, you see that right there, the window, right there in the back, shot out, and
It's 3
shells.
Yes.
You need in and out times or just times arrive? Like if they exit multiple times and come back in.
You don't need to keep doing all that.
Okay. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
oh, poor Pruitt here, man. He's just having a rough night. This guy's like, dude, I don't know what I'm doing here. I was at home playing some video games. All this cracked off. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Help me. Help me. Help you. Help me. I don't know. I don't know if I can't watch things on TV or movies when people like get cut. I was watching that The Last of Us last night, and Pedro Pascual or whatever his name is, he had to get stitches, and they were like, you know, you can see it like, you know, that made me gag. But you know, I pulled a knife out of my own stomach at one point, and you know, that was just kind of like, oh, that's gnarly. You can see my, you know, internal organs at this point, you know, and but seeing other people, yeah, it's different. I don't know. Yeah, I'd be nauseous. There's what I'd be checking is I'd be bouncing through the woods. Yeah, I can't. I don't know how first responders do it, man. I don't know.
Window in the back of that shed where rounds were exiting out back that way.
Which is going to be because of the damn water on the floor. He was carrying a shotgun on the guy.
It is currently in my vehicle.
Oh, they're like, well, he was carrying a shotgun when I got here.
Yeah. Y'all just make sure on that side. That's it. Nobody else.
Yeah, big shout out to all the first responders, folks that have been that are on the front lines out there in the hospitals or out in the streets that are out having to, you know, engage in these things. Lots of love for the work you do. I know I couldn't do it, so.
Yeah, I'm even slightly more confused now if that was a suicide.
How many pellets are normally in a buckshot?
10, 12.
The reason I asked is just because the holes that are in that window are very large.
Yeah, but it's glass.
Some of them larger, some of them smaller.
You'd need it in wood or something solid.
There's a whole bunch of trees back there, so they might be able to find something in a tree. I don't know.
What are they thinking now?
Well,
I have no clue, but
he
here's
had a
what I'm
shotgun.
doing.
He had a shotgun. But don't know.
But basically, not his actual. So you got a power and then contact with any. It's on the ceiling. And something else. So if you're shot at enough with the shotgun was laying on the floor.
Appreciate it.
That would point to suicide.
That doesn't explain her or all the three.
So he got here, shotgun.
That's what I'm saying. Possible.
But yeah, that's the outlier.
Yeah, that and the
300 black.
dozen shell casings from 300 Blackout. Is there a casing under this, or is it just chilling there? Okay, that's just chilling there. That's just trash. I was about to do that. It's okay, I got it. Okay, appreciate you, Chad. Those over there are not trash. Correct. I think this is where Cody decided to tie that back together for his initial area. Gotcha.
Injured in a crash? Success matters. Call Hupy and Abraham.
Make the call.
You don't have to make the call. It's all right.
Welcome back to night shift.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't wish that on the motherfucker. I have to bury a child. Ain't that much of that. Ain't no burying a child. Ain't no wife.
7877. Copy, go. Good. Tonka Ferry and Jacksonville Road.
I'm going to clear up if I'm not.
Got a report of a vehicle.
Don't think I need to.
Where are
Pickup
you at?
truck in the ditch with the flashes
Yeah,
on.
where your car is. That your right there?
Call advised against anyone around the vehicle. No signs of a wreck.
I'll be able to
After the
get some
church,
people out of my way.
the first road on the right.
Yes, sir. You shotgun, you hit where it is currently in my
Copy.
passenger seat of my
From the
Tahoe.
46 northbound.
Yes, sir. That's exactly where it's staying. It was leaning up against the truck right there whenever I grabbed it. Okay.
787.
I haven't even touched it to clear it. Yes, that's fine. Fully loaded, still sitting there.
That'd be great. Have a long ETA.
Yeah, Chad, if you want to, you might better get out before the rest of our rescue gets here. They're gonna block
I
it.
just want to check with CID and make sure they're bringing tents or something, or what are they doing?
I'm not sure what they want.
We really don't need any more fire rescue unless. Randy, that's one. That's Alex. I believe it was because he said he was calling his brother. This is Randy.
I talked to Ronnie Coles, we talked to him, I was turning the other two, it's just his law partner, he's under the here. The power tracks over here. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Do you need me to lift the sheet at all so you can see closer to her body? How old? Well, Cody's got my notebook where I had her date of birth in there. I don't remember what the guy told me off the top of my head. But I think somewhere around mid-40s, I think. Mm-hmm.
Well, I knew it was his wife.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
I heard it was his wife, but I didn't hear that.
Where did it look like she was hit, Danny? Her head.
Back of the head.
Looked like a shotgun or rifle round? That I couldn't tell. It was a big old hole coming out the back of her head. And hair all over the place, so it looked like it probably went in and then came out. And his looked more like the top of his head.
The round on him had a big wad behind it, so it was a shotgun.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of 300, there's 300 blackout shell casings there, 3 of them right there, and then inside is a shotgun wadding, but we did not see a shotgun shell anywhere.
Which almost leads you
What kind of shotgun did you put in your truck? I believe it's a 12 gauge. No, no. I don't. Over and under auto pump. It may still be in the trunk.
Yeah, that would answer the question.
Was there any blood? I didn't look super closely at it. I was more concerned with getting it away from him and
But if he stretched out because it went in here, took everything out the top. With a pump shotgun, he's got. I guess if he failed, but both his hands were laying underneath his abdomen when he fell forward,
which makes sense. He's got to reach.
He's got to reach down and do that, yeah, because he'd have to hold it over. Yeah,
Right there, that very first one with the blue lights.
it's in the tape. It's in here.
This front one right here. Mm-hmm. The wadding is right there. I lied, it's not a pump. Dirt. Yeah, it did have some dirt on the barrel. Mm-hmm.
Right.
It wasn't a pump. I thought it was, but it's not a pump. It's automatic.
Okay. All right.
Got one on the rod.
Am I okay to discontinue this?
Yeah.
If I'm not talking to that guy?
The heart-pounding mystery, the Tony-winning knock-your-socks-off drama as
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir. Go
This
right
is
ahead.
my sister-in-law,
Yes, go ahead.
and she's trying to. Hey, Marion. Okay, Lynn, I'm meeting with Marion, when I meet with law enforcement, so I'll call you in just a minute.
I don't have a card. That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you? Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down? Okay, well, tell her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right. Thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Bye. Sorry about that.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything. Get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Good.
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's going to examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, do you know?
Yeah,
Can
sure.
you explain it better?
Sure. And I mean, it's a privileged attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information, it's redacted or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's a client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know what?
But
if y'all get some
but whoever
attorney-client
whoever
stuff.
that is, would go through me. And
So
we'd work
signature.
Just write your name here.
So, Alec, I've had situations where
It's not a big deal.
Give me a list of all his clients or something like that, but
I'll fill out the rest.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. You don't text
My
clients, but
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that at 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I can tell you that the case for you if you want me to. You look at the back, it should have a number.
Give me some letter.
Yeah, what was your date of birth again, Mr. Murdaugh?
2768.
10. And last word of social.
Get on doesn't say anything on it.
Most of the new ones don't.
Probably have to open it up.
Oh, well, it's got.
Jim, you want to witness that for me, please?
And if you got a passcode or
My passcode is
write it on there.
start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
That's my password. You
All
mean?
right, let me run this to him. I'll be right back.
No, it's not.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
Got people in Barnwell.
Of course you do.
Mixon.
Mixing oil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my.
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
I don't know. That Mixon oil, my Uncle Ray Mixon, and his son Teddy and Bobby and a bunch of them. Then
Eddie
Freddie
and
Mixon.
Jenny and Freddie.
I
Why is
knew
everyone
Freddie
ending
Mixon
why?
very well.
And his wife Etta and Jill.
Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah, not anymore. He did.
He went.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Well, I was at his funeral. He had a tiger paw casket at the funeral. He's a big Clemson guy.
You know Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh yeah.
I know John.
That's my cousin.
Okay.
In Sweet Caroline.
John's son and my son are the same age. They were in school together.
So you grew up in Barnwell?
Yes, sir.
For the life you live.
I apologize
And the future you want.
for the ads, guys, but it's just what it is, you know.
All right, sir.
But hey,
So
maybe
he's got it.
we
He's
all
taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night, I got kind of a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
And it was pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning. and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing
legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things and then other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning?
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay. Okay.
And she comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, you know, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day. Okay. And so he was calibrating, doing and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, you know, just doing things we like to do out there. You know, we're riding around looking at food plots, looking, you know, looking for hogs, a little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. This out here, you met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to he went to spend the night with my brother, his Uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay. About roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were. It wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode. You know, we just rode around. We rode around our dove field, looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, you know, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, you know, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
You know, we rode the property. Then, you know, I mean, we rode around so much. We just rode.
Okay.
Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes, or 30 minutes. And, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time.
And it wasn't, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So,
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You mean what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Rat shot.
I think no, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay. So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right. At some point we were all back at the house together. Maggie had gotten home and, we sat down, we ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. The one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want. So if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better. Sir.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure and his mama was worried sick about it. So we were actually,
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise.
Well,
I know this is hard to hear.
that's Nicole Hockley, but we're not going to listen to you. Sorry, Nicole.
a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his
Yeah, I think
blood
they were
pressure
both getting
checked. His
high.
feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
From doing drugs.
That was it was a big, huge deal.
Okay.
We hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a 4-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway,
Wasn't much of a walker.
I don't know exactly.
He wasn't big on walking.
So they left
Wasn't his
and went
strong
down
suit.
to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know
wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it written down from the other
I
night.
showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well,
or not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and everything.
So I left, I drove. I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. I was certain that I heard them pull up. I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. We don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay. Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
If he makes a car
I can't
sound,
tell you
I'm
what it
gonna-
sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No. I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
And
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wild cat that lives around that house.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car, but you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know, but I really don't think, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right.
That's totally fine.
I left. I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here, correct?
She lives at Alameda. Okay. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know,
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And you know, I know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And
where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives, or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time
And we should be coming back from lunch here any minute.
With Wild Wings.
Okay.
Through January.
Gotcha.
You know, just kind of killing time. And he was in, his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam. So he had to be in Charlotte. So he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the store?
Yes, sir. So,
all right, so where are we? All right, so then I
left your mom's and making phone calls.
I left my mom's and
Hang on, his pills in his pocket right there.
I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and, you know.
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right then, no, sir.
Take your time.
You know, I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Okay. And what made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
Yeah, I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there, or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay. And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know. Yeah, Ronnie had a question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
And it was that camo, don't it?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli.
Tristan Greeley, what's happening?
But that's about all you got, Benelli.
Yeah, you know.
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been
Sally. He was kicked out of law school for
getting
cheating.
some threats and getting some.
Oh yeah, he's definitely
being
on
assaulted
coke.
from
Yeah,
you know, the boat. Who stands out in your mind besides the boat incident? Who stands out in your mind?
Say hello to way more quality finds you'll love forever on Wayfair.
Apparently on Wayfair, you can say hello to
that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie.
Oh, he was kicked out of law school after cheating.
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme.
You knew right off the bat
he got
at the scene of the crime when it happened. Immediately, he was like, "They've been getting threats, craziest things you can ever imagine, terrible threats. You know, the types of things they've been saying are horrible. Blah 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 blah. It had to be that right off the bat. And now he's like, I don't even know who would be willing to do that, to go to those extremes. That's crazy. I don't know. It's, I can't even fathom it. I can't even fathom it. Either way, we're back in session now. So we're going to go ahead and jump back into court at some point today, guys. Probably in the next couple hours, we're going to have to do a quick cut and jump into the just do a reboot so that we don't cut ourselves off at our timestamp, which is at 8 hours. That being said, we are going to get the jury into the courtroom now, which they should be coming any second. There's no volume yet in the courtroom, but if you would please, I'm gonna give you guys this for a brief moment just to remind you that we need y'all to share the stream. That's what we need from you. Rip's telling you to do it. If you don't, you already know how that works out. It doesn't end well for people. They don't do what Rip says. That man's an absolute. He's an absolute force to be reckoned with. So while they are getting themselves geared back in from lunch, I would appreciate if you guys would share the stream. We're trying to get up to 150 or 50. I'd love to get up to 100 shares. That'd be amazing. The more shares, the better, guys. That definitely helps grow the channel, grow the platform. And if you're not able to contribute via the way of stars or super chat, super stickers, just sharing it out, getting as many people in as possible, that makes it happen as well. So, here we go.
Very good. Thank you. Your next witness.
Your Honor, defense calls John Marvin Murdaugh.
Johnny Murdaugh. Man, that is loud. Is it loud for you guys too? Because this is loud on my end. I'm redlining myself over here. So I'm gonna put it right there. Hopefully that's good. Let me know if the volume.
You place your left hand on the Bible and
End up
raise
at the
your
train
right.
station. You know that.
Swear to
Rochelle,
tell the
thank you
truth,
so
the whole
much.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the stand.
Oh, congratulations, Tristan, on the new baby.
Just that microphone.
We're gonna go with little baby CJ, hopefully, right?
John Marvin Murdaugh, Murdaugh.
Mr. Murdaugh, will you tell the jury just briefly some background information? Where are you from? What do you do?
Yes, sir. So I was born in Columbia, grew up in Hampton, attended public schools from first grade through high school.
Ditto.
Graduated Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, got a degree in criminal justice.
Now this guy's nice.
And I'm now self-employed. I've opened some companies in the heavy equipment business.
Oh,
what's the name of your company?
He looks like a senator.
The main company is Murdaugh Rental Center, but I've got Murdaugh Kubota, Murdaugh Equipment LLC.
All right, Tristan.
So generally speaking, I'm in the construction equipment, agricultural tractors and implements. I'm in the equipment business.
And do you have offices? Locations, multiple locations?
I have two, one in Hampton and one in Okatee, Bluffton area.
Are you related to the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am. I'm his brother.
Do you have any other brothers?
I do. Randy Murdaugh is my brother.
And do you have a sister?
I do. Lynn.
All right.
Both are here.
And your parents are whom?
Randolph and Libby Murdaugh.
Are you the only son of the three that didn't go to law school?
I am, and I'm quite proud of it.
Tell the jury generally about the Murdaugh family,
John,
your
we're
family
gonna go
in
with
this
JoJo.
area.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're probably like most families or a lot of families, we're very close. I mean, the siblings, we stay in touch. We do holidays together. We
murder together.
You know, you try to interact and keep your family core together. I mean, we're just, a normal family doing normal family things.
Right.
Rich normal family stuff.
Do your
family
parents, and we've heard about your father, Randolph Murdaugh, who died on June the 10th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then your mother's Miss Libby,
She is.
and she's still alive, correct?
She is. In fact, yesterday was her birthday.
And you went by to see her. I
I
understand.
did, with my kids.
The in the spring
Still
of
together.
2021,
Still together.
were they both alive? Was your dad alive?
Party together.
Yes, sir.
And what was his health?
Cover
in
up
the spring of
together.
2021.
Well, for some, he had been battling cancer, and not just cancer. I'll use that
Right,
term
like
loosely.
that.
He had multiple forms of cancer, but he had been battling cancer, had health issues. He had been through heart surgeries. Just overall, his health was not good.
Speaking of bad health, look at that ginger.
You know, just
Ooh.
in and out of hospitals, just
Right.
age
Is that a perm?
and the diseases were catching up to him.
It's a tight perm dog.
And would you check in on your mom and dad any chance you got?
I would. So I didn't tell you all this, but so I don't live in Hampton. My wife and family and we live down in Beaufort, or just outside of Beaufort.
Okay.
And so my drive is about an hour's drive to do it. So I didn't visit as often as Randy and Alec because they were in Hampton. But absolutely, anytime I had the opportunity to work in Hampton at my office, I would always take time to stop by. And then sometimes I would just wanted to go see my mom.
And was it routine for one? So either your brothers who lived in Hampton to stop
Buster's
by
up to
and
no
check
good.
on them routinely?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I don't know every time they went because I wasn't there, but I feel confident that they visited more just because of the proximity. It's just an easier visit.
So let's talk about proximity. Your brother Randy, where does he live?
He lives in Hampton, in town.
And then your sister Lynn, where does she live?
Or Roro.
She lives in Somerville.
This is JoJo.
And then Alec, where did he live in the spring of 2021?
Well, I think in the spring of 21, he was living in Moselle. I think all of them were.
And is Moselle close to Almeda?
Well, it's further than Randy's house, but much closer than mine.
Right. And is that in your mother's house? I'm saying Almeda, but is Almeda a town or what?
No,
is Almeda?
Almeda's correct. That's the location. That's the property name, if you will, the intersection name.
Do they have
I think
a
that's a general.
It sounds like a delicious
Just tell
pie.
Jerry where that's
Almeda pie.
located.
It would be just east of Varnville, maybe 2 or 3 miles outside of the town limits.
Nobody knows where he
Is it basically at the intersection of, I don't know, what's that mean?
Intersection of 278 and Highway 68 that would go to, one
okay.
goes to Ridgeland and one goes to Yemassee.
Why don't you just say that? Yemassee, of course. Jeez.
And
Talk about it.
and would Alec visit your mom and dad frequently in the spring of 2021, your knowledge?
Oh, absolutely.
We'll get to more of that.
Oh, please. Good. We don't want to miss out on that one. That's good. That's good. That's good.
How well, I want to talk about Paul. How well did you know Paul?
I knew Paul very well. Excuse me, I'm gonna have a hard time talking about Paul because we had a very special relationship. But I knew him very well. And I'll do my best to answer any questions about him.
Well, did he have a nickname?
He did. They called him Little Rooster.
And did they call him anything else?
Well, I mean, he'd been called Little Rooster, had been called, as you heard, Paw. I mean, that's what my family, my kids called him.
What did you call him?
Well, it depends on where we were and what we were doing. When we were, excuse me.
Got a list. He's like, well,
When we were doing something fun and a social event, I would refer to him as Paw. Now, y'all haven't heard this yet, but he worked for me. So when he worked for me, it was Paul, or it was Paul Terry, because I was trying to be, a little more authoritative.
Right. Who else called him Paw?
Most of all the family. And that's not, that's not a name that was said at all times, but when we're having fun, kids would say it. My wife would say it. It was just a
we like
a name that was used in fun times and in normal times.
And you mentioned Paul worked for you. When did he work for you?
That's I thought you were going to ask that, and unfortunately, I don't know. He's worked for me maybe prior to June of 21. He was working then. I think he worked the 2 summers prior to that. And it was just summer work. I mean, it would only last
He
a
wasn't
month or
burying
so,
bodies
month and a
yet.
half.
We give him
And
time.
was he working for you in June of 2021?
He was.
And what was he doing for you?
Anything I asked him to do.
Where was he working?
He was working at my Bluffton Oakety store. He would do anything from power wash equipment or deliver new tractors that were being sold, talk to customers, help customers load and unload rental equipment. He did, as you heard someone testify, that boy would work. And so whatever was asked of him, he would do.
Was he on the phone the whole time, or did he actually work?
Not at work, he was not. Well, not while I was there.
Oh, right. Was he a good worker?
He was an excellent worker.
Did you spend time with Paul? Let me back up. Do you have a place where you hunt? You have a property?
I do.
Do you have a name for that property?
We call it Greenfield.
And would Paul and Buster come out to Greenfield to hunt?
They would.
Would
Absolutely.
Let me just back up. What was the relationship between Alec, Paul, and Buster?
Oh, it was a great relationship. Anything that the boys were doing, Alec wanted to do, and the boys always came first to him. And some of y'all may have been on dove hunts before, but I have a very small field, and I've got 10 stands in the field, and before the hunt, I have it organized where I know who's sitting where. Well, I have Alec. He says, well, can the boys come? Well, of course they can come. So now I've got to rearrange for that. Or if they said they were coming and the boys backed out, Alec always backed out. I was thinking about this. To this day, I don't believe he has ever come hunting with me since his boys have been old enough to hunt without his boys. It's always with the boys.
Did he do other things with them?
Yeah, did sporting events, football games, baseball games.
Was he close with his sons?
Very close.
Right. And how about Maggie? What did you observe of his relationship with Maggie?
It was a great relationship. I mean, all marriages, I'm sure, have hiccups here and there, but I'm telling you, it was a good marriage. In coming here, I was trying to think of ways to describe it. My wife and I and Alec and Maggie, we went to a concert together. It was the Darius Rucker concert. And of course, we're sitting in there. Alec and Maggie are sitting just below us. And I had just gone and I hope I can say this in court. I'd just gone and bought one of those $15 beers. And I was back in my seat and songs playing. And my wife taps me, and Alec and Maggie are holding hands and swaying together. And she's like, why aren't you holding my hand? And so my $15 beer got put down. They had a great relationship. I mean, that's just one of many. Football games, they would put out a tailgate spread. They would welcome the kids, family, friends. It was just a wonderful.
And did they do a lot of family things together with Paul and Buster and Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did. I knew of trips that they would take, family trips, vacations. They had a house at Edisto that y'all have heard about, and they would have, they'd always have friends come over, particularly the boys' friends.
There's been some discussion during this trial about Paul leaving guns and stuff around. Did you ever experience that?
I did.
And tell the jury a little bit about your experience.
Well, I've heard the testimony about it, and it's accurate. I mean, I could tell you all 100 stories of him leaving things, but he was notorious. He would come stay with us at our house. He would leave. Liz would have all of his clothes washed, and he just left and didn't care about where his clothes were. In fact, Paul came duck hunting with me one time and at Greenfield. And I smile fondly on this when I, think back on all this. So we had a great duck hunt. I think there were 3 of us in the blind. Great duck hunt. We picked up all the birds, decoys, and we left and we go back up and have a nice breakfast. Doing all the post hunt, all the fun things that you do. Well, I went back hunting. I don't know, it was probably a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks later, and his hunting gear is still in the blind. I mean, I had to smile when I saw it. I was like, that's Paul.
Right. I want to ask you a little bit about riding property. I mean, you ride your property down at Greenfield.
I do.
And have you
riding in
what like checking on the property? Do you?
Well, you mean like just riding around, joy riding, or checking feeders, or?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And do you always carry a gun when you're doing that?
I don't.
And have you ridden property like at your dad's place with your dad and maybe Alec or others? I mean, is that a frequent occurrence?
I would say almost never when I rode the property with my dad.
Almost never carry a gun.
Almost never would we carry a gun. We would just joyride. Now, if it were late in the afternoon and we were considering maybe getting in a deer stand, at the last minute, possibly. But typically with my dad and us, we didn't carry a gun then.
Right. Speaking of your dad, what was, you recall what was going on with his health the weekend, the Saturday, Sunday, before June the 7th. So I guess would start, Friday would be the 4th, Saturday would be the 5th, Sunday would be the 6th.
Right. So he was actually in the hospital, I believe in Columbia that weekend. And I think he got out of the hospital on Sunday.
Okay. And did you pick him up? Your brother picked him up? You know who picked him up?
I did not. I didn't. I may have been out of town. I can't recall. I've heard the testimony about it. I did not pick him up.
Did you end up taking your father to the doctor on that Monday, June the 7th?
I did.
And where did you take him?
I took him to Savannah.
And
to his, what I would call his normal doctor. Okay. I think Columbia was maybe he had to go up there for some different things or another. I'm not sure.
And was he having some breathing issues on
he was having
Monday?
Major breathing issues.
And when you went to the doctor on Monday, June the 7th, was there a decision made to admit him to the hospital?
It was. So when I took him, we were only going to a doctor's appointment. We were not going to the hospital. It was just me taking him to a doctor's appointment to try to find out what the breathing issues were, maybe, some type of a treatment or medication or something to help him. While we were there, not as soon as the doctor saw him, but when the doctor saw him and went through some things, he immediately told both of us that he had to be in the hospital, that he was not getting the oxygen that he needed.
And when was he admitted on that Monday?
He was.
And what was, as you understood, the prognosis when he was put back in the hospital on Monday the 7th?
On Monday the 7th, yes. So my understanding was the doctor that we were seeing or that he was seeing had some really strong beliefs that the cancer that he had was not causing the breathing obstructions, that it very likely could be pneumonia. And he told us, he said, if it's the cancer, that's the worst. But if it's pneumonia, like I think it is, I think we've got some treatment options.
So what was there hope on June the 7th?
Absolutely. When he told me that, first of all, when he said he had to go in the hospital, it scared me. Obviously it scares you when a doctor tells you immediately have to check in. But yes, him explaining that he was optimistic that it was going to be pneumonia and that there would be a breathing treatment to help it. I felt pretty good.
Now, in evidence, and I'm not going to read it again, but Did you and your brother send out emails, text messages to family members, giving them an update?
We did.
And that was on the 7th.
That was on the 7th.
And in the update, did you explain the doctor believed it was pneumonia?
Yes, I gave a basic summary of what I was told by the doctor, what I believed it to be. I think Randy and I had a few minutes to talk, and he typed up another email just to make sure that everybody was in the loop.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, not an email, a text message.
Text message.
Sorry.
Okay. And did the diagnosis and the prognosis subsequently change on your dad?
It did. It did.
When was that?
Well, so on Tuesday afternoon, we're back out at we're back at Moselle, and we still hadn't heard much. All this other stuff going on. It just, as you can imagine, it's just so much going on. Randy called me and told me they had done everything that they could do, and that he would be coming home in an ambulance under hospice care.
And did he die on June the 10th?
He died, I think, 2 days later.
Take your time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Going back to taking your dad to the doctor and then checking in the hospital, there's some vehicles being switched around a little bit, and we'll get to that. But can you explain the jury how all that transportation went to get to your dad to the hospital? Well, doctor.
You're talking about on that Monday for me to get him?
On June June the 7th.
It's a little bit complicated, but I'll do my best to explain it. So Randy, on Monday morning, Dad had been in the hospital Sunday, got out Sunday, knew that he needed to be seen by his regular doctor, but did not have an appointment. And so Randy was doing everything he could to get him in as early as he could on that Monday, and just asked me, he says, if I get the appointment, can you take him? And I said, absolutely, I'd be delighted to. A little while later, an hour or two, I don't know, it was still that morning, Randy calls me and says, okay, they have an opening for him, but he has to get there right away. So Hampton is, an hour and a half from Savannah, hour and a half. He said, you don't have time to drive to Hampton to get him. I will meet you in Ridgeland about halfway, which is not far from my house. And then you just take him and I'll go back. He had some time-sensitive things to work on. So we met at Palmetto Co-op in Ridgeland. I got in my mom's car with my dad. Randy got in my truck and drove it back to Alameda, where Randy had come to pick up my dad. So Randy's truck's back at Mom and Dad's house. So I drive Dad to Savannah in my mom's car, go through what we just talked about, the doctor's appointment, getting checked in. And back then COVID was still going on, and there were several restrictions. They wouldn't let me go back with my dad at that time. So I was going to be driving home, and now I'm stuck in my mom's car. So I knew Paul was working, and I guess it was around 5 or so, and that's when we closed. I called Paul and said, Paul, listen, I need you to, if you would, drive my mom's car back to Alameda, pick up my truck and bring it to work the next morning. And then just leave he was driving like a farm truck that day. I said, leave it and I'll drive it and we'll just swap back the next morning. And so that's how our cars got swapped.
All right. So when you got back on the evening of the 7th, did you see Paul?
I did.
And where did you see him?
At my house.
And he got into your mom's.
Got into my mom's car
and drove to Alameda.
And drove it to Alameda, and then got in my truck and drove it to Moselle.
Okay. And you said the farm truck was at your house. Do you remember where Paul's truck was?
Paul's normal truck was in the shop. being worked on.
Was that Jimmy Butler's?
It was a shop in Varnville, Jimmy Butler's, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, when you last saw Paul, was he just as normal as you see him every day, or was?
Oh, absolutely. He was playing with my kids in the yard, waiting on me to get there. In fact, that particular day, he was pretty dirty. So whatever he had been doing back at work had him pretty dirty, but he was playing with the kids in the yard, being Paul.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That is the last time I saw him.
When did you learn that, and how did you learn that Maggie and Paul were murdered on the night of June the 7th?
Well, Alec called me, and Liz and I, we have 3 younger kids. I mean, our youngest is 8 now, so it would have been 6 at the time. And so we don't have a lot of free time to ourselves. But that night we were watching television.
Well, let me back up. Had Alec called you earlier in the night when he was on his way to?
Oh, yes, sir.
His mom's?
Yes, sir.
And we got phone records of that. What do you recall of that conversation?
He called, just checking on me, just said, I saw the news about Dad. Things look good. It was a brief conversation, and I hate to say it, but I kind of said, listen, man, Liz and I finally have a few minutes. Can we talk tomorrow? We're watching a movie.
And what was his demeanor when you spoke with him on the evening of the 7th?
Same as always, just normal.
And then later on that night, you got another phone call from him? And
I got when you asked the question, how did I learn? Yes, Alec called me and just absolutely hysterical. As soon as I heard his voice, I knew something bad was going on. Didn't know what. And I'm in my pajamas. He said, something bad is really happening. I don't know what his exact words, but I think he said, Maggie and Paul have been hurt really badly. Please get here as fast as you can. And, I drop what I'm doing and I go get dressed and I'm hurrying. I'm, just so many things are going through your mind. You don't know what to do. So I get dressed and I run outside and realize I don't have a car. Paul's car's out there and it is a hunk of junk. And I mean, and
this was the farm truck.
This was a farm truck. And so I knew I couldn't take my wife's car because she was taking the kids to school. And at this point, I knew something bad. I just didn't know how bad it was.
And so did you then get in the farm truck and head to Moselle?
I did.
And what happened along the way?
Well, so along the way, I'd spoken to Randy. He asked me to try to get in touch with a close family friend and one of their law partners, Danny Henderson. I was just constantly trying to call him. I'm driving fast. I'm trying to get to Moselle. And, once I got Danny and told him that he needed to get up there, I had just a few minutes to myself and I was crying. And somebody called me shortly after that. I don't know who it was. I can't remember, but I remember it was either Alec or Randy, I believe. And they said the sheets were being pulled over them.
Did the farm truck break down?
It did.
How'd you end up getting to Moselle?
Well, so let me back up and tell you. So the route that from my house down in Okatee, Beaufort, takes me to Coosawhatchee, and I get on 95 to go to Yemassee and getting off and coming up that way. Well, another close family friend, his name is Greg Alexander. He is the chief of police in Yemassee. I reach out to him and I just say, Greg, I gave him said something bad had happened. Or again, I don't know when I was told about the sheets, but I told him, I said, listen, something bad's happened. We got to get up there. When I get to Yemassee, can you please help make sure I get to Moselle? Because this truck's sputtering and I knew it wasn't good. And he met me at Yemassee and he fell in behind me and we started driving until he finally passed me in Varnville. Well, go ahead.
And did he end up driving you the rest of the way?
Well, he did. So he passed me shortly before Varnville. He took a right on 63 and he was a little ways ahead of me when the truck quit on me. I called him and said, Greg, I said, come back and get me. The truck has broken down. And of course, he picked me up and took me straight on to Moselle.
Did were there any guns in the farm truck that Paul had left when you got in it?
I have no idea. It was dark when I got in it. As y'all can imagine, I was frantic. I jumped in it and I took off.
Did you ever see any guns in it?
That night, never. I mean, I didn't look. I mean, it just, I wasn't looking in the backseat. I wasn't worried about anything except getting to Moselle.
Okay. Do you remember about the time you got to Moselle? What time was it roughly? Or better yet, who was there when you got there?
Well, there were. I mean, well before I got to Moselle or we got to Moselle, you could see the lights flashing. It was just, there were tons of people. Mostly what I would describe is first responders of some sort.
And when you pulled up, where did you go?
So we came in the main gate and came around and they had created a small crime scene. And when we pulled up, I saw Alec, and I think before Greg even stopped the car, I jumped out and ran to him.
And what was his condition, Alex?
Oh, he was just broken. I mean, distraught. I mean, everybody was. There were a few other people there, but he just, all we did is hugged and cried. I mean, I don't even know that we talked.
How long did you stay down adjacent to the crime scene? Do you recall?
Quite some time. I have to assume that I probably was there at the 11 o'clock-ish. I don't know what time I got there, but I don't think we went back up to the house, until well after midnight, maybe 2, 3.
And when you went to the house, do you recall if any sled agents came up there?
Well, I did not see any. I heard some testimony. Some came and got some clothes, but I did not see any sled agents at the house. The last officer that I remember seeing that night, or officers, were the ones that told us that we needed to leave that area, that they were going to be doing stuff with the bodies, and that we needed to go to the house.
Right. When you went into the house, were there other people in there when you got in?
There were. Most people that I knew, some of Alex's partners, Randy's partners, family members, Lynn.
Was there food out or had food? What was it? Had anything?
Well, I didn't see any food, but I saw pots and pans, and I saw folks that were cleaning up. They were removing the pots and pans, but I never opened it and looked in it, so I presumed that it was food. They cleaned dishes. They put the pots and pans away or in the refrigerator.
Was a TV on in the house? Do you remember?
Based on what I know, I would say it is, but I can't tell you 100% that it was on. But I'd be willing to bet it was.
What do you mean when you say based on what you know?
Well, I don't think I'd ever been in that house without the TV being on if Alec and Maggie were there.
After did you ultimately go to Alameda that evening with Alec, Buster, and his girlfriend Brooklyn?
We did.
Do you remember what Alec was wearing when he went to Alameda?
Not precise. I mean, I can't, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I can't tell you details, but it was shorts and a t-shirt, like relaxed shorts.
Do you know whether he had a shower or not?
It appeared he had. I mean, his hair was not. I didn't see him in the shower, but I can tell you, I think he had a shower.
I understand. So then let's move forward to the morning of the June 8th. I guess, did you get any sleep the night of June the 7th?
Very little. I don't know that I fell asleep. I've certainly laid in the bed. It just, as you can imagine, just the thoughts and things. I don't know if I slept. when I got up and started moving the next day, I certainly didn't feel like I'd slept.
What did you do the next day when you got up?
You talking about precisely or generally?
Just generally.
I got up and Alec was up. I don't think Buster and Buckland were. I told Alec that I was going over to Greenfield. My farm that I told you all about is 2 or 3 miles away, so it's very close. And I have all, I have plenty of clothes over there. So I told him I was going over there to shower and put on fresh clothes, and that I would meet him at Moselle.
And did you go to Moselle?
I did after I left Greenfield. Yes, sir.
And you remember who was there when you got to Moselle?
I was the first one there.
And what'd you do?
I just went to stay there until I knew Buster, Brooklyn, and Alec were coming. I suspected that other family members and partners, I knew others were coming. So I just kind of sat there just, just in disbelief still. It's just, moments of just.
Was the door to the house unlocked? Do you remember?
That's a good question. I thought about it. I don't remember. Right. It either was unlocked or I had the code, because there's a keypad on a side door, but I can't tell you which door I went in. I don't know.
Did you eventually go down to the kennels?
I did. Once everyone got there, there was a fair amount of activity in the house with family and law partners, Alec's law partners, Randy's law partners. I just felt like I needed to go down. I needed to see for myself what had gone on and just kind of take it in. I mean, just maybe for some type of understanding.
How long did you stay down there at the kennels?
Well, I don't know. But I will say this, before I went, I was unsure whether I was allowed to go, because I knew it was a crime scene. And so I reached out to a friend of mine in law enforcement and said, listen, I don't know who's handling the crime scene. I don't know whatever. He said, well, I'll find out and make sure that it's clear for you to go. And he said, don't go until I tell you. And he called me back a few minutes later and said he had spoken to, I believe it was Captain Ryan Neal, and had given the okay that everything was released and it was okay to go there.
And was it cleaned up?
No, Jim, it was not cleaned up.
Were there skull fragments?
Yeah, so excuse me, this is going to be really difficult. So I could easily see where Maggie had been. I saw the night before where the sheets were, and somebody had told me that who was who. And so I could see where Maggie had been, and it was grass, and, they had covered it up with dirt. So there really was nothing to see where Maggie was. I walked over to the feed room, and y'all have heard the descriptions. Y'all saw it. I've never seen pictures, and I've told them before coming to this court that I was not going to see pictures. But y'all can imagine what I experienced. It had not been cleaned up. I saw blood. I saw brains. I saw pieces of skull. And when I say brains, it could just be tissue. I don't know what I was seeing. It was terrible. And for some reason, I thought it was something that I needed to do for Paul to clean it up. Felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt like I owed him, and I started cleaning. And I can promise you, no mother or father or aunt or uncle should ever have to see and do what I did that day. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody, but it's just, I was just overwhelmed. I did everything I could, and I would have moments where I would stop crying for a moment, and just just in disbelief. At one point, I called my brother Randy and told him what I was doing, trying to describe what I was doing. And he immediately told me to stop doing it. It was not good for me. It was not healthy for me to be there. And I couldn't stop. I had to do it for Paul. That's just what I had to do. And I don't know, it's probably 15, 20 minutes later. Mark Ball shows up. Y'all heard Mark Ball testify. And he came and hugged me and told me it was okay to leave. Okay to leave what was left of Paul. They would clean it up. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my life.
Yes, sir. What'd you do next?
Mark basically got me. I'm sure I was just a basket case, but he got me back to the house and, got me back around family and, just got back to, the support of others that were there. And there were a lot of people at the house at that point.
Do you remember when you got back to the house at some point in time, people raising questions or bringing up the fact that Maggie's phone had not been located?
Yeah, so that was, particular the lawyers, they were all, being lawyers, they were, questioning things amongst themselves and, how could this happen, trying to figure things out. But it was brought to my attention that Maggie's phone was not there and that law enforcement had not found it. And I can't say that, in fact, I can probably say that I didn't think of it because I'm not a big phone user or a big app user or whatnot. But somebody brought to my attention and says, listen, if Buster or Alec, if they have an app on their phone, like find my phone or find my friends or an app like that, they said you very likely can find out where the phone is if the battery's not dead. And so I went to Buster and sure enough, I said, Buster, do you have this one of these apps like they're talking about? And he said, yeah, sure I do. I said, well, open it up. He opened it up and he handed me the phone and I see Maggie's name and I press it where, to activate it. And it pings Maggie's phone just out front of the property. And I was like, I hate to say it, but I said, holy shit, there it is. And I said, Buster, I'm taking your phone. I'm going to go back down to the shed and show it to law enforcement.
And who did you approach first about the phone?
Well, I don't know who it was. Presumably it was SLED agents because keep in mind, I didn't know any of these guys with SLED. I mean, there were a couple of faces that I'd seen before, but I don't know these guys. I've come to know them, but I don't know them or didn't know them then. So I went up to a SLED agent or two SLED agents and said, presumably SLED agents, and said, hey, I've got Buster's phone here and it's got an app on it that can find the phone and it's showing Maggie's phone's right out here. Let's go get it. And he said, no need. We have technology coming later today that we should be able to find it. And it blew me away that I'm sitting here showing them where Maggie's phone is, but they won't take the time to walk with me or take this phone itself. I mean, I'd give them the phone to go find it. So I walk over, I knew Duffy Stone. He was the solicitor. I knew one of his investigators. I walked over to them, said the exact same thing, and they immediately said, absolutely, let's go find this thing before the battery goes dead.
And what happened?
That we did that. We started walking down the back entrance or the kennel entrance, if you will. And as we were, and at that time, the agent was holding the phone. I'm looking at it with him. And when it pings, it creates a dot or location. And that dot jumped from right at the end of that road down the road, I don't know, maybe a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. And so we walked back, got into a car, and drove down to where it was showing the phone.
And was the phone?
And I rode with those agents, the solicitor's office agents.
Was the phone ultimately located on the side of the road?
Absolutely. We found it in a matter of minutes.
Do you remember how it was collected? I mean, were you present when it was collected?
I was. So I was on there's a cow pasture on one side and it's wooded on the other side. And I was on the side that the cow pasture zone, if you will. And I heard him say, "I got it." And so, of course, I walked back beside his car and I'm good ways from it, but I see him over there. And I think he took either some ribbon or some flagging or flagging tape and marked the phone. And I don't think he touched it. I think he left it right where it was, called SLED. And maybe at that time, maybe they had been communicating, but SLED had blocked off the road at this point, and one of the agents came up and picked the phone up. Okay. And I don't know which agent. Again, I didn't know him.
Did any law enforcement officer ask you if you knew the password?
Yes. So once they and I'll say this. So they did take they picked it up. I think they had gloves on. They picked it up, brought it back to the trunk of the car, and opened it up in power zone. And they then asked, what's the password? And of course, I didn't know it.
Did you find out the password?
I did. I called Alec, and he gave me the password. I repeated it to the agent. They put the password in and said, "It's open."
So Alec provided you the password that you passed to the agents, and it opened the phone? Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. That's correct.
John Marvin, were you aware of a news release that was issued that morning, Tuesday, June 8th, that the public had no need to be alarmed or concerned for their safety?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your reaction to that?
I mean, it's quite baffling. It still is. Two people have been killed, and they're telling me that everybody's safe. That tells me that whoever's done this is in jail, and they are 100% positive. And because if they're not in jail, nobody's safe.
Right. Did you go back to the residence at Moselle after finding the phone? Did you go back up to the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did SLED agents come through and search it while you were present?
They did. I don't know how long I'd been back up there, but they came and we kind of talked in the playroom, or I think some have described it as the gun room. Yeah, they talked about that they needed to come in the house and search for things.
And did you escort, I think it was Agent McAllister, throughout the house?
Yes, it was Katie McAllister.
And did she tell you what she was looking for?
Initially, she says, well, the way she presented it was, there were so many people in the house. She said, "Listen, I don't want to just go barging in and make everybody run out of the house, but I'm going to take my badge off, my gun off. And if you would, just walk me through each room. And, particularly I'm looking for 12-gauge shotgun guns and 300 blackout and the ammunition for those calibers."
And as you're walking through the house with her, it appeared she was looking for other things besides just guns.
Well, yeah, you could tell she's looking, because she looked in spaces that guns wouldn't fit. So it makes sense that she could be looking for something else.
Such as what?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I understand, but you said spaces. Did she look in the
bathrooms? I opened up up in the upstairs area. There's some cabinets that, a couple of them are pretty small that, she could find ammunition in there, but I don't know how you would get a gun in there.
Did you search bathrooms?
She did. Well, I took her through every room in the house. Right. Every single room.
Did you observe her looking in sinks and toilets? And
so yes, sir. What I observed is, like the shower, for example, it's a door. It's not an open shower. She opened the door and she looked around, and you know, she was looking at, she easily would have known there was no gun in it when she opened it, but it was obvious that she was looking a little deeper.
Right. What kind of guns were there at Moselle?
Well, it sounds like the guns of all kinds, you know, rifles, shotguns. I've seen bow and arrows. I've seen crossbows, most anything that you would hunt with.
Right. And were guns mostly in the gun room, to your knowledge, when you were over there?
Well, when I went through the house, we identified, I remember one gun in particular that was in the bedroom, a shotgun. I picked it up and said, you need to take this one. And we looked at it and it was a 20 gauge. And she said, no, put that one back. So I put it back. So predominantly all the guns were in the gun room or playroom.
Right. I sort of an aside briefly. Do you hunt with Alec over the years?
I have.
And did he have a go-to gun, to your knowledge, that he would use?
Not to my knowledge.
When's the last time you ever seen him hunt with a 12 gauge?
You know, I'd say that when he bird hunt, he's either shooting a 20 gauge or a 28. You know, there was a time, and please don't ask me when, but I would say it was a few years prior to this that we were turkey hunting on another piece of property down on Savannah River. And I know he was hunting with a 12 gauge then, but I don't know whether it was his gun or somebody else's.
Did that gun have a sticker on it? Do you remember?
It did. And
you remember what the sticker said?
No, I don't remember what the sticker said, but I do remember teasing Alec that when you're turkey hunting, you don't want to be seen, and, you know, big sticker on the side of your barrel is kind of like waving a white flag to a turkey.
Did you serve as somewhat of a liaison or the point person with SLED and the family initially?
I don't know that I'd call it a liaison or a point person, but I absolutely, I'd become to know Agent David Owens, and I absolutely told David, I said, listen, if you need anything from me or anybody and you can't get in touch with them, you reach out to me. I will either see to it that they call you back, I will see to it that you get the answers that you're looking for, or I will put you in touch with the person you're trying to reach. So I did make myself available.
And did Alec give, to your knowledge, carte blanche to law enforcement to search anywhere that they wish?
Oh, he did. In fact, before I was going to just do something, you know, I knew that to be the case, but yes, he confirmed it with me. Anything they needed, anytime they needed it.
And you provided consent to search the house the afternoon on the 8th on his behalf, did you not?
I did. And I've consented every time they've ever asked.
We'll get to that. Were you ever asked to provide consent or see if you could obtain consent for any law enforcement to search your mom's house where Alec had been the night before?
Say that to me one more time.
Did any law enforcement ask you to consent or obtain consent so that law enforcement could search Almeda? And I'm talking about on the 8th, because Alec had just been there the night before.
Right.
Did anybody ask you, hey, can we go search Almeda?
No one asked anything.
Okay. If asked, would you have obtained consent for law enforcement?
I would have given them consent, and I would have taken them over there just like I did at Alec's house, and I would have helped facilitate the search to show them areas that they may not know about.
Did you remember law enforcement SLED agents coming to your Greenfield property on June the 10th?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what was that about?
I assume they coordinated it with Alec or Randy. You know what? I'm not sure who they coordinated it with, but yes, my understanding is they were coming to interview me, Randy, Alec, Buster. I think that's it, but they wanted to do interviews with all of us.
And did everyone congregate there at Greenfield?
Yes, sir. We were at Greenfield. Of course, that's we're staying there because of all this, and so it keeps me close to Hampton. So, but yes, we all congregated there.
And when the agents arrived, did they come inside and sit down and talk with each other of you, or how did that work?
No, sir. I offered them to come inside. It was, as you can imagine, it was hot. I said, come in, and offered them a drink of water, whatever, just being polite. And they said, no, we would like to go ahead and start our interviews.
And where did the interviews take place?
In their cars.
And were they all done it simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
And how many SLED agent cars were out there? Do you remember?
Well, there was one for each person they were interviewing, and I would go ahead and guess that there were probably 2 or 3 more.
And not sure that we need to actually play this, but have you been in the courtroom and you've heard this audio tape of Alec being interviewed on that June the 10th, where he states something, either I did him so bad or they did him so bad? Have you heard that?
I have.
And you know Alec's voice?
I know his voice very well.
And what is he saying on that tape?
Crystal clear, they did him so bad. I mean,
and had you heard him say that before his interview that day?
I think I heard him say it either the night of or the day after, but I've also heard him say it many times after.
Well before this trial started or anything?
Well before any of this, that's right. When he was staying and living with us, or between my brother and us.
After Maggie and Paul were murdered on that night of June 7th, were you or other family members with Alec for the most part, for that week and the week after that?
You talking about the days following?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I was. I made a conscious effort to be with him. I mean, as devastating as it was for me, it was 1,000 times worse for him. So I knew as a brother, I needed to be there for him. And I was, of course I didn't sleep with him, but when we were awake, he was, I may not be standing beside him, but we would be in the room together. Or if we needed to go to the gas station, if he wanted dip, I'd ride with him. I just knew I just thought that's what I needed to do.
What was his demeanor that was in the immediate aftermath of these murders?
Oh, Jimmy, that night or days or?
That night, the next day, the day after?
Like I just said, you can use words that he was destroyed. I heard somebody say he was broken. You can use any word you want to use to describe, but I can promise you words don't do it justice. I would have to create a new word to describe how distraught he was. It's terrible.
And to carry it forward all through the summer, did he, how was he coping afterwards, say later June and July and going forward?
It's hard to tell. I thought at times I thought he was doing okay. Other times it would just be sheer grief. I mean, just uncontrollably crying and of course it makes me cry. As y'all can tell, I'm a pretty emotional guy, but we would cry together. And there's no answers. And there's nothing I could say to make it better other than just hugging.
Did he start losing weight?
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Was he eating, sleeping?
He was pretty heavy going into this.
Right.
And he lost a good bit of weight. I don't know how many pounds, but it became very obvious in a fairly short period of time. He lost weight.
Right. I skipped over something in my outline. I apologize, but going back on the evening of June 7th, early morning hours, did folks who were there at Alameda raise questions about perhaps the murder? Maggie and Paul were somehow associated with the
You mean the Moselle?
Yeah, the Moselle. Going back to on the evening of June 7th and June 8th, did folks at Moselle raise issues or associate the potential motive for the murder to be related to the boating accident in some form?
Well, I heard it numerous times that night. I heard it at Moselle, and I actually heard it by, well, Chief Alexander mentioned it. You know, once I got over the chaotic part of describing what we were doing, why I needed to get to Moselle, he asked me he's driving in front of me, and he asked me, do you think it's related to the boat accident? Of course, Greg, I don't know. I don't know anything about what's happened.
Were you were aware of the boating accident and Paul's charges?
Yes, sir.
Weren't you aware? And was there a backlash in the community over that?
Well, it was a lot of backlash. I would not say quite as much in the community, but as on social media and media inflamed rumors is the way I would describe it.
Right.
That it was just totally blown out of proportion. And I don't want to downplay the accident, but what they were saying about the stuff about Paul and Alec, it was just totally inflamed.
Okay.
And you asked about the boating accident. So I told y'all that I called Michael Paul, my friend, to make sure I could go to the crime scene the next morning. Well, Michael Paul is one of my best friends, if not my best friend. I called him that night while we were still down at the crime scene, not because he's in law enforcement, not because of anything, because he's my friend. And I actually told him on the phone, I said, MP is what I said, MP, I don't even know why I called you. I just needed to talk to somebody. And we talked and, cried a little bit after I described. He didn't know what had happened. So I told him and, I cried and you could tell he was upset. But in that conversation, he asked me also, do you think it could be related to the boating accident?
Objection.
Switching gears a little bit, John Marvin, when talk to you about visiting at your mom's house, mom and dad's house. There's let's talk. Where do you routinely park, or where do you park sometimes when going over to your mom and dad's house?
Me, you asking where I park?
You and others, in the family.
Well, there's a couple of places you can park, depending on who's there, whether there's other cars there. You can either park at what you call the carport, and there's a big dirt area beside it. You can park there, walk up to the side door, or you can pull around to the back corner, park there. We all use both spots.
I'm going to pull up and look at it on your screen.
As a matter of fact, I told you it's my mom's birthday. I went there yesterday. I pulled right into the back of the house, but I didn't turn around. I circled the house. Okay. So there's.
So I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 524. It's an evidence, Doug, and go to slide 38. This is the GPS OnStar data. And Doug, if you'll blow up around the house, please, sir. Thank you. Mr. Murdaugh, this is your mom's house, and this is GPS data from the night of June the 7th. Do you see that the red line there?
It's pretty blurry on my screen. I don't know about y'all's.
Well, you'll back it out a little bit, Doug? All right. Is that better?
Well, yes, it's still blurry, but I can see.
Where is that in relation to your mom's house?
You're talking about the right there where the arrow's pointing?
Yes, sir.
That is at the back corner of the house.
Okay.
That would be exactly where I parked yesterday.
All right. And if you'll pull up, Doug, Exhibit 136. And this will be Defendant's Exhibit 136 in evidence. And tell me where that is?
That's same area. That's what I'm talking about.
Is that the same area that we just saw on the last exhibit with the red dots?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Generally speaking, I mean, it's such a wide open area. So when you pull up, you're not like pulling into the exact same spot each time to where you're creating a road or whatnot. It's just a nice grassy area. You pull up, go up to the back door, and you're right there at the back of the house.
And why do you go to the back of the house?
That's when my dad was alive. There's a little breakfast room there with a recliner in it. He was either in that recliner, at the table eating, in the bed, or not at home. I mean, that literally was his.
Right. So Doug, if you pull up Defendant's 135.
So everything's at the back of the house.
Right.
I mean, it's just, they don't use this. It's a large home, and they just don't, as old as they are. Well, my mom can't get out of bed, but as old as they are, they don't go to the front.
I'm sorry, just skip that. 131, Defendant's 131 in evidence, please. Again, is this sort of the same area photographed from a different direction?
Yes, sir.
Now, what's that structure that we see in the background past that big oak tree?
That was my dad's cookhouse, or man cave, as some people would call it. That's
okay.
Yeah.
And how far is that from the house, roughly?
I would guess 60 to 80 yards.
Okay. And that's and is it open around there? I mean, from the photo, is that accurate?
Oh, it's absolutely.
Right.
That whole area is a grassy area with oak trees and pecan trees.
So Marvin, I want to go to Labor Day weekend of 2021. Where were you that weekend? Do you remember?
Labor Day weekend 21.
When Alec went to the hospital?
Okay, yeah. Oh, yes. So I'd been out west fishing, and I came in on Saturday night.
And did you, prior to Labor Day weekend 2021, were you aware as to whether or not Alec had a opioid addiction?
No, sir.
Did you transport drive Alec from the hospital in Savannah to a detox facility in Atlanta on that weekend, or?
Well, I believe it would have been on that Monday.
Right.
I was not driving. Randy and I took him. Randy was driving, and I was in the back. But yes, sir, we did take him to a detox facility.
And where was the facility located?
Just outside of Atlanta.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury Alec's condition, like physical condition in the car?
Yes, sir. So when I met Randy over in Savannah, he had Alec, and I got in the car or Randy's truck with him. I'd never seen anything like it. I've seen television shows of talking about the leg twitching and the squirminess, if you will. And that's the first thing. I mean, you could just tell he was sweating. He was thrashing about. Jim, I don't know how much detail you want me to go into.
What, did he turn around in the seat of the car, and what was he doing?
Yeah, so maybe halfway there, at one point, he had taken his seatbelt off, and he had his head down where your fanny would be in the seat, and is trying to stretch his legs and just kind of steady, just like thrashing them and kicking them. It's just, again, I've seen TV, but I've never seen something like this in real life.
And was he able to control himself?
No, sir. I said about detail. So he messed himself. He had diarrhea. He just couldn't control it.
And then,
And I say diarrhea, I'm not talking about at a restroom. I'm talking about in the car, in his pants.
okay. And after he spent some time in the facility in Atlanta, did you and your brother go pick him up and take him to another facility in Orlando, Florida?
Yes, sir, we did.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I did.
On the drive to Orlando, do you remember anything happened that stands out to you?
You know, so that drive, he was much different. He was more subdued. It was not the thrashiness, not the twitching, not the jerkiness, if you will. I don't know the words that you would use for that, but that's what I'm saying. The only thing that really stood out for me is he slept a lot of the time, but he woke up from sleeping. And when he woke up, I mean, he jerked forward and you could just tell that, I mean, it was sheer terror. He just woke up out of a horrible, horrible dream. And I believe it was him dreaming about what he found with Paul and Maggie.
Keep going a little further, Mr. Murdaugh. And sometime in September, did SLED actually come and search the house at Alameda?
Yes, sir.
And were you present?
I was.
Okay, were you informed as to what items were seized during that search?
I was informed of one item that was seized.
And what item was that?
It was described as a coat.
What kind of coat?
Well, they didn't tell me what kind of coat.
Okay. And did they tell you where the coat was found?
Yes, sir. So I would assume that the searching of the house, all that was winding down. So Agent David Owens and I believe Randy was outside near us, but he may have been talking to somebody else. I'm not sure. May have been talking to another agent. I'm not sure. But David Owens, or Agent Owens, came up to me and said, we found a coat back on the property. Do you know anything about it? And I said, well, David, I said, if you found it back on the property, I said, it's a large piece of property, some 400 something acres. I said, my dad rides this Kubota side by side. It's probably his. And I said, and if you show it to me, I can try to identify it. And of course, he said he couldn't show it to him or wouldn't show it to me. I'm not sure what it was.
Were you sometime later asked to view a photo of a blue raincoat?
I was. Well, I was asked to view a raincoat and listen to an audio tape.
Of the kennel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the blue raincoat, were you informed where it was seized from?
Well, I knew where it was seized from because he had already told me. But I was, this instance, I was told that they wanted us to, or when I say us, they asked Randy, Lynn, and I to go view the coat and the tape. At this point, I knew where it had been recovered, but they said, we want you to view a coat that had been recovered out of a closet.
And was that different from what you were led to believe when you?
Oh, absolutely.
Had you ever, did they ever anybody provide an explanation about why you were giving two different locations where a coat was found?
To this day, no one's told me that.
The photo of the coat that they showed you, had you ever seen that raincoat before?
No, sir.
Was it the blue raincoat that?
Well, it certainly looked similar to the one, I saw a picture. I didn't see the coat itself. But it certainly looked to be similar or the same.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you recognize what closet it came out of from photos during this trial?
Well, I saw that. And I think I know what closet they're referring to.
Well,
There's only two.
I'm sorry. The closet as you go up on the first flight of stairs before you go at the landing right there. What's kept there?
clothing, not everyday clothing, clothing that's more or less in storage, junk.
Right.
You know, it's not a, first of all, my dad wouldn't climb stairs even if he could, but he couldn't.
Right. There's some testimony that there's GSR on that raincoat. Got any idea how there could be GSR on clothing in your dad's closet at Almeida?
Objection. No, I.
Did your dad carry guns around with him?
No, not in the sense that you're saying. So he was not like Paul that always had guns with him. You know, he would keep a gun if he went dove hunting, for example, and he went on one dove hunt. That gun may ride with him for 2 months. He just would stay. He just would. Same with golf clubs. If he went back when he would play golf, he just
during
a bunch of junk in his truck.
During hunting season, was there normally a gun in the back seat?
During hunting season, I would say that there usually would be.
And did he
In
have?
fact, during hunting season, because he always hunt. He always loved to go on a bird hunt.
And did he have a specific gun that he used frequently?
Oh, he had one gun.
And did that gun have a name?
It did. It was called Bo Whoop.
And did he clean it often?
I've never seen him clean it. He got that gun in 1957 for his high school graduation, and he used it for every game that he chased. But I'm sure it got cleaned somewhere along the way, but I'd never seen him clean it, and I still haven't seen him clean it.
Got it.
I don't know how the thing still works.
Along the way, have you been receiving updates from SLED on their investigation in the Maggie and Paul's murder?
Usually when I call, I would call Agent Owens and ask for updates, and he would try to provide some updates. It almost always seemed like there was stuff that he really, I don't know whether he didn't know or just it wasn't at liberty to say at the time. I'm not sure, but yeah, I think he would try to give updates as best as possible.
And were you providing information on evidence that they had against your brother?
I have been, yes, sir.
Has
some of it,
and some of the information that you've been provided turn out not to be accurate information?
Yes, sir.
What type information?
Well, I was told at one point that there was a T-shirt that he was wearing, and can I back up and tell you how we got into this conversation?
Sure.
So I'm having a meeting with SLED.
Yes, sir. Nature of the drug.
Call sir, sir.
Statement of an opponent, Your Honor, agent of. It's a statement of a party opponent.
Party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Agent of the party opponent.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. All right, everybody be seated. Hear this objection again.
Stays objecting, calls for hearsay.
Right. In your response to the Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just a moment, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Conrad's response to Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor, I think his argument was it's an admission by a party opponent. And I don't think we're talking about
Party opponent.
right. And the subsection 801D2, I think is what we're referencing. And it talks about admission by a party opponent. It doesn't necessarily talk about the statement. And I think what we're getting into are some statements by particular law enforcement officers who've already been on the stand. And I don't think those are admissions to any issue that's of relevance in this case.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, they're directly relevant. The statements relate to evidence that they've told the family they have against Mr. Murdaugh.
Directly relevant?
Yes, sir.
So the objection not based on relevance.
Oh, I thought that's what, so a statement of a party opponent is non-hearsay under the definition of hearsay. Your Honor, it's, I don't have the rule in front of me, but under
The state of South Carolina is a party opponent in this case?
And SLED is the investigative agency. Yes, sir. If otherwise, the rule would not apply in a criminal case. I mean, it has to be the investigative agency. I'm not asking for Colleton County statements or it's the.
No, you've gotten those in already, the newspaper statements, Colleton County's call to the newspaper or whatever.
Yes, sir.
What else, Mr. Conrad?
I'd also object for the relevance as well, Your Honor, because the state has not offered the shirt and evidence, and the defense is attempting to kind of backdoor here, and it simply doesn't go to any issue, anything that's issued in this trial.
He's already testified to the shirt.
Well, to the shirt, but he's trying to get evidence, and maybe we need to proffer it to see exactly what he would say, but my assumption was that he was going to start talking about a report by Mr. Bevel, which we've talked about several times in this case. And I'd object to the relevance and to, particularly with Mr. Murdaugh bringing it up.
All right. Well, tell me again what you're asking the witness.
Or
yes, proffer it to the witness.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So, Mr. Murdaugh, what information were you provided by, was it a SLED agent that provided you the information?
Yes.
You were asking him about Agent Owens. He's a SLED agent. Yes.
And what information were you provided that leading up to this that turns out to be inaccurate?
Right. And it was okay for me to speak for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So what I was asking, I was saying, I wanted to back up to get to where I was getting this information. So I'd been called to SLED, not headquarters, but their office in Waldoboro to view the Blue Coat and to listen to an audio. After my interview with them, Captain Ryan Neal, I believe we were in his office, is the one that, and I'm going to use my terminology here, but described the white T-shirt covered in blood, even went so far as to describe that Alec took the bottom of it and wiped his face with it, and that's how they knew he was involved. That's how they knew he was there. And I don't know where the question goes after that.
Answer your question, or are you trying to dig more out of him?
That's it.
All right. And what's your objection?
I renew my objection to the relevance. Nothing has been put, this jury hasn't heard any evidence about any blood being on this T-shirt. And the state has not offered any reports to suggest as such.
We're going to take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Going on there. If this one doesn't work, how about this one? Overruled. So this conversation that the witness had apparently with a SLED agent at some point about the T-shirt, you'll remember the T-shirt allegedly had some blood spatter on it, and now the way it's described by this witness, he was told it had blood all over it, and in fact, Alex Murdaugh used the T-shirt to wipe his face. And with all of that on the T-shirt, that led SLED to find him somehow connected. And of course, then we learned later that T-shirt maybe wasn't quite as affected as it appears. Jeffrey Wolf is here, Bernardo Villalona. Jeffrey, what do you think? Obviously the right decision by the judge, but this could be powerful for the defense. This comes in.
Yeah, because this is them getting their second point of SLED either saying that they had more evidence than they had or just lying about what evidence says. This goes to the same as the blood splatter. This is the same type of evidence. And so if this is what they've done to the family to try and turn them on Alec during the process of a grieving family, jury's going to hate that. They hate when cops act like that.
Yeah, and we know that's been a theme with the defense. Not uncommon, right, Bernardo? You dirty up the cops, but in this case, it seems there's been a lot to work with. Is it enough to carry the day, in your opinion, to either get a hung jury or acquit this guy?
Well, all they need is one reasonable doubt just to get one juror to be adamant in their decision that they can't reach a verdict in the sense of whether it's guilty or not guilty, or I just can't reach a verdict as to either one of those. So all they need is just one, but you got to think that the theme from the very beginning is the lack of investigation, the lack of looking at other people, and the focus on the Murdaugh family. That is what the defense has been banking on since opening statements. So with every witness that they've been able to bring forward in their own case now, and also through the cross-examination in the prosecution's case, I think they've laid enough seeds that it's going to be either a long deliberation and hopefully a verdict, or actually a long deliberation and it's just going to be a mistrial and we're going to be doing this all over again.
Yeah, the thing that I've always thought was odd about this case is first you have the deference that this family is given during the investigation, which may or may not have led to the mistakes or the inefficiency. And then it seemed to switch immediately to a confirmation bias and investigation where, hey, now we got the guy and we're not looking at anybody else. And it's just an odd flipping of the switch, in my opinion, as to what SLED did when they were investigating this case. Okay, guys, good stuff. Let's take a quick break here. They're on a break in the courtroom. We will join them live when they return. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Law and Crime. Michael Bryant here. We are on a break in South Carolina in the case against Alex Murdaugh. Luckily, we have our own Anjanette Levy. She's out there. And I want to find out from her, among other things, how the folks in the courtroom, especially the jury members, are reacting to the brother who's on the stand now, John Marvin Murdaugh. What do you think, Anjanette? First, welcome. Glad to have you along here. Glad you're down there checking this out for us. This guy is very friendly. He's happy he's the only brother not to be an attorney. How are they receptive to him and some of the emotional testimony at times?
It has been emotional testimony. And I have to tell you, I'm getting a lot of comments from people on Twitter who are saying, what is wrong with this guy? He's smiling and he's laughing and all of this stuff. I can tell you, I've seen John Marvin in the courtroom and he's always smiling. When people speak to him, he seems very gracious. He's always smiling. When he, says, hey, how are you doing? People approach him and his siblings. So I think that's just the kind of person he is. I think he's a person that smiles quite a bit, except when he's listening to this horrific testimony. He's been in court every day, as has his sister Lynn and their oldest brother, Randy. He's been in court here and there, but not every day. So the jury seems to be engaged with him. They seem to be listening to him. I mean, he's a compelling witness. This is the final defense witness, and he's able to talk about this from a spectator or a bystander's point of view and his relationship with Paul. And he's able to talk about Alec and Maggie's relationship as far as he knows anything about it. So it's been interesting. And Gigi was telling me that she saw one of the women on the jury appear to get emotional. She said, look, I couldn't see tears. Maybe it's allergies. I don't know. But she saw kind of one of these. So she didn't know if that was wiping away a tear or what. But the jury seems to really be interested in what he's saying.
Yeah, well, you can imagine, no matter what Alex Murdaugh did or didn't do, this is the brother who had a rough week. He lost his niece. He lost his sister-in-law. He's mopping up what remains of his nephew because he feels like somehow that's the right thing to do, that he, he's caring for Paul in the only way he can after Paul is dead. And then, oh, by the way, 3 days later, his dad dies. So, yeah, he's a very...
Keep in mind, Michael, that he said, it seems like he was really close to Paul. Paul would stay with him sometimes, and Paul worked with him. And he talked, worked for him at his company. So he also called him Paul, he said. So it seems like a very close nephew-uncle relationship. And he also talked about Paul out in the yard playing with his young children and getting dirty. That's just who Paul was. So it seems like they were very close.
Yeah, and what he felt he had to do for him was just gut-wrenching. So there's going to be a field trip. Has that been announced to the jury yet? Has that been scheduled? When is that happening?
Well, it's interesting that you ask that, because I was under the impression from everything that happened this morning that the judge was okay with this and that he would arrange it and that the defense wanted it. But then I was kind of hearing some people talk over here. We were chit-chatting with some people who said, yeah, the judge is going to let the sheriff's office know, because think about it. They have to go into Moselle, a 1,700-acre property. They have to clear the property. They have to make sure that it's safe, that people aren't out there. They have to make sure that the jury, the judge, the defense attorneys, maybe even Alex Murdaugh, all of the lawyers for the state, I'm sure members of the media, such as me, will want to go along to observe the process. So there's a lot to be done to arrange that. It's not happening today, I can tell you that. So it's unclear as to when and if that will happen, but I was under the impression from what the judge said this morning that he was going to be arranging that.
Yeah, and it leads me to believe they may want a little mystery surrounding it, just to, to keep the circus from having a head start and camping out around the perimeter. 1,770 acres.
Yeah.
That's a massive property, and I'm assuming they're going to limit any view to the kennels and maybe the distance between the kennel and the house. I think that perspective is super important. I'm just kind of surprised they didn't do it earlier. Okay, so if this John Marvin is in fact the last defense witness, what's happening on rebuttal, if you know?
Well, the lead prosecutor, Creighton Waters, said this morning that he was thinking maybe 5 witnesses. We know that Dr. Kinsey, who was the crime scene reconstruction expert for the state, has been in court not only last week, but he was there this morning too. I saw him sitting up there during the testimony of the defense experts when they were talking about how they believed Paul Murdaugh was shot and from which angle and things like that. So we expect that he will at least be called. We don't know who else will be called, but at least 5 witnesses, it sounds like. And who knows how long that will take. Sometimes rebuttal's really quick. You know, you can just bing, bang, boom, you get to your points and you're out of there. But nothing seems quick with this trial.
Yeah. And by nature, they're supposed to be. You know, it's almost like a redirect or recross. You're supposed to be limited to the things that were brought up in the defense case. It is rebutting the defense case. So, as you suggest, we'll see. Things don't happen to always go as they should with this case. But thank you so much.
Sometimes they have a hard time letting go, right? They have a hard time letting go. They just want to keep piling it on. So
Well, you know,
see, right?
attorneys, you just can't shut us up. That's part of the problem. So, okay, Anjanette, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Get back in there and pick up the end of this testimony. It's been fascinating. Thanks again. We'll talk to you soon. Okay, let's take a quick break here. Come back before they get live in the courtroom. This is Law and Crime.
All right, thank you. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Murdaugh. When we broke, the question on the table was about a conversation that you had with a SLED agent regarding some matter of evidence. Can you provide your answer, please, sir?
Yes. So, as I was about to say, what led me to this conversation was that SLED asked my brother, my sister, and I to come over to identify or attempt to identify a coat and a recording. And we did that. And so I did my interview with them. And then after the interview, we went into Captain Ryan Neal's, I think he's captain, but Agent Ryan Neal's office at the same SLED office. And in that office, or in his office, we were all in there. They made reference to the shirt that they said Alec was wearing. They told us that it was covered in blood. They went so far as to tell me on the police body cam that he takes his shirt and wipes his face, and that's how they knew that Alec was at the scene, that he was the one.
John Marvin, just finishing up, what was Alec's relationship with Maggie and Paul's parents? Grandma and Papa T, as we've heard.
Grandma and Papa T, that's great. They had a great relationship. Alec and Papa T played golf together regularly. I mean, it's just a really good father-in-law, son-in-law relationship, and mother-in-law.
And have you?
They would travel together, vacation together with different places.
And have you stayed in contact with them as best you could?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We communicate.
And just
now, Papa T has taken ill and is homebound now.
I was going to ask you.
He's had a stroke and is basically homebound. Okay. And Miss Kennedy stays at home and takes care of him. But they are wonderful people. Let me just go a little bit further. Wonderful people in and of themselves, but their relationship was absolutely great.
Jamar, I want to go back to that morning of June the 8th when you were down at the kennel cleaning up. Do you remember making a promise that morning?
Well, Jim, as I've told y'all, that y'all know what I saw, y'all know what I was doing. It was difficult. It was nearly impossible. In my mind and out loud, I told Paul I loved him. I told him, I don't know, I loved him, and I promised him that I'd find out who did this to him. You just don't know what to do, but it was tough.
And you promised him you would find out who did this to him?
Yes, sir, I did.
Have you found out?
I have not.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I think you'd agree with me that no matter which way you cut it, your family suffered a great tragedy, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And
including the death of my dad and the sickness of my mom. I mean, it's tough.
And I'm sorry you and your family's been through this.
Well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I think you testified a little while ago about the cooperation you and particularly your brother provided SLED. Is that correct?
Did I provide cooperation with SLED?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge,
I have and will continue to.
And to your knowledge, your brother was providing cooperation to SLED as well, correct?
I believe everyone in my family was. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And would you consider that cooperation full cooperation? Not only for yourself, but your brother as well, from what you have observed?
I mean,
To me, full cooperation, yeah. I mean, it's wide open. You tell us what you need from me and I'll provide it. And I told him I would provide it.
And from what you've observed, your brother was providing the same full cooperation as well, correct?
Yeah, so I believe anytime that they ask to search something, anytime they ask to do something, they ask for information, it typically came to me, and yes, I would provide it.
Okay, I'm asking about your brother right now. I understand you have. But to your knowledge, did your brother provide full cooperation? Or did he tell you he was providing full cooperation?
Well, he didn't tell me, but it appeared to be obvious that by him giving them access to anything they asked for, that he was.
So when did you first learn that your brother was down at the kennels just before the murders? 2 days ago with the rest of us?
No. So obviously I went for an interview with SLED, the one I told you about, where we talked about the shirt, talked about the blood, all that. That was the reason for me being there, was to hear that audio. And I saw the kennel, and of course, at that point, I heard his voice, and I knew that was him.
Okay. You knew that was him when you saw that video, correct?
That's correct.
Or listened to the video.
When I listened to it.
Right. And do you recall the date of that interview when you first listened to that video?
I do not.
All right. Would you disagree with me if I said it was August 12th of 2022?
I have no way to agree or disagree.
Or at least during the month of August of 2022?
Again, I'm sure they have my interview recorded for that date, but.
All right. Before August of 2022, at that interview, when you heard your brother's voice at the kennels, had he ever told you that he was down there just prior to the murders?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that afterwards, after you listened to that video?
No, sir. And I'm trying to think if we've been able to have an opportunity to even speak.
Okay. All right. So you would agree that if he had not told SLED that was not full cooperation, correct? If he had not told SLED that he was at the kennels just before the murders, he had not actually been fully cooperative.
What's your question?
Would you agree that that is not full cooperation?
By him not telling SLED that he was at the kennel?
Correct.
I would say that yes, he lied.
Okay. All right. So I don't want to go through the whole kind of vehicle shell game that we talked about earlier. It's confusing, probably to me most of all, but let's just focus on, so what was Paul's normal daily driver? What vehicle did he drive on a daily basis?
On a normal basis, he drove a white F-150 Platinum.
Okay.
And let me confuse you a little bit more, as I drive the identical truck.
Okay. All right. So you testified that Paul's F-150 Platinum was at Jimmy Butler's over the weekend, correct?
It was being worked on at Jimmy Butler's. That's correct.
And then Monday, there's a series of car swaps. I don't want to go through them, but at the end of the day, you end up in the F-250 farm truck, correct?
That's correct.
And Paul ends up in your F-150 Platinum.
Ultimately, he does. He drives a mom's car back to Alameda.
I know there's several swaps.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I'm just kind of talking at the end of the day. And he drove your F-150 back to Moselle, that night, correct?
To Moselle, yes, sir.
And you testified that you came over later that night after Alex had called you about the murders, correct?
That's correct.
Where was your truck parked when you first got there? And we'll talk about how you got there in a minute, but where was Paul's truck?
Well, so first of all, that night.
Your truck, I'm sorry.
That's right. I know what you're saying. So when I got there, we didn't go anywhere near the house. I went straight to where everything was happening.
Okay.
As we went to the house later that night, I saw my truck. So it's probably 4 a.m, whatever time we were, 3 or 4 a.m. It was parked in front of the house, normally where you would park cars.
Okay. So just kind of straight out the front door?
That's correct.
And the keys that Paul had been using, do you recall were they left in the truck or have any recollection of where those keys might have ended up?
Well, they were sitting in the ignition, in the same place I always leave them.
Okay.
Because I drove it to Alameda that night.
All right. And meanwhile, you were in that F-250 farm truck, right?
For a short period of time.
And that, refresh my memory, is that white as well? Or is that
It's white as well, yes, sir.
And it's broke down on you on the way to Moselle, correct?
That is correct, on
And you
Highway
left-
63.
All right. And you left it on the side of the road, correct?
I did.
Okay. And I think, did you call Chief Alexander at that point, or?
Well, we were riding, we were driving separate cars, but together. And so at that point, he had gotten in front of me, and I had to call him to tell him to turn around.
Okay. And he came back and picked you up?
Came back, and I jumped in his car.
You
Or
left the
truck or
truck
whatever.
there.
It's Suburban.
I'm sorry, I'm trying not to talk over you, my apologies. And you left the F-250 there on the side of the road?
I did.
Okay. All right. And rode with Chief Alexander to the property?
That's correct.
And were you aware that your brother Alex had loaned Chief Alexander money at several points over the past couple of years?
I was not.
All right. And you testified that you learned of your brother's opioid addiction the weekend of Labor Day of 2021. Is that correct?
Well, that's when it started coming out, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you have any idea that he had a opioid or drug problem prior to that?
Prior to that, I did not.
Okay. So from your observations of him on a daily basis, he seemed to be sober at most times, or not under the influence of any? Did you ever observe him under the?
Well, keep in mind now, so again, I'm not a lawyer in the firm. I live in Beaufort, so I don't see him daily.
Okay.
But our encounters usually would be during non-working hours. But even then, yes, I had no reason to think he was on pills.
Okay. All right. He's able to function pretty normally on a daily basis to your observations?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about the morning of June 8th. You said that you were the first person over to the house at Moselle that morning. Did I understand that
That's
correctly?
correct.
And you were the first person inside the house at that point?
That's correct.
And so do you recall when Blanca Simpson got there?
I don't. What I can tell you is I was the last to leave the house and the first to come back in.
So she would have gotten there some point after you?
Yes, sir.
That morning,
And I've heard in testimony that instead of going to Moselle, she went to Alameda.
But when she came to Moselle, it would have been after you, correct?
I think the other folks were there as well. Yeah, but well after me.
Well, okay. And you testified about being in that, I guess some folks call it the gun room, when SLED came in and started looking at some of those guns in the gun room, correct?
That's correct. Well, I wasn't in the gun room. I was in the main part of the house.
Okay. Did you ever go into the gun room while SLED was in
I
there?
did.
Okay. Because I think there's a video and evidence, and we're not going to go dig it up, but of SLED with body camera footage, and I think you do appear a bit.
I think so. I think probably what best recollection I have is I was in the main part of the house with Alec and family, and someone came and told me they were there and that they wanted to look around.
Okay.
And of course, I went to make sure that they had full access.
When you were in there, do you recall who was in there with you other than the SLED agents? Because there were several other people, correct?
Well, I don't recall without seeing the video. I saw the video. I saw Mark Ball. I saw Lee Cope. I saw the Agent McAllister, but I don't think I would have remembered that.
Okay, but there are several attorneys in there, though, at a minimum, correct?
Friends and attorneys, friends. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Was Chris Wilson in there at that time?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't have any recollection of him being there.
Okay. All right, and then let's go to June 10th when SLED came over to, I believe it was Greenfield where they came.
That's correct.
To interview. It was you, Buster, Randy, Alex. I guess that's 4, right? Is that all who were interviewed that day to your recollection?
Randy, me, Alec, and Buster. That's correct.
Okay. I think you testified that they didn't want to come inside. Is that what you testified to?
Well, I don't think they didn't not want to come inside because of any particular reason. I just think they wanted to get about their business.
So you don't recall?
I offered for them. I offered to come in, use the restroom, anything of that nature, drink water, anything like that. But they did not.
You don't recall Lieutenant Gint coming in and introduce himself?
Inside the lodge? I do not.
Okay. All right. And you've either been interviewed or sat in several interviews by SLED over the last few years, correct?
I've been in a few, yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to direct your attention to October 12th of 2010. Let me make sure I have that date correct. Or excuse me, not 2010. That would have been 2021. And I believe Sled came to your house that day. Do you recall that?
I do recall Sled coming to my house.
Okay.
Now, I can't tell you that's the date, but they certainly came.
This would have been the day that they interviewed both Buster and your wife that day. Does that help you out?
It does. I remember them coming. It
Okay.
was Agent Croft and I believe Agent Ryan Kelly.
Okay. And you sat into both those interviews, correct? With both Buster and your wife?
Well, I think the interview with one was an interview for Buster,
Okay.
and one was an interview with me and my wife.
Okay. All right. So you
That's the way I thought it was.
Okay.
I didn't think it was 3 interviews.
All right. And do you recall during that October 12th interview, the subject of this blue jacket coming up with Buster? Specifically, I'm talking about the one with Buster.
The conversation at my house,
Yes.
I do not recall it coming up.
So you don't recall Sled bringing up, asking Buster about a blue jacket on October 12th?
I do not recall that.
So you don't recall his response?
I don't recall him bringing up a jacket.
Okay. Do you recall Buster responding that he did not recognize the blue jacket that was presented to him?
I don't recall a blue jacket being discussed.
And I think you also looked at it. You don't recall.
They did not show me a blue jacket. There was no blue jacket discussion in that interview, to my knowledge.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Big courts in here. Do you recall Buster's response in that interview to being asked if that could be Randolph's jacket, to him saying if it's over $15?
I mean, the real issue that we deal with is this new meta doesn't seem to have notifications the way it needs to, and I think the platform is kind of having issues as well. So YouTube isn't getting the way that it needs to. So if that's what you're looking for, Cindy, trust me, I want to know it too. I mean, we've got a couple hundred people in here, but we should have a couple thousand. So
You
we have
agreed
like
with what
50,000
Buster
on
said
Facebook alone.
right
so,
afterwards. You don't recall that?
Share and share alike.
No, Mr.
Let's
Connor, what I'm
let's
telling you
reorganize
is
this
I
meta
don't
timeline.
recall any discussions of a blue jacket in that interview. I just don't recall that. So you asking me that, I'm just telling you, I don't know of any discussions about a jacket in that interview.
Okay. All right. You testified about driving up to rehab, I think that Monday after Labor Day, or excuse me, detox, correct? With
It
your
was
brother.
detox, that's correct.
And you said your brother kind of woke up startling as if from a dream. Is that what you testified to?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said that when I was driving, well, Randy and I were driving him from detox to the rehab facility down, and that was down in Orlando, Florida, is when that happened.
All right. And you said, and again, I wanted to make this as clear as we can. You said you thought that he was waking up in response to a dream about the night of June 7th. Is that, do I understand that correctly?
That is the way that's what it appeared to be to me. And that's, of course, I can't tell you what he was dreaming, but that's certainly what it appeared to me.
So you're not saying that because he said that, right?
That's right. He didn't wake up and say that. It was just such a startling, just the way he woke up out of his sleep. It was just so startling. It was fear. And it took him several seconds to realize that whatever he just saw was not real, or he was not living it.
Okay. You testified about the day of June 7th and the taking your dad to the hospital, him getting admitted, correct?
I did.
And that you and your brother Randy were sending out multiple group texts about your dad's status. Is that correct?
Well, I sent a text, and I believe Randy sent one as well.
Okay. And
Along with phone calls. I know Randy and I discussed it on the phone as well.
And if I understood your testimony correctly, and you said that June 7th is actually kind of a hopeful day. Is that based off of what the doctors were saying?
Well, yes, based on all the bad news that he's been receiving, it was one little piece of hope that, certainly if the doctor would have said at that point, you're going home on hospice tomorrow, it would have been, that would be the worst case. But him saying that there was hope, that it was pneumonia and not the cancer, that there was some breathing treatments that may help. It gave us some hope.
And you sent out at least one group text with this information, correct, to your family members, right?
I know I sent one. I could have sent another, but I know there was one.
Okay. And do you recall if your brother was included in that? Alex specifically was included?
I saw the record showing it, and so yes, I believe it was my family, and I think it was just our family, actually.
And so there was hope, at least on the afternoon of June 7th, that your dad who had pneumonia, which could potentially be treated, and there was a little bit of hope about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if your brother had told Janine Seckinger during that day that your dad was taking a major turn to the worse, that would not be truthful, correct?
That would be correct. And the testimony I heard is he didn't say that.
He didn't say what?
He didn't say it was terminal or dire or whatever you're saying.
Are you based off of Alex's testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if Janine Seckinger...
well, I can tell you this. If somebody said that day that it was terminal, one of two people was wrong, or both.
Okay. All right. So if Janine Seckinger was told that...
If Janine Seckinger said that, she was wrong.
Well, were you present for any conversations between your brother and Janine Seckinger on June 7th?
I wasn't.
One last thing, Mr. Murdaugh. Would you say that the Murdaugh name and legacy is something that's important to you and your brothers?
Yes, I think any family's name and legacy is important to them. Do I think my family's name is more important than yours or any of y'all's? No, I don't.
Okay. But it's important to your brother as well, correct?
I think he would feel the exact same way as what I just said, that all families are important.
Okay. No problem. No.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the defense's case. And we will excuse you for this day and have you come back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
That's an abrupt end to this, the defense. Just like that, the defense is rested. They've, ended up right around 5 o'clock, and you talking about John Marvin? He's manufacturing. Okay, so yeah, there's plenty of stuff about Alex Murdaugh and drugs, right? I think one of the issues that's happening right now, the defense is in a kind of in a good spot, I feel, at this point, because they've second shooter.
Everyone
The second
be
shooter, they can't prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Alex Murdaugh is the gunman.
The defense is rested. Any matters of law at this time?
The trigger man. So,
Your Honor, we would, defense would just renew our motion for directed verdict on the grounds previously argued at the close of the state's case. That's all.
Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, we would rely on our arguments previously made that the motion should be denied. Be happy to answer any specific issues Your Honor may have, but I would rely on our previous arguments.
All right. The motion is denied based on all the reasons stated at the close of the state's case. Now, with regard to reply, what do you have, Mr. Waters?
Yes, sir. We have maybe 4 witnesses, maybe 5 at this point in time. I'm hopeful that we could accomplish that in a day. Obviously, as is the nature of reply, we will, assess that tonight. But right now, I have 4 definite witnesses and perhaps a 5th that, as it stands right now, that we would have. I don't think many of them, except for one, would be very lengthy. And by lengthy, I don't mean exceptionally so.
Any comment, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr.?
Your Honor, I no way critical of Mr. Waters, but his estimate of time has been a little mushy, I think is a good way to put it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying this was going to be a 3-week trial, and now it's a 6-week trial. I'm just a little skeptical that we'll get it all done tomorrow. I'm just saying I'll be happy. I'll be ecstatic if it happens. But for planning purposes, perhaps maybe midday Wednesday would be.
Yeah, cousin Eddie. I mean, I wonder if he's going to be on stand. I don't know.
Somewhere in this process, Your Honor's indicated you'd allow the jury to visit the site. So
The jury's allowed to take notes, aren't they?
Reply.
okay, so we're at, I guess, Mr. Waters' mercy.
Mr. Waters, are these witnesses who you anticipate will contradict issues presented by the defense or address the credibility of matters raised by the defense?
They will be focused on issues that were raised during the defense case. Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Well, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
So there we have it for today. The defense rests on this witness. They have a couple more. Excuse me. They have a couple more witnesses to call. 4 or 5. They said they're going to smooth through them pretty quick. Now, they also have a field trip. Pardon me, guys. 1 second. They have this field trip planned for the jury as well to go to Moselle, and they have to get that all sorted out, get it planned out, get it figured out so they can have security there. Because I guess there's been a lot of traffic there for people that have been touring and checking the property out. I am in the process of, as I've been sitting here, looking at potential travel to South Carolina to be there for the verdict. And then they said earlier that the verdict would go probably directly into sentencing, which if they find him guilty, guys, the preferred method of execution in South Carolina is the electric chair at this point. So they do have lethal measures. You can't get the death penalty. Whether they go for that or not, I don't know. But if they find him guilty of double homicide with the severity of the case, no matter how many questions people have, once he's found guilty, if found guilty, they're saying he's guilty of brutally murdering his wife and his son. I mean, if there's ever a person that would go on, they would look for the death penalty. I would think that would be it, but they have a couple more witnesses to call. We'll see where that goes. But they apparently, according to our viewers, are not going for the death penalty. So, I think honestly that I feel like is a tactic up for the prosecution, because if they don't go for the death penalty, then I think that it's going to be easier for a jury to find guilt as their verdict, because they're not sentencing a man to death, and I think that's where that the stigma of being like the one in the firing squad with a bullet in their gun is kind of what might keep them from doing their civil duties at this point. Which, being a juror, in the comments, has anybody been a juror? And if you've been a juror, have you been on any capital punishment type cases like this? I'm really curious to talk to you about your experience. If you have been, email me, cj@cjtv.live. Again, that's cj@cjtv.live. I'm going to put it up here so you can check it out. I'd love to talk to you. If you've served on a jury for any period of time, or you know someone who has and they're willing to come on and talk about what that's like, the experience they had, I'd love to talk with them. But yeah, wild turn of events with this case. And again, I feel from the jump, there's been 2 gunmen. I feel from the beginning, Alex Murdaugh was 100% involved in the deaths of his son and his wife, be it by directly pulling a trigger or by setting them up, or by putting himself in a position where this was going to happen, and he knew about it, and it was just a matter of it happening. Maybe he didn't know the time, maybe he didn't know the exact details, but I think he knew enough to know that it was going to happen. And his story that he started lining up right when the police got there. I mean, immediately when the police got there on body cam, we watched this earlier, he immediately starts talking about the threats Paul was getting about the boat incident, and immediately started talking about how he knew it must be them. It had to be them. And then his story started going. And then if you guys remember, while we were watching, when the officer asked him about his gun, he said, "Is that the only gun you have here right now? Do you have another?" And he kind of stared at him like, "What? Do you have any other weapons in your vehicle?" And he was, no, I don't believe so. I'm about 99% sure that I do not have another weapon in my vehicle. As if to say that guns just disappear and reappear, materialize and fall out of the sky. For the Murdaughs here, or people down south, I don't know if that's the case, but I would be able to tell you where any of my weapons are. If I had a weapon, I would tell you exactly where it's at, the standings, if the safety's on, safety's off, whatever's going on, and how many bullets might have been in the clip. But yes, armchair jurying does count if it was traumatic for you. I would love to, if you have the link, you guys, now what I'm asking is if you have the contact information. And I know it's hard. People say they know people, but if you have the contact information, you can put me in touch with somebody or give me their information. I'll do the reach out. That would be very cool. This is where they bring Alex out to his chariot, take him back to county holding. So yeah, and I appreciate all the stars today, you guys. It's been really cool. You guys have been fantastic about being on point with all of that today. So thank you very much. They've stopped yelling at him. There was people that every time he came out, like, "Why'd you do it, Alex? Why'd you do it?" Who knows, man? Maybe the documentaries will tell us more than we know. Or maybe it'll just tell us a bunch of crap that we don't need to know. It might be another Carol Baskin situation. You know what I mean? All the hype around her killing her husband, and they find the guy, living in Costa Rica, pissed off that they found him, probably like, yeah, screw her. Because he wasn't speaking up. It's not like he saw the documentary. It wasn't like he was calling up. Like, so I'm alive. Heads up. My wife didn't kill me. I just don't like her, So, yeah. But 4 hours of the guilty verdict. Okay, Gamma. I'd like to hear about it. I've never sat on a jury. The one time I went in to be on a jury, they decided they didn't need me. So, well, not that my feelings were hurt, but my feelings were a little hurt. There was one time I was actually looking forward to, being in a jury. So, so that does it for the for court today. We were watching earlier though, and I'd love to go ahead and see if we can't watch the last some of this. Was the interview that the police were doing. The cops were grilling Alex Murdaugh. This was, I believe, what they say. Let me check over here real quick. This was 3 days after his wife and son were shot. Okay, so and it's wild to see his temperament change. How cavalier he's in there. Oh, hey, Bobby Lee over at so and so, and oh yeah, I went to school with him. Yeah, Jenny Lynn, you're good. So yeah, but we're gonna go ahead and I'll pull that up. I'll have that play some more of that for you guys right now. And then I want to, well, before I jump into that, I'll pull that up in a second. I just want to update folks that were privy to the live that I just did yesterday on Sunday out here in Kenosha at the NH Auto down at 9000 Sheridan. There was that video that came out on, apparently it was a Snapchat screen recording that made its way to Instagram that found the girl that was at the NH Auto. And what had happened, if you guys go back into YouTube or in Facebook and watch the video, is appalling. If you look at the link in the description of that video, The title of the video is "What Happened at NH Auto." This girl went in to buy a car. They had a disagreement as to how much she should pay for the car. She left her identification, got a hold of the auto dealership, let them know that she had left her ID. They were trying to apparently arrange a return for her ID, have it mailed back to her up in Waukesha. And subsequently, the video that came out was them bending her ID up and then putting it on the tailgate of a truck and then peeing on it, which, lit people up. People were fired up. The video made its way all over the internet. And then the police got involved. KPD, they made a post saying, "Hey, look, we know that it was gross. It was grotesque. What happened was ridiculous and shouldn't have happened. However, we will not allow reprisal of any kind." And you know what? I'll just pull this up for you guys real quick so you can see what I'm talking about. I don't want you to be left in the dark as to what I'm saying if you weren't privy to this story. And so you can read about it yourself, but KPD put out an announcement on their Kenosha Police Department site. Said KPD is aware of a disgusting act of disrespect towards a person's property, a video of which is being widely shared on social media. We have been in contact with the victim and are working with that person on the investigation. KPD is also aware that this video has been viewed and then a lot. We are aware that the threats being made to the immature culprits and their business. While we can understand that viewing this video causes emotional reactions, we cannot and will not tolerate any acts of violence towards those responsible or associated with the business or the business itself. What's cool though, so I went down there to see what was going on. I figured there might be people down there. They weren't open. It was closed. It was Sunday. There was a squad car parked out there. And here's what I'll do for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and just show you what I'm talking about over here, so you're not in the dark on anything, So let me get myself small over here and get this out of the way there. And apparently we had this up there still, and it didn't need to be there. So this is the Facebook page. And if you guys are following me on Facebook, what you need to do, and I'm going to show you this real quick, is go into where you follow somebody, right? So let's just look for somebody. I'm going to show you guys this because it seems to come up often, and it's a real pain. So if we search Facebook for, I'm going to say, well, here, we'll follow these folks. It's the auto company who's now offering a vehicle to the girl who had her driver's license peed on. They're offering her a car, which I think is super cool. They're saying, "Hey, free of charge, we'd love to give you a car." And here, Budget Motors of Wisconsin. So here's what I'm going to do for you guys, so you know kind of how to navigate this notification situation we're in right now. So we're going to go into search Facebook here. I'm going to go into, I could just click on it, but Budget Motors of Wisconsin. Boom. All right. So you're going to see their page, and then I can go ahead. I'll click on it. Right. So I'm in here now. I can like these guys, which I do. I think it's great. They offered a car, and then you can follow. Right. So even though it says following, right, I click on following again, and if you click on it again, these options come up, and this is what everyone needs to do. What it does is it sets it up default, right? You'll see these posts in their usual order, right? And then what it does down here is notifications. Choose what types of posts you'd like to be notified about. It defaults basically, I believe, to just highlights, right? So what you want to do is, because that's where it's at. If you see this right here, it says just highlights, and highlights. You don't want that. Posts, we want to go over here and go up to 5 a day. I don't do any more than that. You guys aren't going to be inundated with a bunch of stuff you don't need to see. Videos, we want to do all notifications from this page for videos, because we do predominantly all live videos. And then live videos, of course, right here, we want to do all notifications, all live notifications from this page. You guys need to go ahead and do this. I don't have any limited discounts or offers or promos that I'm offering for the merchandise that'll be coming out here soon. And then hit update. Boom. Now you get all the information from the page that you need to get, which may not seem important, but if you don't have those set up, then you're not going to get the notification that we're live. And I know a lot of you guys have not been getting that. And I'm sorry that it's frustrating, but I guarantee it frustrates me even more. So, but back to the story here. So these folks at Budget Motors of Wisconsin, in the post, it says, update, we have been in contact with her and she will be visiting us soon. Thanks to everyone. Anyone knows the person that had that thing happen to their driver's license, please have them reach out to us. We were also affected by the situation when we started receiving bad reviews that were meant for the dealership you went to when they briefly changed their name on Google to one similar to ours. Yeah, they tried to like cover their tracks and change their name on Google. We would love the opportunity to turn this negative situation for us both into a positive one by offering you a vehicle for absolutely free, which is super cool. We have several for you to choose from. We want to show you and everyone else that there are indeed good people in the used car industry. We hope to see you soon. And it's cool to see, you know, here at the Real Budget Motors, we don't ever tinkle on your driver's license. You got to love that, man. I really do appreciate that these guys stepped up. They saw that somebody was making it look bad for them, and they said, "Hey, man, we're gonna do something about it." You know, so yeah, Budget Motors made that update today. Hopefully, she gets her car and everything gets squared up for her. But it was pretty wild that these guys were brazen enough, as Judge Schroeder would say, to pee on her driver's license. You know, they posted it. I mean, of all the things to do, you don't post like a grotesque act like that. You're gonna get caught up in it. So if you're following and you see these things that are clicking up in here, blah, 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 you're following the page. If you're on with us right now on Facebook, you definitely need to go ahead and make sure to update the way you're notified and let anybody you know the same thing. If you want to help out the show, help grow the community, help grow our platform, which I hope you do because we have an amazing community here. That's one of the things that needs to happen to help this. Really, we need to reboot the algorithm, if you will, because we have on our Facebook page alone, you guys, if we look at it right here, we've got 47,000 followers right now on our Facebook page. And then we've got, so in that 47,000 followers, we should be able to get more than a couple hundred people live on the show, right? 47,000 people on our Facebook page. It's respectable. And you guys are all amazing that are here following. If there's a way that we can go ahead and bump that up and take it to the next level, that would be ideal and amazing. So that's what I'm hoping we can do is make that happen. So snarky little dog. Either way, also the number over here, 262-843-5556. If you want to call in while we're doing a broadcast, there's anything you want to say, share, any thoughts you have, any, anything you think, let me know. It's 262-843-5556. It's a local number out here in Wisconsin or in Kenosha, as I am now living here in Wisconsin, in the Kenosha area, loving it, living it, freezing my butt off, but it's a beautiful place, beautiful people, and I'm honored to be a part of the community now, helping people like my neighbor Carol with the tree that came down her yard during the ice storm, just a crazy place. But then there's CJTV over here as well, the CJTV.live, CJ at CJTV.live. So there's plenty of contact opportunities for you over on the Facebook page as a landing pad for, I don't know, I'm hoping you guys can see all this. I'm trying to make it as big as possible. There we go, 200%. There we go. So yeah, there's the information over here. And then of course the links to our Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and our TikTok, which apparently we have a TikTok. I knew it was there. I just didn't think that it was still around. But this is where you're going to find the most comprehensive breakdown of all the things that we cover and everything that we're doing. So, and we have plenty coming up, and I look forward to bringing it all to you guys as best I can. So just wanted to let you know that real quick. So what I do want to do while we're still here is, yeah, but how many of those 47,000 are at work during the day? Absolutely true. 100% true. Yeah. So, what we're going to do is, more nighttime broadcasts. It's just time zones too, so no matter what, I got to do a late broadcast to catch up with folks that are getting off work on the West Coast. And I know a lot of our viewers are here in the Midwest and then out East. So, we might be doing like a follow-up to the day, pushing more towards 6-7 o'clock. We'll do a second feed. I mean, Alex screwed over my apartment manager being one of them. Sandy, it's okay. Don't know what that is, but, and again, Yeah, so I can stop smacking my lips here. That'd be great. Driving me nuts. We got about 20 minutes left on our clock here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to watch a little bit more of this, this is 3 days, mind you, 3 days after the death of Maggie and Paul. This is Alex Murdaugh in the front seat of the cruiser getting interviewed by SLED, I believe. They're a couple minutes into the interview, but the interview goes for a little while, but we're going to just take a look at this portion of it and see just check out his general candor and the whole way that he kind of goes about, representing the death of his son and his wife. Sarah, tell him to plug it in and quit whining about being cold. Cindy, you are not wrong. I do need to plug it in. You're right. Thanks to my angels, my folks, community here, you guys, my people that are tight in here. They ended up buying me an electric coat, which was has been paramount, crucial, clutch, and amazing for the crazy winters you guys have out here in Wisconsin. So here we go.
Bunch of threats, mostly from, I have no idea.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send him text, or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
that. No, it was mostly like in-person confrontations, are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. There were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? Stuff like that.
Okay. Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. You may want to put your pens down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said, that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. So it's Lee Chapman's son. I can get his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on a fishing trip with his happenstance.
Cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman is his name, but I'll get your number for you.
Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah, okay. That's where you want.
And those boys are, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel. That's you understand?
No, he's graduated from the Citadel.
Graduated from
okay. And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, and I just want to talk to them about their weekend, and
sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, he was a really great kid.
So, being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul when you had to call him down and scold him or correct him? What was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
Irresponsibility. He was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And you know, you'll find out from his friends he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns. He did that with my boats.
Lost.
So
He lost what?
He would misplace stuff or just,
Okay.
leave stuff behind, right?
yes, everywhere, everywhere. I mean, he would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house. I mean, Paul was one. He wouldn't understand how you go out. You know, you and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
Who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Alex, last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago, although we texted. He was going to Greenville for the weekend. I mean, he had friends up there, girlfriend up there.
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up. Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf.
I thought maybe had a girl.
My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes.
Was that
with me?
With you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Did Paul? Well, no, Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone. She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, you know, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, you know, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you said Bianca had prepared dinner that night.
Yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks, you know, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day. So she had Blanca cook a meal.
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, you know, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do. I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but I'd say the only thing that caused any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go. And I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, you know, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah.
You mean her family? You said her in-laws. You mean her family?
I mean her family. I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time. Go ahead. Tissues.
I'm sorry.
You good.
Hey, she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She, she didn't work. And she always said it was her job. Since she was privileged enough not to work, she was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do it.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon or during the time you and Paul were right.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. That's our main shop is, right there. But, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch,
Okay. When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one and one was the white one that was out there.
Okay. Mr. Alec.
Yes, sir.
The other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25. Weapons.
Yes, sir.
And you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
I know you might not remember them all, but can you kind of run down what you, for us, kind of what you had, what you got, right there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. That I own.
That's in there, or wherever they're at.
And, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, some of our guns aren't there. But, so you want to know all of them or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. When Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
What would he shoot hogs with?
I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun because Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got, he says it got stolen. And it's been gone for some time. But anyway, so he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300.
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
Uh,
About.
Years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago.
More than a year ago. All right. So, but he would do anything. Paul had this, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, my 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. So
Going back.
sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So, all right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Don't y'all, have an inventory?
I videoed that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a recording of what was on the gun rack or on the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, I don't know how many, but like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay. And I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one, and I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room. But that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit because it was a good while before y'all came.
Yeah, it was probably 2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got here.
Big shout out, John. Man, I appreciate that call. Really, I do.
Guns
Thank you
out
so
at
much.
the kennels.
He didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst. He was the worst.
He would leave a gun out there.
He would leave anything anywhere. And, it was not unusual for there to be guns out there.
Did y'all take the
But I can tell you that, they told me that a 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, it was not out there.
So y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with them on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house.
I'll pause this for a quick second. So you guys know we are pushing right up against the 8-hour mark here, which is our cutoff for segments. We do 8-hour segments, and then we have to cut the feed and come back in. That's just how we do it. That's how our software works out. It's our platform. We have about 3.5 minutes left. So I think we're going to pause this right here, and I'm going to use this for our closeout. When we have a break tomorrow, I'll jump back into this. Anyone wants to remember, we're at 37:17 of this video of the interview, which is third day after his wife and son were shot to death. Full interview. You can always check it out on your own if you'd like to. It's over on YouTube. You guys, one of the things I want to be clear about, when I do have exclusive opportunities to give you things that no one else has seen, I love doing that. But also I'd like to source the information for you and give it to you as best I can and let you guys play it out. So like I said, I lay it out for you to play out, and we all work on it together, and I love doing that with you guys. To clear up any confusion, I'm CJTV Media LLC. I've been CJTV since I started CJTV. Before that, I was doing concrete reporting. That's when we were down our days in Portland, and then I went independent from there as well. My thing is that I've got a very specific viewpoint as to how I feel this should be done and how I feel we can accomplish things. And I really feel like sticking to your truths and maintaining your loyalties to honesty and to elevating voices needs to be the center focus of what we try to accomplish here in independent media. And I really feel strongly that I work hard to do that for you. And I really appreciate you guys supporting my efforts. I don't affiliate myself with any other media channels because, I mean, directly, there are others that I would definitely support, but some of the ones that are being mentioned, I just don't work with because I feel like there's been a loss of integrity and a drop of the ball when it comes to things being, staying true. So I love you guys for being a part of what we do here and for helping grow this community and for being a part of the CJTV family, which I feel really strong about saying that's what it is, especially based off this call that I just got. I think it showcases that there's a connection here, a real loving, beautiful community connection where we can help each other and thrive through each other. And we can grow and we can become better people. We can become a better society. I think that through the truth that we share and through our honesty, through the love connection that we have. And I say that because we can lead with love in all the things we do. We don't have to have a step out of anger. And I really feel that that is something that we nurture here in a major way. And you guys are all 100% a part of that. And without that, we wouldn't have what we have here. And I can tell you right now, this is my platform, and it's not just a platform, it's an outlet for me to be able to express who I am and what I do. And it really gives me a sense of purpose in my life. And so for that, I thank you for helping give me a place to belong and for being my tribe, and, and I say, like, they say your vibe dictates your tribe. And I really think that, like, we all vibe really well together. So thank you guys for being a part of this, for being a part of everything that we've done here at CJTV. Look forward to seeing you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. I'm going to send you off with the Judge Schroeder. Love you guys. Have a great night.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
princess
get
went.
brazen with me.